Hi there, and welcome to the ultimate course where you'll become a master of modern web development by building real industry projects. I'm talking full stack e-commerce and social media applications. By following this video, you'll build 3 phenomenal apps, and I'll even teach you how to create the ultimate developer portfolio so you can showcase them and share them with your friends and employers. This course will single-handedly allow you to make your breakthrough in the industry and get a high-paying and well-appreciated web development job. Here are only some of the projects you'll build. The first application on our list is a modern full-stack social media application with all advanced social media features such as Google authentication, create, edit, delete, and save images, like and comment on other people's posts, search and filter images, and much more. This is the best social media app that you can currently find on YouTube. The second app you'll build is a fully responsive, modern, full-stack e-commerce application with payments functionality. It covers modern design, animations, the ability to add and edit products on the go using a CMS, all advanced cart functionalities, and most importantly, the complete integration with Stripe so that you can cover real payments. After that fantastic application, you'll build another one. You'll build a full-stack TikTok clone application and master TypeScript. It consists of a modern design, Google authentication, the ability to upload, publish, share, comment on, and like videos, filter by categories, and advanced search functionalities, profile pages, suggested accounts, and custom responsive design. And finally, you'll build the ultimate developer portfolio, so you can showcase all the great applications you've built in this course. The portfolio you'll build is like no other portfolio page you've seen so far. You can change the content of this beautifully designed website within minutes at any time from anywhere. As your skills grow, this portfolio will grow with you. Presenting a well-designed and developed flexible portfolio will definitely make you stand out from the crowd. If you like the projects you've just seen, you'll love hearing more about developing unique, never-before-seen applications through the JSM Masterclass experience. Don't worry, I'm not trying to sell anything to you, as the latest cohort started just recently, so unfortunately you cannot join right now. But if you're interested in joining in the future, click the JSM Masterclass link that showed up on the screen or in the description and enter your details. I'll personally reach out to you before we officially begin the next cohort so you can be sure not to miss it. The JSM Masterclass experience will allow you to demonstrate advanced knowledge and expertise in coding web applications, showcase competency in problem solving, provide freelance clients and employers with the confidence that projects will be delivered efficiently and on time, and you'll be able to display excellence and humility about learned solutions, industry trends, and future innovations. Since this is an exclusive program, the spots are limited. Join the waitlist by clicking the link in the description to be sure not to miss your spot. So far, we've mentioned what you'll build in this video, but I haven't told you what you'll learn, and that's what matters. In this compilation of videos, you'll learn advanced React best practices, such as folder and file structure, hooks, and refs, advanced state management of the entire application by using React Context API, Next.js best practices, such as static generation and server-side rendering. You'll also learn how to create modern user interfaces using Tailwind CSS. You'll learn how to integrate OAuth to log in and register users using Google. You'll learn how to integrate Stripe to manage payments, products, shipping rates, and the entire checkout process. You'll also learn TypeScript. Yep, you heard that right. In one of the projects in this compilation of videos, we'll use TypeScript. And most importantly, you'll learn how to manage the entire content of your application using Sanity. Sanity is a unified content platform that'll make the making of our entire application possible. With that said, let's dive straight into the compilation. Let's start off by creating a new empty folder on our desktop. We're gonna build a social media application. I've called it Share Me, but feel free to call your project anything you'd like. Once you have your empty folder, open up an empty Visual Studio Code window and drag your folder in. Of course, you can use any code editor of choice. Personally, I prefer Visual Studio Code. Once your folder is open in your Visual Studio Code, let's expand this window. And there we go. Now we're going to open up our terminal by going to View and then Terminal. We can clear it. And now we're going to start off by creating two empty folders. We can right-click right here and create our first folder, which is going to be Share Me _ backend. And then finally, one more, which is going to be Share Me _ frontend. Of course, feel free to call this project anything you like and rename these as needed. The backend of our project is going to be where our Sanity configuration is going to be. Inside of our Share Me backend, we're going to create our entire Sanity configuration, meaning schemas for our comments, images, posted by, users, and everything else we need. We can, of course, start off by setting up Sanity. You can go to sanity.io or click the link down in the description, and you'll see that content is indeed data. Sanity is the unified content platform that powers better digital experiences. In other words, it's going to help us to create seemingly a full stack application, but so much more easily. You'll be able to create an application where users will be able to upload their own data, and you'll immediately get it through your React application. So let's go ahead and click Get Started. Oh, hi there. Sorry for interrupting the video. JavaScript Mastery from the future here, editing the video, and I've got some great news for you. Sanity was kind enough to provide you something extra just because you're watching this video. So instead of going to sanity.io, go to sanity.io/JavaScript Mastery. The link is going to be down in the description. And then, instead of running only Sanity init, provide some extra parameters, such as project plan boosted free 2021-12-08. Just make sure to click the link in the description, copy this command, and paste it instead of simply running Sanity init. That's going to be it, and now feel free to continue with the video. The first thing we have to do is install Sanity CLI globally. That's their command line interface that's going to make the setup of the entire Sanity backend incredibly simple. So let's go ahead and copy it. And back inside of our Visual Studio Code, we can change the directory or CD into Share Me backend, and then finally we can run that command. Their entire command line is going to be installed in a matter of seconds, and then we can run Sanity init. This is going to initialize our entire project. If this command didn't work for you, make sure to run npx sanity init, and then it's going to work. With that said, we are now inside of Sanity's command line interface, and we'll have to answer a few questions so that Sanity sets up the best project structure for us. The first thing we have to do is log in. In this case, I'm going to log in using Google, so I'm simply going to press enter. As they say here, login successful, so simply close this tab and return to the terminal. Now, the second thing we have to do is we have to choose which project do we want to use. In this case, we're going to go with a completely new project, so simply press enter on the Create New Project. And finally, let's also choose a project's name. In this case, I'm going to call it Share Me _ JSM. But again, feel free to call it however you'd like. We can again press enter, and now we can say that we want to use the default dataset configuration by simply pressing Y and then enter. Under project output path, we can simply press enter because the default configuration path has already been chosen. And finally, Sanity offers a lot of predefined templates so that you can quickly start with your project. You can choose a movie project, an e-commerce project, a blog. But in our case, we're going to start with a clean project with no predefined schemas. I'm going to teach you how to do absolutely everything completely yourself in this video. So let's go ahead and press enter. Right now, Sanity's CLI is creating the default project files. As you can see, everything is being set up as we speak. Let's give it a minute and then we'll be right back. And the setup has been successful. Now we can run Sanity docs to open up the documentation, Sanity manage to open up the project settings, Sanity help to explore the CLI manual, or simply Sanity start to run our studio. So let's go ahead and run Sanity start. That command started the Content Studio, so you can simply hold Control and click on this URL right here. There, you'll also have to log in. And right here, we can see our so-called desk. In here, you'll be able to add content. But right now, we have an empty schema, meaning that we have to add new schemas to our project. So for now, we can stop this from running by pressing Ctrl+C, and let's try checking out what Sanity Manage does. So Sanity Manage, and as you can see, this opened a newly created project right on Sanity Studio. But for now, we don't care about that either. What we care about is all of the files and folders that have been automatically generated inside of the ShareMe backend. Most importantly, our schemas folder. Right here, we have just one schema at the moment, as you can see right here, and then we'll have to create new schemas and types that we'll later on add right here. So how will our schemas look like? Well, let's go ahead and create our first schema right away. We can right-click right here, create a new file, and let's name it user.js. Inside of here, we can simply write plain JavaScript code, export default, and right there, we can set up some properties. Our user is going to have a name equal to user. Then we're going to have a title of that specific schema or a model, which is going to be user with a capital U. Then the type is going to be a document because each user is going to be a document. Then we're going to add the fields that that document is going to have, and that's going to be an array of a few objects. In here, our first field, the name of the field is going to be user name, like this. Then the title is going to be user name, just like so. And finally, the type is going to be a string. Now we can add a comma here and duplicate this object just below. The second field that our user will have is going to be an image. So right here, we can set the name of the field to be image, the title to be an image as well, and the type is going to be a string as well because it's going to be a URL. And just like that, we've already created the schema of our first document, user. Now we can go back under schema. Inside of here, we can import our first schema by saying import user from /user. And finally, we can add the type of that document or a schema right here by simply saying user. Great. Just like that, we've added our first document type. Now we can open up the terminal again by going to View and then Terminal. And let's run Sanity Start one more time to see if something happened in our Sanity Content Studio. As you can see, this now looks quite different. Now we actually have the content here, and you can see our first document type, which is the user. Now we can click right here, and you'll be able to actually publish a new user instantly. Let's go ahead and set the username to be JSM, as in JavaScript Mastery, and in here, we can put the link to our image. For now, I'm simply going to say https://jsmimage.com. Of course, this is not a real image URL, but for now, let's have it. And as soon as you do that, the document is instantly going to be published. What we've done just now is basically implemented a database. Think about that. We've created a schema and added the ability for users to add new content to that database. How crazy is that? Imagine if we were working on a MERN application, MongoDB, Express, React, and Node. Imagine how much time would we have to spend to just come to this point where we're at right now. It would take hours to just set everything up, but we've done it in a couple of minutes. Now that you understand how adding schemas work, we can go back to our Visual Studio Code and we can start adding all of the other necessary schemas. That's going to take us a few minutes. But if we do this at the start, then we can instantly start creating our React application to use all of that data we've created schemas and documents for. So let's go ahead and add all of the necessary schemas that we'll be using throughout our application. The second schema we can define is going to be a pin. So let's create a pin.js file. Now, you might be wondering, how does a pin look like? Well, let's open up the finished version of our application. If you want to take a look, it's going to be under share-me-sanity.netlify.app. We can use this as a reference for the app we're building. Each one of these images is a pin, and a pin has a lot of things. An image, of course, is going to have a link, a title, and we have to connect it to a specific user that posted it. So let's go ahead and add all of these fields. We can of course start by doing export default and then an object. We can give this a name, which is going to be a pin, and the title is going to be pin with a capital P. The type of this is going to be a document, and you already know the drill. We're going to add the fields as an array. Then we're going to have a few different objects. For our first field, the name is going to be title. Then we can give it a title, which is again going to be a title with a capital T. And then finally, it's going to have a type, which is going to be equal to a string. Now we can copy this object and duplicate it a few more times. We're going to need the about section of that specific pin. So let's rename this to about and about with a capital A. We're going to also need a URL, which we can call a destination, and finally destination again with a capital D. The type of that is going to be a URL. Our pin is also going to have a category, so we can copy this and create a new field called category. And the title is of course going to be category with a capital C, and that's simply going to be a string. Now let's duplicate this a few more times. Below, we're going to have an image, and that image is going to have a title of image, and the type is going to be image. We can also provide an extra options, and in this case, our option is going to be hotspot is set to true. Now, you might be wondering, what does this hotspot mean, and where can you find all the information about all of the specific things that the fields can have, all available types, and more information on how to set up a new schema. I've just browsed through Sanity's docs for a bit and immediately found a hotspot variable. A hotspot variable is a property for options for image type documents, where it enables the user interface for selecting what areas of an image should always be cropped or what areas should never be cropped. So basically, Hotspot makes it possible to responsively adapt the images to different aspect ratios at display time. And if you want to check out all the other docs, you can go to Introduction or Getting Started. Again, all of this is going to be linked down below, and you can find it if you go to sanity.io/docs. I always strongly encourage everyone who is learning a new technology to read out the docs. So in this case, I would encourage you to watch this video thoroughly because I'm going to teach you everything. And then if you want to build a new project with Sanity, then explore everything in more details using their docs. With that said, we now know what a hotspot means and we can keep moving forward. Our next field is going to be a user ID. And there we can also specify user ID with a capital user and ID, and the type is going to be a string. Then we have to provide a few more fields. I know this file is getting big, but our pin is the main part of our entire application. Below user ID, we're going to have the posted by, and then we can also say posted by with a capital P, and the type is going to be, interestingly enough, posted by, because Sanity is smart enough to know that this is going to be a reference to another document. Then different users will be able to save this pin. So we're going to have a save field with a title of save, and the type is going to be an array. More specifically, array of, and then in here, we can specify an object that's going to say type is equal to save. So we want to have a lot of different saves inside of this save array. And the last field of our pin is going to be our comments. So we can duplicate this, say comments right here, comments with a capital C right here. That's also going to be an array, but this time of type comment. That means that we have to create a new schema for documents save and also comment. So let's go ahead and create a new schema for our comment by saying comment.js, export default, and let's go ahead and give it a name, which is going to be simply comment. We can also give it a title, which is going to be comment with a capital C. Let's give it a type, which is going to be document. And finally, let's give it fields, which is going to be an array of two different objects. The first one is going to be name, and that's going to be a string equal to posted by. It's going to have a title posted by as well. And finally, a type equal to posted by. Finally, we can duplicate this one more time. And right here, we're going to have a field for the actual comment. So we can say comment. The title is going to be comment as well. And the type of that comment is going to be a string. Now we can do the same thing with our save document, save.js. And for that, we can simply copy and paste the comment because they are incredibly similar. Instead of the name comment here, it's going to be save with a capital S. Posted by is going to stay the same. And in here, instead of the comment, we want to know the user ID of the user who saved that specific pin. So we can add it here, and the type is going to be string. And finally, the last piece of the puzzle is the posted by. So let's create a posted by.js, and we can say export default. The name is going to be posted by. The title is going to be also posted by, but with a capital first letter. The type is going to be a reference, so this is a new type. And finally, it's going to be a reference to an object where the type is equal to user. So as you can see, Sanity made this so easy. This is almost like using plain English. Our posted by is going to be of a type reference to type user. Great. Now that we have all of these schemas, we can go back in schema.js and we can import all of them. So let's duplicate this 5 more times. The second one on our list is going to be pin. Then we also want to import comment. After that, we also need posted by. And then finally, we need save. And I think that's going to be it. So finally, we can add all of these schema types right here. That's going to be pin, comment, posted by, and save. And as soon as you save that and go back to Sanity Studio, you'll be able to see that this updated automatically. And now you can also create new pins with all of the fields that you mentioned right there. As you can see, the posted by is a reference, so you can actually search a reference for a user. And you can also see that the image is indeed an actual image upload. So with that said, you can easily create new users. You can create new pins that reference to specific users. You can create comments, and you can also see that the posts are indeed referenced. So this comment is going to belong to a specific post, and we can save specific posts, which is similar to liking that post. Great. With that said, our work on the backend is fully done. Now we can start creating our front-end application, and then later on, we're going to connect it to our backend. Phenomenal. It's been amazing using Sanity so far. It's really simple and efficient. In a matter of few minutes, we've created an entire database, and we can immediately start adding documents to that database. Just think about it for a second. But with that said, let's go ahead and start creating our front end. For our front end, we'll of course use React. In my personal opinion, the best JavaScript library for building user interfaces. We're going to use Tailwind CSS with React. Tailwind is a utility-first CSS framework packed with classes like flex, paddings, text center, and so on. Essentially, it allows you to create nice designs such as this one and the application we're gonna build without almost writing no CSS at all. The only thing you do is write utility classes. If you've never used Tailwind CSS before, don't worry, I'm going to teach you how to use it from the beginning. To initialize our React application, we're going to use the npx create react app command, of course. But Tailwind CSS offers a nice installation guide so that we can quickly pair React with Tailwind. The link to this setup guide is going to be down in the description, so make sure to visit it, and then we're going to copy and paste a few lines from here straight into our terminal. So first things first, we have to cd into our share me, and that's going to be front end. Great. So we can go ahead and clear this. Make sure that you're into share me and share me front end. Then you can simply go ahead and copy this line, but not the entire line, everything all the way up to my project. Then simply go ahead and paste it here. And instead of writing my project, simply write /. This is going to initialize the React application straight inside of the share me front end. You can press enter and that command is going to run and initialize a new React application. This process usually takes about a minute, so let's leave it be and I'll be right back. Great, our application has been initialized. We can go ahead and clear the terminal, and we don't have to cd into our project because we're already there. As you can notice, now instead of the share me frontend, you can see the code for our React application. But before taking a deeper look into that, let's go ahead and install Tailwind CSS. So you can copy this line, npm install -d. This is going to install so-called dev dependencies. And finally, we can run npx Tailwind CSS init -p. There we go. This created a Tailwind CSS config file. Let's go ahead and check that file out. There we go, post CSS config and also Tailwind config right here. The one we care about is tailwind.config.js. Inside of here, you can specify the content, you can specify the theme and the plugins. For this application, I've prepared a Tailwind config file, which I'm going to give you access to straight away, just so we don't have to write everything ourselves. You can find the link to the GitHub gist containing the entire Tailwind config down below. There we go. I just pasted it right here. I'm going to give you some time to go down in the description and paste it yourself as well. Throughout this application, there's going to be a few more cases where I'm just going to give you the code to something. And when I say something, I don't mean major pieces of code that make up the entire application. I just mean some general files which are mostly hard to type, but don't contain any logic at all, such as this one. So don't worry, all the knowledge for this project, you're going to have it. I hope you copied and pasted this Tailwind config by now, so let's go ahead and move to the fourth step. And that is to add the Tailwind directives to your CSS. But before we do that, let's go ahead and check what we currently have in our source folder. Source is the main part of our React application. In here we have the index.js and all the other files we might not need. So in this case, the setup tests, we won't be needing that. Same things goes for the logo, report web vitals, and so on. So what I usually like to do is completely clear the source folder by deleting it. Then you can right-click Share Me Frontend, and you can create a new folder called src. That way, we're handling everything ourselves. So let's go ahead and create the most important part in every React application, and that is the index.js file. Inside of here, we of course have to have import React from React. Then we're going to have import React DOM from React-DOM. And this is the only file where React actually connects to the DOM of the website. Now that we have our React and React DOM, we can simply import app from /app. This is going to be our main React application. And we can simply render it. So we can say React DOM.render. And inside of there, we're simply going to render that app as a self-closing component. And then we have to hook that application onto the real DOM by saying document.getElementById, and that's going to be root. Great. Of course, as you might notice, this app doesn't exist yet. So let's go ahead and create it. That's going to be app.js. And inside of there, for now, we can simply create a basic functional component by typing RAFCE. This is going to create a basic structure of a React functional component. If this shortcut didn't work for you, don't worry at all. That most likely means that you don't have the extension installed. And the extension we need is ES6, and I think that's going to be snippets. No, it's going to be ES7 React Redux GraphQL snippets. So just go ahead and install this extension. And as soon as you do, you should be able to run RAFCE and get this entire code. If for whatever reason this command doesn't work for you, just go ahead and type this out yourself. Import React from React, const app, and then return div. We're going to be using RAFCE a lot through this application just to speed up the workflow. Great. Now we have our app, and we can also create an index.css. There we go, index.css, and we can simply import it inside of our index, simply by saying import /index.css. And now we can finally continue where we left off with installing Tailwind. To install Tailwind, as you can see, we need to have that index.css, and we need to add these 3 lines. While we're here, we can also apply some general styles to our application. First, let's set up the default font family. We can do that by saying body, font-family, and that's going to be equal to Lato. And then we also can provide a backup font, which is going to be sans serif. Then we're going to provide a class called hide-scrollbar, and then :-webkit, and then -scrollbar. Like this, we can simply hide the scroll bar because we're going to use custom ones in our application. Great, that's it with our index CSS file. And I think that's also done with Tailwind. We can of course test it out by providing some class names. So let's go ahead and copy these class names, go back in our application, and instead of a div, we'll render an h1 and provide these classes. Before we actually go ahead and run our application, let's install all other necessary dependencies for our project. To do that, we can expand our Visual Studio Code because we won't be needing that Tailwind guide anymore, close all of our files, and open up the package.json. This is where all of our packages are going to be installed. We can go to View, and then Terminal, and finally, we can install all of the necessary dependencies. We can install all the necessary packages by typing npm install, and then we can start listing them out. The first one is going to be add sanity /client, and the second one, add sanity /image-url. We'll use these packages to connect to the Sanity backend. Then we're gonna need react-google-login. This package is going to provide us Google authentication. Then we're going to need react-icons, also react-loader-spinner, also react-masonry-css. This package is going to allow us to create that nice grid of all of the images flowing down one next to another. And finally, we need react-router-dom. This package is going to allow us to, of course, have different routes on our project. And in this project, we'll be using the newest 6 or higher version. So don't worry, you won't have to change it like in most other projects because we're using their newest version of the package. And then we're going to also install UUID, which is going to allow us to create unique identifiers. And that's going to be it. Let's go ahead and press enter, wait about a minute, and all of our packages are going to be installed. Looks like I had a small typo. This here is supposed to be Sanity. I hope you got that right, but anyway, I wanted to point that mistake to you. So right now we can again run this, and hopefully in a minute, all of our packages are going to be installed. And there we go. As you can see, all of the packages have been added to our package.json. And with that said, we're finally ready to start our front end. And we can do that by running npm start. Again, when you're installing all of the packages, make sure that you're in the front-end part of our project, share me frontend. Only install the front-end packages there and only run the application if your terminal is based in that folder. So if you open up a new terminal, you'll have to cd into share me, and then that's going to be frontend like this. Great, I hope that makes sense. I'm going to close this right now and let's see our application in action. And there you go. As you can see, hello world, it's capitalized and underlined and in a different font, which definitely means that Tailwind CSS has been installed successfully. And since we're seeing this, it also means that we set up the base of our project successfully. Now we are ready to start coding out all of the other components and all the logic for our entire project. Let's go ahead and get started. Let's start off by wrapping our entire application into a React router. We can do that by importing right here inside of the index.js something known as a browser router as router, and that's coming from react-router-dom. Then we can simply wrap our app with it, like here. That's going to be router. And then we just put our application straight inside of it. There we go. Of course, let's space this out correctly and put a comma right here. There we go. Our application just became multi-page. But to implement those pages, we can go inside of our app.js, and inside of there, let's go ahead and import a few things. We're gonna import routes, also route, and use navigate. And these things are coming from react-router-dom as well. So for now, instead of this h1, we're simply going to render the routes. Before, this was a switch component, but react-router-dom decided to rename it. And then inside of there, we can have two different routes, which are self-closing components. The first route is going to have the path equal to login, and it's going to render an element like this. Element is equal to a self-closing login component. Of course, we haven't yet created this component, but we're going to create it soon. And now we can duplicate this line. The second route is going to be /everything. So basically, everything else that happens here is going to go to our home component. Of course, now that we have those components here, we have to actually create them. So let's go ahead and create a components folder. And we're also going to have a container folder. So let's go ahead and create that container. And a container folder is essentially the same as a components folder. But inside of the components, we're going to have smaller functional components. And inside of the containers, we're going to have larger components, such as home, that use multiple components inside of them. So our login is going to be a component. So we can create it right here, login.jsx. And let's go ahead and use the rafce command to quickly create a functional component that's simply going to say login. Now that we have our login, let's also create a new container component, which is going to be home.jsx. That's also going to be an rafce that's simply going to say home. Now back inside of our app.js, if our Visual Studio Code is smart enough, you can simply double click the component and simply press Ctrl space, and it should import it straight for you. That's a new thing that I learned. Maybe they added it recently, but it's extremely useful. And we can repeat the process for our home. That's just Ctrl click and then press right here. If that didn't work for you, no worries at all. You can just manually type import login from /components/login and import home from /container/home. And with that done, we should have two different routes. Let's go ahead and check it out. And looks like we have an error. And the error is that I accidentally put the components folder and the container folder outside of the source folder. So you can simply move them inside of the source folder. My bad. Let's go ahead and save it and test it out one more time. And there we go. As you can see, we have a home component right here. And if we go to /login, you can see that we have a login component. Of course, right now, these are just pieces of text, but we're going to implement entire pages and entire functionalities inside of these two components. Great. Let's move straight to our login functionality. As soon as we implement the login, we'll be able to log in and get to our homepage to show all of the different pins. So, login first. Inside of our login component, we can first import a few packages. Let's go ahead and import Google login, and that's going to be imported from react-google-login. Then we can also import use navigate inside of curly braces, and that's coming from react-router-dom. Let's also import in curly braces again fc Google, and that's coming from react-icons/fc. This is going to be just a Google logo. And now we're going to need a few assets, things like images and logos. Let me show you exactly what I mean. Throughout our entire process of building this application, before we start building some features, I'm going to show you how a finished version of that feature looks like. So right now, we're going to focus on building this login page. So of course, we need this nice background video, as well as the logo of our project. So the video background and all of the logos and images we're going to use throughout this video are going to be down in the description. You can find a folder that's going to say assets, so simply go ahead and download it. I'm going to show you how to put it right here as well. So make sure to download the assets folder, and then the only thing you have to do is copy it and paste it straight here inside of the source. There we go. As soon as you do that, you can immediately see that the only things that are in here are the logo PNG, as well as the logo white PNG, and the share video, which is our background video. Great. So now we can go back to the login, and let's go ahead and import those assets. We can import the video by saying import share video from /assets/ and that's going to be share.mp4. We can also import the logo by saying import logo from /assets/ logo white.png. And that's going to be all that we need for now. Now that we have all the imports, let's go ahead and put the editor side by side by the browser so that we can see the changes we write live in the browser. And there we go. I've put our browser side by side, and I'm currently on the /login page. Let's go ahead and close all of the other files as well so that we have a clean working environment. So inside of our login, we're going to have a div that's going to have a class name equal to flex justify-start items-center and flex-call and also h-screen. All of these are Tailwind CSS properties. So if some of these properties don't necessarily make sense to you, definitely make sure to go to the Tailwind documentation and simply search for that specific property. I've opened up the Tailwind documentation, and for example, let's search for h-screen. The only thing you have to do is press this magnifying glass icon, paste it, and go ahead and click the first link. And there you'll immediately get the explanation. Use h-screen to make an element span the entire height of the viewport. Great. Again, you can do this for every single property that you don't necessarily understand or know already. Now, inside of that div, let's go ahead and create another div like this. And this div is also going to have a class name. And the class name is going to be relative, w-full, and h-full, which stands for full width and full height. And inside of there, we're going to create a video component. This video is going to be a self-closing component, and I spread it into multiple rows because we're going to have quite a few properties. First, we need to have a source, and the source is going to be share video. As soon as you save that, you can notice that the video appeared right here. But we need to add some other properties to make it play. Let's say type is equal to video /mp4. And let's also set it to loop. So by default, it's always going to loop as soon as it ends. We can also set the controls to be equal to false. And we can also make it muted because we don't need any sound. And the most important thing is let's make it autoplay. That way, it's going to start playing as soon as it loads. Finally, we can give it a class name equal to w full and also h full and finally object-cover. As soon as you do that, you can notice that this video now takes the entirety of the screen, no matter how tall or how wide it is. Great. Now, just below that video, we're going to have another div, and that div is going to have a class name set to absolute, flex-column, justify-center, items-center, top-0, right-0. Just for good measure, we're also going to add left-0 and bottom-0. So we're basically positioning a div absolutely on top of our current div. And finally, we're going to give it a BG black overlay like this, and we can save that. As you can see, this provided a dark overlay over our current video. Now, inside of that div, let's go ahead and create another div, and this div is going to have a class name equal to p-5, which is just going to provide it some padding. Then we can create a self-closing image tag in there and create a source with the logo. And let's also give it a width equal to 130 pixels. And let's give it an alt that's going to say logo. There we go. Now we can see our Share Me logo at the center. And just below that, we need to create our Google login. So below this div, let's go ahead and create another div. This div is going to have a class name equal to shadow-2xl. And inside of there, we're going to call our Google login component as a self-closing component. But again, I'm going to spread it into multiple rows because it's going to have quite a few properties. We're going to have a client ID property, but for now, let's leave that empty because we need to get that client ID from Google Authentication. Then we're also going to have a render property, which is going to accept the callback function like this. And that callback function is instantly going to return something. So just put parentheses right here. And it's going to get render props as its first parameter. The only thing we want to render is going to be a button. That button is going to have a few properties. First of all, it's going to have a type is equal to button. Then it's going to have a class name equal to bg-main color. And just so we can instantly see something inside of there, put the FC icon, FC Google, which is going to be a self-closing icon. And we can give it a class name that's going to say margin right or MR4. And just next to it, we can say sign in with Google. Now, if we save this, we should be able to see that button. There we go. But as you can see, it doesn't look that good right away. So we have to provide some more Tailwind CSS classes. With the BG main color, we can also make it flex. We can give it a justify-center property to center it. Then we can also set the items-center, provide it with a padding 3. Okay, that already looks so much better. Let's also give it a rounded large like this. And then let's make it cursor-pointer. And finally, outline-none. And this is already more like it. It looks like a real Google sign-in button. Great. Now our button also has to have an onClick property, which is going to be equal to render props dot onClick. This is coming straight from render props, which is coming from the Google login package. And we also need to have a disabled property saying disabled is equal to render props dot disabled. The button is going to be disabled if, of course, we cannot click it for whatever reason. But again, that logic is handled for us through the Google login plugin. Below our render prop, so right here, we also have to have the onSuccess handler, which is simply going to be response Google. This is the function that we are yet to create. And we can duplicate this, and we're going to call the same function on failure. There we go. And finally, we can have a cookie policy, and that's going to be equal to single host origin. Great. Now, as you can see, we of course have an error saying that the response Google function doesn't exist. So let's go ahead and add it at the top of our functional component by saying const response Google is going to be equal to, in here, we're going to get the response from Google. And in here, we can do whatever we need to do with that specific function. But of course, to be able to get anything, we first have to get our client ID from Google, because right now, this is of course not going to work without it. So let's go ahead and retrieve this client ID. To get your own client ID, you can click the link down in the description, or you can just type it in the URL. That's going to be console.cloud.google.com. Through this platform, you can go ahead and create a new project at the top. As you can see, Travel Advisor was one of the older projects I've made, as well as the YouTube API one. But now let's go ahead and create a new project. The project name is of course going to be Share Me, but of course feel free to call it however you want. And we can simply go ahead and create it. In a few moments, the project has been created. So let's go ahead and switch to it. And then we can open up the navigation menu, and we can go to APIs and services. More specifically, we can go to the credentials tab. Inside of here, the only thing you have to do is click create credentials and then OAuth client ID. As soon as you do that, you'll have to configure a consent screen. This is going to be an external application, meaning available to any test user with a Google account. And right here, we just have to provide some information about the app. I'm going to say that's going to be a Share Me platform. We need to provide an email. In this case, I'm going to use my JavaScript Mastery email. The logo, I don't think we have to provide. When it comes to authorized domains, we can leave that empty for now. And finally, we need to enter a developer contact information. In this case, I'm going to go with JavaScript Mastery, and you can enter your own email, of course. With that said, we should be ready to save and continue. Regarding scopes, I'm simply going to leave that empty for now, and we don't need any test users. That's it. Let's go ahead and go back to the dashboard. Back on the OAuth consent screen, we can go ahead and publish the app and click confirm. There we go, and let's try to go to credentials, and it still didn't show up here. So let's go ahead and click create credentials one more time, go to OAuth client ID. Now we can choose web application here. To add our origin, we can click this button and simply type http://localhost:3000. Great. And finally, we can click create. And there we go. As you can see, now we have our client secret and our client ID. We can take those values and then simply put them in our environment variables. If you haven't used envs before, the only thing you have to do is create a new file in the root of our frontend directory. So that's going to be in here, share me frontend, and we can create a .env file. Inside of there, we can do something like react_app_google_API_token. And right there, we can simply paste this API token. In this case, I don't think we're going to need a secret at all, so this is going to be more than enough. So we can go back to our login, and right here, we can retrieve that client ID value. We can open a dynamic block of code and simply say process.env and then that's going to be react_app_google_API_token. And this value is going to populate the client ID straight in. For envs to take effect, we have to restart our application. So simply open up the terminal, press Ctrl+C and then Y, and then simply run npm start one more time. As soon as the app opens up, we can go to /login one more time, and we can open up the console. I'm going to put my console to the bottom of the browser, just so we can see it more clearly. And let's go ahead and try to console log the response we're getting back. So that's going to be console.log and response. Finally, let's try clicking sign in with Google. And a pop-up window appeared. Of course, for you, this is already going to be pre-populated with all the Google accounts you have access to. So just go ahead and click one of them. As soon as you did that, you can notice that you got a console log message containing all of our information to our Google account. We have the access token, Google ID, profile object, token ID, and the token object itself. So now let's go ahead and make use of this information. We can do that by first setting up our profile object to local storage. So right here, instead of console logging the response, we can say local storage dot set item user is going to be json.stringify, and in there we can pass response.profile object or profile obj as they say right here. Just below that, we can destructure some of the properties from that response object by saying const. We want to get the name, also the Google ID, and finally the image URL, and all of this is coming from or is equal to response.profile obj. Great. Now the question is, what do we want to do with these values beside setting them to the local storage? And the answer is, we want to create a new Sanity document for the user, and that user is going to be saved to the database. So let's go ahead and form the fields for that specific document. We can do that by saying const doc is equal to an object where the underscore ID is equal to Google ID, the underscore type is equal to user, then the username is equal to name, and finally the image is equal to image URL. This document here contains the fields that we have specified for our Sanity user schema. We can do that if we go to Share Me Backend, Schemas, and then User. Right here, you can notice that the name of the schema is user, the type is a document, and the only thing it has is going to be the username and the image. The same thing we're passing here. You can notice that it also has some underscore properties like underscore ID or underscore types. This is just used for Sanity to know which document are we creating. And in this case, it's the user. So now how can we actually connect the frontend to Sanity to populate the database we've created just a few minutes ago? To do that, I'm going to expand this piece of code because we won't be seeing the results of our JSX anytime soon. We first have to create the logic to connect to our Sanity. And we can do that by creating a new file inside of our source folder. We can call it client.js. This is the file for our Sanity client side. In here, we can import, that's going to be Sanity client, and that's coming from add sanity/client. And we can also import image URL builder from add sanity, and that's going to be image URL. Just below that, we can say export const client, and that's going to be equal to Sanity client. And right here, we have to provide it with an object. So we call it as a function and immediately provide an object inside of it. So we need to have a few things. The first thing is going to be a project ID. For now, I'm going to leave it as an empty string. Then we have to have a data set, which is right now going to be production. Then we also have to have the version of the API. In this case, I'm going to say API version is equal to 2021, and that's going to be 11.16. Finally, we can decide if we want to use the CDN for our application, and this is going to allow us to more quickly show the images to people around the world. So we can say true. And also we have to provide the token, which I'm going to leave as an empty string for now. Finally, we can also create a builder, so const builder for our images, and that's going to be image URL builder, and we simply need to pass in the client. And finally, we can also export the URL for, which is going to be a utility function we're going to use. We're going to get the source as a parameter, and finally call the builder.image, and then pass in the source. The reason why I'm not explaining this in detail is because you can find it in their documentation, And this is something that you're going to use only if you work with images, as we do in this case. But again, this is not any special logic I wrote. This is something you can easily find on Sanity's documentation. So of course, our next step is to gather the project ID and the token for our project. And I think we can do that if we open up our terminal. We can go ahead and add a new terminal. We can cd into share me backend, and we can run Sanity manage. This is going to open up the Sanity Studio. And right inside of here, we can immediately find our project ID. So let's go ahead and copy it. And we're not going to paste it straight here because we care about security. So we're going to add it to our .env. Inside of our .env, we can simply create a react underscore app underscore sanity underscore project underscore ID. And that's going to be equal to our project ID. But then we also have to find our token. And to find the token, I had to zoom this out a bit and go to API. And finally, you can go under tokens. Right here, you can add an API token. The name can be something like React-token, and we can provide deploy studio access. Let's save it. And there we go. You can find the token. Let's go ahead and copy it. And we can also paste it to our environment variables right here. That's going to be React app sanity and token like this, all uppercase. And we can simply paste it right here. Great. Now that we have all of these values, we of course have to add them right here from environment variables by saying process.env.react underscore app underscore sanity underscore project underscore ID. We can go ahead and copy that thing and paste it to the token as well, but it's not going to be project ID, it's going to be just token. We can close our second terminal and we can again restart this one because we changed environment variables. So let's go ahead and simply press npm start. There we go. We can go ahead and close most of these files. So we're left only with the localhost 3000/login. So now that we have our client back in login, we have to do something with this document. So of course, it would make sense to actually import that client right here. So import client from /client. And now that we have the document, we can simply say client dot and create if not exist. This is extremely useful. It's only going to create new documents if it doesn't already exist in the database. We provide in the document, and then we can provide a .then function. Essentially, we can specify what's gonna happen after we create a new user. And then we want to use the React router DOM navigation. First, we have to call it as a hook right here. Const navigate is equal to use navigate. And then right here, the only thing we have to do is say navigate, call that as a function. And the first parameter is just going to be a string to /. And the second parameter is going to be replace is equal to true. There we go. Now, if our response Google is successful, we should get redirected back to our localhost 3000 and our user should be created in Sanity's dashboard. Let's go ahead and check it out. Right here, I'm going to click sign in with Google. The pop-up appeared on my other screen and I'm simply going to choose my Google account. There we go. I clicked it, but nothing seemed to happen. So let's go ahead and inspect and see if there's something in the console. We can see that there are 3 errors here. More precisely, we can see that our request has been blocked by course policy. This is a really often happening error in React whenever you try to call some APIs. So let's go ahead and check why is this happening. The solution to this problem is most likely going to be in Sanity's manager. So let's go ahead and go back to Sanity's manager platform. Of course, you could go back to your backend terminal and then simply type sanity manage. But I want to show you a cool Chrome trick that you can do. Simply hold Ctrl, Shift, and then press T. This is going to open up the last tab you have opened. And we definitely did have this open just a few minutes ago, so just press Ctrl Shift T a few times and you should get to this specific page, API tokens. But again, if that doesn't work, definitely make sure to go to your backend terminal right here cd into share me backend, and then press Sanity manage. Once you get to this page, just add a course origin right here, and that's going to be http://localhost 3000. And we're going to also allow credentials. Let's go ahead and click save. There we go, requests from localhost 3000 have been enabled. Let's go back to our application and let's try pressing sign in with Google one more time. Even though you cannot see it right now, the pop-up appeared for me and I'm going to log in with my Google account. And this is good. This time we didn't get a course error, but we get a post error. It seems like our token doesn't have the right permissions. It says here, insufficient permissions. You need permissions to create documents. So let's go back to our Sanity Studio and let's go back to our API overview. We can go to /API and then to tokens. It looks like we didn't provide the right permissions for this token. So let's go ahead and create a new API token. In this case, we can call it simply React. And in this case, we need to provide read and write access to all datasets and not only deploy Studio. So we have to provide the editor permissions. Let's save that. And now we have this write token. So the only thing you have to do is copy this token one more time, go back to process.env or just the env, and simply paste this token right here to override the previous one. As soon as you do that, you can simply open up the terminal, go to the front-end part, press Ctrl+C to stop it from running, and then simply run it again by pressing npm start. That's going to open up our localhost 3000 /login, but now our Sanity token has the right permissions. Let's go ahead and try to sign in for potentially one last time. Again, the pop-up appeared and I'm going to log in with my own Google account. And there we go. We were redirected to localhost 3000, which means that the login has been successful. The last thing we can do to make sure that everything has been done 100% correctly is check out our Sanity database. To do that, we can go back to our terminal, create a new terminal, cd into share me backend, and then remember, we have to run one of the commands we ran at the start of this entire video. Let's go ahead and clear our terminal first, and that command is going to be sanity start. There we go, Content Studio successfully compiled. Let's go to localhost 3033. And would you look at that? This was the mock user we created, but JavaScript Mastery right here is the real user that has been created using Google authentication. That means that we successfully not only enabled Google OAuth, but also successfully created Sanity's entire backend system and the database, and successfully connected the Sanity to the client side as well. This is phenomenal. Now, it might be a good idea to keep this running as well, because from time to time, we will have to check what do we currently have in the database. So let's leave this running, just move to our front-end side and hide the terminal altogether. We're gonna leave this Sanity desk right here. We can also leave the Sanity manager right here, but the most important part is our localhost application. So now that we know that everything has been successfully connected and that our login page is completely done, we can finally focus on implementing our homepage. Let's go ahead and do that right away. To implement our homepage, we can of course go back to our code and let's go ahead and close everything besides the home container. Inside of the home container, we first have to import a few things because this is going to be a large container or a component. Let's go ahead and import the use state hook, as well as the use ref hook, and finally use effect hook. These are three most important hooks in React. Then we're also going to import a few icons by saying import hi menu like this, and that's coming from react-icons /hi. And then we're also going to import AI fill close circle. That's another icon coming from react-icons /AI. And then we're going to import three things from React Router DOM, and these are link, route, and routes. And that's coming from React Router DOM. We're going to also need two components that we're going to create on our own. So you can right-click the components folder and create a new file called sidebar.jsx. And inside of there, simply run rafce and say sidebar. Now we can repeat the process for the user profile component as well by simply right-clicking components, creating a new file called user profile.jsx. And inside of there, also run rafce and simply say user profile. Now inside of the home component, we can simply import them by saying import sidebar from components/sidebar. You can duplicate that line, and then we can simply get the user profile as well. But now imagine if you have to import all of the components in multiple lines like we're doing right now. That would take tens and tens of lines. But there is a simpler and more elegant solution. What you can do is create one single index.js file inside of the components folder. There you can say export, in curly braces, default as, and then you can provide the name of the component, for example, sidebar, and that's coming from that/sidebar, and that's it. Now you can duplicate this line, repeat the process for every single component in the components folder, like login, and also do the same thing for user profile. Finally, in the home, the only thing you need to do now is import all of the components in one line by saying import in curly braces, that's going to be sidebar and user profile coming from straight from components. Great. This looks more convenient and more elegant. And if you have a lot of imports in a single file, this is definitely going to make it more readable. With that said, in this home file, we're going to also need the client, the same client we imported before in the login. So this is going to be import client from /client. We're going to also need the logo. So we can say import logo from /assets/logo.png. And we'll also need that second bigger component, which is coming from the containers. So right inside of the container, we can create a new file called pins.jsx. This is going to be our main view where we're going to display all of the images. This is again going to be a component, so we can run rafce and simply for now display pins. Now we can go back to the home and we can simply import. That's going to be pins, not in curly braces, and this is coming from /pins because we are in that same directory with the home as well. Great, this is going to be all that we need for now. Now let's start creating the JSX of our home component. To be able to more clearly see what we're doing, I'm going to collapse this just a bit so that we can see our browser side by side. There we go. Let's start creating our homepage, the main part of our application. Our div is going to have a class name equal to flex container. It's going to have a BG gray 50. If we save that, you might notice just a slight gray color. Then on medium devices, and we can do that by saying md:, it's going to be flex-row. And on not medium devices, it's going to be flex-column. It's going to take the full height of the screen, and it's going to have a transition -height, and duration is going to be 75. And the animation type is going to be ease out. So that's going to be just a slight animation as our div loads. Of course, we cannot see that right away, but we'll be able to see it soon. Then we're going to have one more div right here. And this div is going to have a class name equal to hidden. And then on medium devices, it's going to have flex, and it's going to be height screen, meaning it's going to take the full height of the screen, and flex is going to be set to flex-initial. It's important to understand these first two properties. This means that on all display types, the display is going to be set to hidden, but on medium devices, it's going to be visible and set to flex. That's because we're going to have two different sidebars, one for mobile devices and one for all the other devices. Inside of here, we're simply going to render our sidebar as a self-closing component. And you can see it's right here. Then, just below that, we can render another div. This div is going to have a class name equal to flex md hidden. So you can see it's the other way around here. Usually it's flex, and then on medium devices, it is hidden. And then finally, we can say flex dash row. Inside of here, we're going to render out the icon, which is going to be HI menu. It's a self-closing icon, and it's going to have a font size equal to 40. It's also going to have a class name equal to cursor dash pointer. And on click, we want to call a function, more specifically a callback function, that's simply going to set toggle sidebar to be set to false. Of course, this is a state field that we haven't yet created. So let's go ahead and go to the top of our component and simply start typing use state, and then click this helper right here. That's going to create a state. And without typing anywhere with your mouse, start typing the name of your state. That's going to be toggle sidebar. Now press tab, and then in here, you can immediately set the default value, which is going to be set to false. This definitely speeds up my workflow. Now that we have this icon, we're going to have two different links just below that. Our link is not going to be a self-closing tag. It's going to have a to property, and it's going to point to just /. Inside of here, we want to render out the image, and that image is a self-closing tag with a source equal to logo. It's also going to have an alt tag equal to logo, and it's going to have a class name equal to W28. This is going to set up the width. And right now, we can only see this sidebar. But if we decrease the width of this a bit, then you can notice that we have our menu button and we have our logo. So let's go ahead and increase the width of our code editor like this. And now we can continue with this specific sidebar. Below this link, we're going to have one more width, so we can basically duplicate it. And this one is going to point to, and that's going to be a dynamic block of code with a string user dash profile / and then user $?ID. As you can see, we don't know who this user is, but we can pull it straight from the local storage. So right here, we can say const user info is equal to, and that's going to be local storage dot get item. Remember, we already set the item when we logged in, and we're going to get the item equal to user. But then we have to check if that item is not equal to undefined, like this, because sometimes we won't have the access to the user. So if it's not equal to undefined, then we can use the json.parse to parse that item from local storage. So that's going to be local storage.getItem user. And then else, if we don't have the user, in that case, we're simply going to set that to be local storage dot, and we want to clear it because that means that something didn't went well. Maybe our user token expired. So you can see that we named this user info and not user. So how are we actually going to get the user? Well, we're going to get it from Sanity rather than relying on local storage. So let's create a use effect right here. Again, you can use this helper right here, use effect. We're going to clear everything from in there, and this is going to be a component did mount, meaning the dependency array is going to be set to an empty array. Inside of here, we want to write a Sanity query. So let's go ahead and create a new file, or more specifically, a new folder inside of the source folder called utils. This stands for utility functions, meaning functions that we're going to use across our entire code base, but we want to keep them in one specific place. And then we can create a new file called data.js because we'll be fetching Sanity data from this specific file. Inside of here, we can create that query to get the user. So we can say export const user query is equal to a function, and that function is going to accept a user ID. Now inside of there, we need to write that query. So we can say const query is equal to a template string. Now bear with me. That's going to be asterisk, array sign, and then underscore type is going to be equal to user, like this. And also underscore ID has to be equal to user ID. And this user ID is going to be in string signs. There we go. This is our Sanity query. As you can see, it is a specific syntax, but it doesn't look that hard. We're basically saying, try to get me a document of type equal to user and underscore ID is equal to user ID. And finally, from here, we can return that query. Now we can go back to our home JSX and we can import that user query at the top by saying import. In curly braces, that's going to be user query coming from /utils/data. And then the only thing we have to do is say const query is equal to user query, and we have to provide the user info $Google ID. We're going to query our user like that. And then we can use our Sanity client to say client.fetch. We want to fetch by this specific query, and we can do a .then. Once we get the user, that user is actually going to be as a first parameter in our data, and then we simply want to set it to the state, set user is equal to data, and then 0. This is only going to get one specific user. You can also notice that this set user is going to be a state field. So right here, we can say use state. Again, use this helper right here and call that user, set user, and at the start, it's going to be set to null. Great. Now we're back to our JSX, where now we actually have this user ID. That's great. But our image is not going to be our logo. This time, our image is going to be user ?image. Take a look at that. Now we also have the access to the logo or the profile image of our Google account. That's great. We're pulling all of that data straight from Sanity's database. Now below this div, we want to check if we're currently toggling the sidebar. So we can say if toggle sidebar end, meaning if it's currently turned on. In that case, we want to show something. We're going to show a div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to fixed. It's also going to have a width dash 4 divided by 5, meaning it's going to take 4/5 of the space. It's going to have a bg dash white. Also, it's going to take the full height of the screen, and we're going to set the overflow dash y dash auto. We can also provide some shadows by saying shadow dash md, and also set the z index to be equal to 10. And finally, we can animate dash slide dash in. So we can easily, just like that, provide slide in animations. Inside of there, we want to render another div, and this div is going to have a class name set to absolute. Then it's going to have a full width. It's going to be flex, justify dash end, and also items dash center and padding or p dash 2. Inside of there, we simply want to show an icon, and that's going to be AI fill close circle, a self-closing tag, where the font size is going to be equal to 30 pixels, and also class name is going to be set to cursor dash pointer. In here, we also want to use the onClick, and we're going to call a callback function straight from here, and that callback function is going to set the toggle sidebar to be equal to false. But the previous call to this function, just above on our hi menu, is going to be set to true. We need to be able to close it and then open it up again. And finally, just below this div containing this icon, we can render our sidebar once again. This is going to be our desktop sidebar, and this here is going to be our mobile sidebar. Later on, we're going to use quite a few properties in our sidebar, so let's go ahead and pass them straight away. Both of our sidebars will need to have the user property. So let's simply create a prop called user. By the way, I was holding the Alt key and pressed right here on line 45 and line 29. So now whatever I do, I'm doing it at both places in the same time. So we're going to say if user exists, then simply send the user. That is what this syntax does. If the user exists, then pass the user, else simply pass false. And for our second sidebar, our desktop sidebar, we also need to provide the close toggle, which is going to be set to set toggle sidebar. Great. Now let's save this and check it out. If I click right here, you can see that the sidebar slowly animates in. There we go. And we created this animation just by writing one single line, or not even a line, a few characters. Animate, slide in. And take a look. There we go. It animates straight in. Of course, it's quite empty right now because the sidebar is just that, a sidebar component with just a single div that says sidebar. But soon enough, we're going to implement that as well. For now, let's continue with our home component. So we can go back to the home and let's see what else do we need to add just below our toggle sidebar div. Just below our toggle sidebar, we're going to have one more div. And this div is going to have a class name equal to padding bottom or PB2, flex-1, h-screen for full height, overflow -y-scroll to be able to scroll. And finally, it's going to have a ref equal to scroll ref. Of course, this ref doesn't exist yet, so let's go ahead and create it. We can do that by saying const scroll ref is equal to use ref hook, and at the start, we're going to simply provide null. Let's put this user info just below because we want to have all the hooks in the one place. Then below this use effect, we're going to create one more use effect. And inside of here, the only thing we're going to do, it's also going to be a did mount use effect. We're simply going to set the scroll ref dot current dot scroll to, and we want to scroll to 0, 0. So at the start, we need to set up our scroll to be at the top of our page. Now inside of there, we're going to have our routes from React Router DOM. And inside of there, we're going to have two different routes. Each route is going to be a self-closing component like this. And the first one is going to have a path equal to /user-profile and user ID. But in here, we need to have a / user ID. That means that this here is going to be dynamic. And then we can render an element, which is going to be a user profile component, but we have to call it as that. User profile is a self-closing component. And finally, we can duplicate this line below. And if we go to just / and then anything else, we're going to render the element called pins. And that is our pins container. Inside of that pins container, we have to provide the user, but only if the user exists. So we're going to say user and end user. Great. With that said, now we have those two routes right here. I've just noticed that I've completely missed one div just below this div right here. So let's go ahead and add it straight away. Right below flex MD hidden div, we need to create one more div inside of it. That div is going to have a class name equal to p-2, also width-full, flex-row, justify-between, items-center, and shadow-md. Now inside of that div, we're going to have to put our icon and our two links. So let's just shift them together. And our toggle sidebar needs to go above our current div right here below that newly created div. Take a good look at this, make sure it's all right. We have one div, flex MD hidden. Inside of it, we have a p2w full div with the icon and two links. We close that div there, we call the toggle sidebar, and then we close this upper div as well. And then below that div, we have a div that contains the routes with two different routes. Considering that I could have made some changes that might have been hard to follow right now, I'm going to leave the entire code for this entire file down below in a GitHub gist. Just find it under gists and then home.jsx. But again, I hope you got all of this all right. With that said, take a look at our glorious navbar right now. This is our mobile navbar with the JavaScript Mastery logo on the right side or your own Google logo, the Share Me application logo at the center, and on the left side, we have a hamburger icon that's going to open up the sidebar. Now let's try expanding our code right here. And if we expand it, you can only see the words sidebar and pins. But the only reason for that is that we haven't yet actually implemented neither the sidebar or the pins. So that might be a good next step to take. Let's go ahead and implement the sidebar because we need it both for our desktop view and also for our mobile view. To implement the sidebar, we can of course go to the sidebar component. You can just control and then click it and it will transport you straight to there. Inside of our sidebar component, we can of course import a few things. We're going to import the nav link as well as the link from, you guessed it, React Router DOM. We're going to also need a few icons. So let's get the RI home fill that's coming from react-icons/RI. Then let's also get the IO, iOS, arrow, and then forward. This is coming from react-icons/IO. Let's also get the logo. So we can say import logo from, that's going to be /assets and then /logo.png. And then we already know that our sidebar accepts two different properties, the user prop and the close toggle prop. Remember, we were passing these when we called the sidebar component from our home component right here. So we're definitely going to make use of them. So let's start by styling this div and providing it a class name equal to flex, flex-column, justify-between, and let's also give it a background white, h-full, overflow-y-scroll, min-w-210, which stands for min width, and then hide-scroll bar. Now, if we save that, we won't be able to see anything yet, but let's go ahead and provide the inner div. This div is going to have a class name equal to flex and flex-column. Inside of there, we're going to have one link like this. That link is not going to be a self-closing tag. It's going to point to, and that's going to be /. We're going to also give it a class name equal to flex, padding x-5, gap-2, margin y-6, padding top-1, width is going to be 190 pixels, and items-center. And inside of there, we can simply render our image with the source equal to logo. Also, the alt is going to be logo. And finally, we want to give it the class name, which is going to be width-full. Okay, there we go. Of course, we have to close this string right here. And we have to add an on-click to this specific link. So let's say on-click. And on-click, we want to call the function called handle close sidebar, like this. And we can declare that function right here. Const handle close sidebar is equal to an arrow function. And there we simply want to check if close toggle is not equal to undefined. This can simply be written as if close toggle exists. In that case, simply call close toggle, and that's going to be false. The reason why we're doing this is because in home, in here, we are passing the set toggle sidebar as close toggle, and here we're not. So we only want to be able to call this function if close toggle exists. Great. As you can see, that added this logo right here. Now let's go ahead and add a div just below that logo. This div is going to have a class name equal to flex, flex-col, and gap-5. Inside of there, we want to have a few navigation links. So right here, let's create a nav link. That nav link is going to have a to property, same as the link did, just to /, and it's going to have a class name. Now for the class name, we want to use a dynamic block of code because we want to check if it is active or is it not active. So if this specific nav link is active, then we can create a callback function and we can destructure the isActive property straight from here. This is something given to us by React Router DOM as soon as we use the nav link component. And right here, we can say if is active. In that case, we want to render the is active style. Else, we want to render is not active style. So this is simply going to be a string of styles that we're going to create on our own. We can do that just above right here by saying const is not active style. And then that's going to be equal to a string. And now bear with me. That's going to be flex items-center px, which is padding x on horizontal axis 5, gap-3, text-gray-500. On hover, we want to have a text-black. We want to have a transition-all. We want to set the duration of that transition to be 200, and the transition can be ease in, out, and we want to capitalize the text. So I know this is a long class list, but there we go. And now we can duplicate it, and it's going to be is active style, and we want to change a few things. Flex is going to stay the same for the item center, px5 gap 3, but now we're going to start by changing the text color. So we won't have text gray 500. Rather, instead of that, we're going to have font dash extra bold, border dash r dash 2, border dash black, and then we can remove this hover right here, and we're going to leave in the transition. Great. So now if we save that, later on, as soon as we add the nav links, you're going to notice the difference between the active navigation link and the not active navigation link. For the first one, we can simply provide the link icon, RI, home, fill. And then just below that, we can say home. There we go. As you can see, this is our nav link, and it is currently active because we are on the / route. And the React router is smart enough to immediately know that by this route right here. Then below this nav link, we're going to have an h3, and this h3 is going to have a class name equal to margin top -2, px-5, text-base, and also 2xl colon text-xl. And inside of there, we're going to say discover categories. There we go. So now you can see this h3 as well. And now our next goal is to loop over the categories. Of course, later on, we're going to save those categories in Sanity's database. But for now, we can simply create a mock array of our categories. So let's say const categories, and that's going to be equal to an array. Each category is going to have a name and an image. So right here, let's just create the names for all of the categories. That's going to be name is equal to, let's say, animals. Then we can duplicate this. The second object name is going to be set to wallpapers. Then for the third one, let's do something like photography. For the fourth one, let's do gaming. And let's do coding for the last one. Great. Now our goal is to map over these categories just below this h3. Let's do categories.slice, and we want to slice them from 0 and then to categories.length -1, because later on the last category on our list is going to be other, and we don't want to have that other listed as a category. Once we slice them, we want to call a .map on it. So .map. In here, we're going to get an individual category, and we want to render a piece of JSX. So make sure to just use normal parentheses. For each of our categories, we want to render a nav link. That nav link is going to point to, and that's going to be a dynamic string that's going to go to /category / and then category.name. To our above nav link, we forgot to add the onClick property, which is simply going to handle close sidebar. And now we can copy the class name and the onClick and also add it to this specific nav link, because they're all going to behave the same. We want to know if they're active or not, and we want to close the sidebar once we click something. But for this one, we also need to provide a key, because we're looping over them. And the key can be category.name because they all need to be unique. And finally, inside of there, later on, we're going to render an image. But for now, since we just have the name of the category, let's simply render category.name. And there we go. As you can see, all of our categories appeared. And now if we click on one of them, like animals, you can see our sidebar closed. But now that is the selected nav link. That works perfectly. Also, the category in the URL changes. This is great. Of course, later on for our real categories, we're also going to show the image of that category. If you go to share-me-sanity.netlify.app, you can see how this is going to look like at the end. That's great. But for now, let's continue developing our sidebar. Below, not this div, but one more div, right here, we want to check if the user exists. So we can do a dynamic block of code and say user and n, and only if it exists, then render this block of code. So if the user does exist, we're going to render a link. This link is going to have a to property, and it's going to go to a string of user-profile / and then user._ID. It's also going to have a class name. This class name is going to have a flex property, my5, mb3, gap-2. And before I start adding all the other properties, let me just add what's inside of the link so that you can more clearly see what these properties are doing. For now, I'm going to delete those. So our link is going to have an image. That image is going to be a self-closing tag, and it's going to have a source equal to user.image. Then it's going to have a class name equal to w-10, h-10, and also rounded-full. Of course, this has to be inside of our class names. And it's also going to have the alt tag equal to user-profile. Great. So right now we added that link, and you can see the small JavaScript Mastery logo on the bottom left. Let's also provide a paragraph right here, a p tag that's simply going to say user.username. Make sure the n here is capitalized. We can see JavaScript Mastery. So now, every time that I type one of the properties here, I'm going to press Ctrl S to save it, and you should see the changes live. So let me just move this a bit more to the left, and let me show you what I mean. First, we're going to make this flex, and you can see that that immediately changed the positioning. I'm going to add margin Y, meaning on top and bottom, 5. There we go. And also margin bottom is going to be set to 3. Then we're going to add the gap is set to 2, and then also padding is set to 2. Let's also center the items by doing items.center. And finally, let's do bg-white, because later on we can color the sidebar gray. And let's do rounded-lg. Of course, we cannot see that yet, but let's provide a shadow-lg. There we go. Now we can see that shadow around the entire div, and this really stands out. And finally, let's provide the margin X, which is on left and right side, 3. There we go. So now you can see this nice paper right here, and it looks like a profile button that you can click to go to your profile. Great. This link is also going to have an on click. Is going to be set to handle close sidebar, because whenever we click a link on the sidebar, we want to go to the home page. We want to see what we clicked. And with that, our sidebar is done. The only thing that's not completely done are the real categories, which we're going to create later on. For now, we just have a few demo categories, but that's not really a problem because we can see how everything looks like. Let's also check how our sidebar looks like if we expand it to desktop, and there we go. Now you can see that we have this nice sidebar already opened. Looks great. We can switch between the items, and we are ready to start creating the pins, which are the main part of our application. So our pins container is going to be the next thing we can work on. To start with the pins, let's go ahead and close all of our currently open files just so we have a clean working environment. Then we can go to container and then pins. Inside of here, we can start by importing use state. and that use state is of course coming from React. Then we also want to import routes as well as the route, and this is coming from React router DOM. Now inside of here, we'll have to import a lot of different components that we are yet to create. So let's go ahead and create the components first, and then we can import them. First, let's create the navigation bar or a navbar component. So that's going to be navbar.jsx, and again, that's going to be RAFCE, where we simply type navbar. Okay, so now we have a navbar. Let's also create a feed, our image feed. So that's going to be feed.jsx and also RAFCE. And inside of there, we're going to say feed. Then we want to have a pin details page. So let's go ahead and create pin detail.jsx and again, RAFCE. And inside of there, we say pin detail. We also need a create a pin page. So let's create a create like this, create pin component .jsx, also RAFCE and create pin. And finally, we need a search component. So let's create a search.jsx. That's also going to be an RAFCE, where for now we can simply say search. Now, of course, we have to export all of our components from our index.js. Let's go ahead and copy this line 5 more times. And now we can start by renaming the first one to navbar. Then we're going to have feed. We also need to have pin detail like this. Of course, this is supposed to be pin detail. Then we're going to have create pin. And finally, we're going to have search. With that said, we can close all of these components, go back to pins, and now we can import them by saying import in curly braces, navbar, feed, pin detail, also create pin, and finally search. And all of this is coming from / components. Great. Now, inside of our pins, we're going to have a search term state. So let's go ahead and create a search term. And at the start, it's going to be set to an empty string. Why are we creating this search term inside of the pins component and not inside of the search? Well, because we need to share it across multiple components. Our navigation bar is going to have access to the search as well as the search itself. So let's go ahead and start creating the JSX. Our div is going to have a class name, px2, as well as the md px5. Then inside of there, we want to have one more div, and this div is going to have a class name, bg-gray-50. Great, that's barely visible. And then inside of there, we're going to have a navigation bar component, just like this, as a self-closing tag. As I've mentioned, our navigation bar is going to have the access to search term as well as the set search term. So we're going to pass them as props right here. Then below this div, we're going to create one more div. This div is going to have a class name equal to h-full, which stands for full height. And we're going to provide different routes here, like this. Inside of the routes component, we're going to create multiple separate routes. Our first route is going to be path just /, and it's going to render the element called feed, which we need to render as a self-closing component. Now I'm going to duplicate this 4 more times. And now the second one is going to render if we go to category and then / category ID. So this is going to be when we go to a specific category. And then in that case, we also want to render the feed. So that's going to be the same. But if we go to something like, in this case, pin-detail and then / pin ID, in that case, as you can guess it, we're going to render the pin detail component. And to that pin detail, we're going to provide our user. User is equal to user. Now this user is coming through props to our pin container right here, because if you think about it, back in the home component, we are passing that user as a prop to our pins container. So we're getting the access straight here, and then we're passing it over to our pin detail. Now for the create pin, we can of course go to /create-pin, and inside of here, we're going to render create pin. Inside of there, we also need to pass the user is equal to user because we need to know who created a specific pin. And finally, if the user goes to /search, in that case, we want to render the search component and we want to pass a few things into it, a few things being search term and also set search term is equal to set search term. That way, we're sharing all of the necessary details or states through props to our search component, and they're going to be shared among navbar and search. Great. So as you can see right here, right now you can see navbar and then feed. But if we go to something like pin detail like this, then you can notice that now you can only see the navbar. But if we go to pin detail /1, for example, you can see that we can actually see the pin detail. Same thing if I go to search, you can notice that now we can see the search component. So one thing that's going to be shared among all of these components is the navbar. So let's go ahead and create the navigation bar component first, and then we can focus on each one of these individual routes. To create our navigation bar component, let's hold Control and then click on navbar. We're going to be transferred right here, and we can import a few things from React Router DOM. These things being link and also the use navigate hook coming from React-router-DOM. We're going to also import a few icons. These are going to be IO, MD, add, as well as the IO, MD, search. And these are coming from React-icons/IO. Now, inside of our navbar, we're getting search term, as well as the set search term, and also the user coming through as props. Inside of here at the top, we can initialize our navigate hook by saying const navigate is equal to use navigate. And this is the same as redirect in one of the previous versions of React Router DOM. So now that we can navigate and now that we have all of our search terms and user here, we only want to show the navigation bar if the user exists. So if there is no user, in that case, we want to return null. Else we want to show our navigation bar. So for our navigation bar, we're going to have a class name equal to flex, also a gap of 2. On medium devices, the gap is going to be 5, width is going to be full, margin top is going to be 5, and padding bottom is going to be 7. Now, if I save this, you won't be able to notice any changes right now, so we have to add a few more divs. Just inside of this div, I'm going to create one more div, and this div is going to have a class name equal to flex, also justify-start. It's also going to have items-center. We can give it a width-full, padding x2, rounded-medium, bg-white, border-none, and also outline-none. Let's also make it focusable. So we can say focus-within, and then shadow-small. So if we focus it, then it's going to have a shadow. Of course, this is still not noticeable because we have to add something to inside of that div. So right here, let's provide the IO MD, and then that's going to be search. So IO MD search, which is going to be a self-closing icon like this. Let's give it a font size equal to 21. And also let's give it a class name equal to margin left ML1. And we cannot see it yet, but let's go ahead and add our input as well. So our input is going to go just below our search. Right here, an input is going to be a self-closing tag, but it's going to have a lot of properties. The type is going to be set to text. On change, we simply want to call the set search term. So right here, we can provide a callback function where we get the event and then we call set search term is equal to e.target.value, like this. Then we also want to give it a placeholder, and that's going to be equal to search. We also need to provide the value, and the value is going to be search term. And we can also do something if we focus. So we can say on focus is equal to, and then a callback function where we can say navigate and then /search. If we do this, then we're going to move from the basic feed to our search feed. And let's also give it a class name equal to p-2 width-full bg-white and outline-none. Great. Now, we still cannot see this navigation bar at all. That must mean that the user doesn't exist. Let's try removing this check and see if that is really the case. And there we go. Now we can see our entire search in its full glory. It's possible that I made a bit of a pause from recording, and that's why I got logged out of my Google account. So let me just go quickly to log in and simply sign in one more time. There we go. I signed back in. And now if I bring this back, I still cannot see that. Let's see if we're passing the user properly to our navigation bar. So I'm going to look to all the places where I'm calling the nav bar, and that's only here. So we indeed are not passing the user as a prop, and that's completely my mistake. We have to pass our user right inside of here. And as soon as we did that, you can now notice that the search is there. Great. So below our input and below the div containing that input, we can create another div. And this div is going to have a class name equal to flex and also gap-3. Now inside of there, we're going to have two different links. The first link is going to contain an image, and this image is going to simply have the user's image. So that's going to be user.image. We can have the alternative tag to something like user-image. And also we can set the class name equal to width-14, height-12, and rounded-lg. It looks like we don't need to mention the image here. It's just user because HTML already knows that. There we go. So let's try to reload the page. And it looks like that our app didn't load. Let's go ahead and open up the console. Right here inside of our console, we can notice that we have cannot read property path name, and that happened in the link. That's because we need to provide a to property right here. I hope that it's not going to throw an error right away, but it looks like it does. So I'm going to open up a dynamic block of code and enter user-profile/user?_ID. There we go. And let's also give it a class name. And that class name is going to be equal to hidden and also md-block. As soon as we save that, you can now see that we have this search right here. And if I remove this mobile mode right here, you can also notice that there is the small JavaScript mastery logo at the top, and this is going to lead us to our profile. Now we want to add one more link, so I'm going to simply duplicate this. Instead of rendering the image to our profile, we can simply render the IOMD add icon like this, and this is going to lead simply to create bin, create-bin. And let's also change the class name. The class name is going to be bg-black, text-white. Also, let's give it rounded-lg, width-12, height-12. You can see this is slowly starting to form on the top right corner. On medium devices, width-14, and on medium devices, let's also set the height to be equal to 12. Let's also give it a property flex, justify-center, and items-center. And as soon as we do that, you can notice that plus icon right at the top next to the JavaScript Mastery logo, or in your case, your user logo. Great. With that said, our navigation bar is now done. Right now, we're displaying a search bar as well as the icon to visit the profile page and an icon to create a new pin. Now we can start creating each one of the components below the navigation bar individually. The first component on our list is, of course, the feed component. So let's go ahead and create it right away. To create our feed component, we can of course control click the feed and start importing all of the necessary dependencies. From React, we're gonna need use state as well as the use effect hooks. Then just below that, we can also import use params, which is coming from react-router-dom. We're going to use this to find out what are the currently passed in parameters. With that, we can find out what is the category that the person is currently looking at. Then we're going to import our client, and our client is coming from /client. This is our Sanity client we're talking about. Just below our client, we can import two new components. The first one is going to be called masonry layout. A weird name for a component, I know, but I'm going to explain what that means really soon. And this is coming from /masonry layout. Then just below that, we can import a spinner component for our loading, and that's going to be coming from spinner. Of course, we're getting an error because these components don't yet exist. So let's go ahead and create them. A new file called masonry layout.jsx, and that's going to be an REFCE where we can simply say masonry layout. And now we can repeat the process for our spinner.jsx, where we're simply going to create a React arrow function component containing the word spinner, at least for now. And now let me explain what masonry layout actually means. One search across Google Images is quickly going to give you the answer. This is how the masonry layout looks like. It's going to be a not so straight grid. A grid with items in rows and columns, but items don't have the same heights. That is a masonry layout, and it provides a nice natural view, especially for images. We can see that live on our example right here, especially if we expand this. As you can see, this image is not as tall as the other ones. And we can scroll through all of the images in our masonry grid. Great. Now that you know what a masonry grid is, we can go back and start implementing it. More specifically, let's first set up the loading state. So right here, we can say use state, and then use this helper right here, and call the state loading and set loading. At the start, that's of course going to be set to false. Inside of here, we can do if loading. In that case, we can simply return a spinner, which is a self-closing component. And right here, we can say something like a message, which is a prop. And we can simply say we are adding new ideas to your feed and an exclamation mark. Great. And the cool thing about this is that later on, once we actually go on a specific category like coding, we'll be able to say we are adding new coding ideas to your feed and so on. So we're going to make this dynamic. And that is the only reason why we're passing it through the props. So now let's set the loading to true just so we can test it out and implement the spinner. And let's go to the actual spinner. Inside of here, we're going to import loader, which is coming from react-loader-spinner. We are of course getting a message through props right here. And inside of here, we can give this div a class name that's going to say flex, flex-column or col, justify-center, items-center, width-full, and height or h-full. Then we can render a self-closing loader component right here. And we can give it a type is equal to circles. We can also give it a color, which is equal to 00BFFF. We can give it a height, which can be something like 50, and a width, which can be around 200. Finally, let's give it a class name, which is margin or M-5. And just below that spinner or loader, we can render a paragraph, which is going to have a class name equal to text-lg, text-center, and bx-2. And it's simply going to render out our message. Let's go ahead and save this, and then we can close this file. and go back to our feed. Remember, right now we are on the search, but if you click Share Me, that's going to bring us back to our feed. And as you can see, we have these nice circles loading and saying we are adding new ideas to your feed. Great, our loader is now done. Of course, we're going to set that to false at the start, and we actually have to think about how are we going to fetch the posts, and then we're going to turn on and turn off the loading. To fetch the posts belonging to a specific category, or just to fetch all of the posts in general, we'll have to use Sanity's querying language to actually query those posts from our Sanity database. Let me show you what I mean. First, we have to create a use effect. And this use effect is going to be called at the start of our application, meaning on component did mount, but it's also going to be called anytime that our category changes. And how are we going to know if the category changed? Well, we can look at the URL. So right here, we can say const get the category ID in curly braces, and that's going to be equal to use params, and we call it as a hook. This is provided for us by React Router DOM. Now that we have that category ID, we can use it right here in the dependency array to recall our use effect every time that the category changes. So in our use effect, we're going to have an important if statement to make. If there is a category ID, meaning if we are searching for a specific category, then we want to do something. But if we're just on / or / feed, in that case, we want to search for all of the categories all together. So in that case, we can have this else right here. So as soon as we start searching for something, we can set the loading to be equal to true. And then remember what we were doing before. We have to set up a query. We were doing that when we were fetching a specific user. We can search for client.fetch, and then you'll be able to see where we used this specific syntax. You already wrote one Sanity query for fetching the user data. Now we have to create one to fetch category posts and also to fetch all posts together. So if we're searching for posts from a specific category, then we can say const query is equal to search query, and then we can pass in the category ID. Of course, this search query is something we are yet to create. To create this search query, we can go back to our utils and our data.js. Inside of here, we can say export const search query, and we're going to have a parameter in there, which is going to be a search term. We're going to pass that from our frontend, from our component. And then in there, we want to create a query. Const query is equal to a template string, like this. And it looks like I'm missing an arrow sign right here. There we go. And now we need to write our query. Sanity uses something known as GROQ or Grok, and that is the Sanity's querying language. It stands for Graph Relational Object Queries, and you'll be able to describe exactly what information your application needs, potentially joining information together from several sets of documents and then stitching together a very specific response with only the exact fields you need. It's extremely similar to GraphQL, but it's even easier to write. I'm going to leave the link to this document down below, and I would strongly encourage you to go through it and read about at least some of the introductory topics. But as you can see, starting from the basics, you need to start with an asterisk. An asterisk represents every document in your dataset. So to be able to fetch a movie, you can say asterisk and then open square brackets, underscore type is equal to movie, and release date is larger than or equal to 1979. So let me show you how we can do that for our pins. Let's start with a star and then square brackets. We can say underscore type is equal to and then a string of pin because we only need pins back. We can say end title match is going to be a string, and then inside of there we're going to provide a template string that's going to be our search term. And then we can say or category match. So we can match either by title or category. And again, in here, we're going to have our search term like this. Make sure to wrap it in string signs, even though this is a string of its own. And then finally, we can say or one more time about match, because we want to make our search as smart as possible. It's going to search for about in each pin. It's going to search for the category as well as the title itself. So we need to repeat this thing, a string with a search term inside of it. But in each one of these search terms, just after the closing brace, you can add the asterisk, meaning it's going to start matching terms even before you actually finish the term. Great. Just after the square bracket, we can open up a pair of curly braces. Inside of here, we can specify what data do we want to get back. We of course want to get back an image. More specifically, that image is going to contain an asset and we need to get back the URL. This is the syntax. It might look weird at the start, but as you read through this just a bit and write it a few times yourself, it's going to make full sense and it's actually extremely intuitive. Now, we also need the ID of a specific pin. So just below the image, I'm going to add a comma and say _ID. We also need the destination. And finally, we're going to have the posted by as well. But from the posted by, we only need to get some things. We need the _ID. We need the user name of the person who posted it, and also the image of the user who posted it. Then, after that, we can provide a comma and get an array like this of all the people who saved that specific pin. So we can say save and then an array sign, and then an object. We need to get the keys of all the people who saved it, and also posted by for each one of these saves. I know it's getting a bit confusing, but just bear with me. And we can write _ID, user name, and image of all of the people who saved that specific post. Let's also make sure to add a comma right here and right here. And this is one of our most complicated queries. Let's go ahead and return it just at the bottom. Okay, now our search query is fully done. So let's go back to the feed. And right here, we can now import it. We can press the control space and it should be imported automatically. There we go, search query coming from /utils/data. Now that we have the query, we can do client.fetch, provide in the query of the data we want to fetch. We can say .then, we get the specific data back, and then we want to set the pins to be equal to data. Of course, these pins are a state, so let's go ahead and create .useState. We're going to call it pins and set pins, and at the start, they're going to be set to null. Of course, we also want to stop the loading, so I'm going to say set loading is equal to false. Great. And this is going to do the logic of fetching all of the pins or posts for a specific category. Now, of course, we also have to make this work for all of the posts, not depending on a specific category. So we can create a new query in the data, and we can call it export const feed query to get all the posts from the feed. And that's going to be not a function because we don't need any specific parameters. It's just going to be the query itself. And remember what we said. We're going to start with an asterisk and then a pair of square brackets. _type is going to be the same. So it's going to be a pin like this. And we can put one straight line and then specify the order. So we can say order is going to be _created add and is going to be descending. So the newest posts are going to show up on top. We were supposed to close this square bracket right here and not here. And finally, after this parenthesis, we can specify what data do we need from all of these pins that we get. And that data is going to be the same as this data right here. We need the image, more specifically the URL from that image, the ID, destination, posted by, and then the list of all the people who saved that specific post. So let's go ahead and copy this and paste it straight here. And there we go. That was our feed query. Now we can go back to our feed In this case, we don't have to call the search query because remember, we're not providing any parameters. We have the already done query. So we can simply say client dot fetch, and then we're going to provide the feed query. Of course, we have to import it. So you can do control space and then simply import it here, or do it manually right here, feed query and search query from /utils and then data. After we fetch the data, we can call the .then, get the data, set the pins to be equal to data, and also set the loading to be set to false, meaning we're fetching all of the pins. Of course, it would be great if we could show some pins, but right now at the moment we don't have any pins to show and we don't yet have the functionality to create those pins. So we can go to our Sanity desk right here and create a new pin straight from their dashboard. Let's go ahead and create a new pin. Our pin is going to have a title. Let's specify the title, and the title is going to be something like JSM logo because the image I'm going to upload is going to be my own logo. The about, we can say this is the image containing the JSM logo. Let's fix this typo right here. There we go. As the URL destination, let's add the resource.jsmasterypro.com/newsletter. If you haven't already, definitely make sure to subscribe to our newsletter where I weekly share all of the best tips, guides, and ebooks from the web development world. See you there. With that said, we can also provide a category, and in our case, that's going to be web development. And the last thing we have to do is drag and drop the image. Instead of dropping my own logo, I found some of the old images from my desktop setup. So let's go ahead and share that instead. I'm going to pull it and drop it right here. That image is definitely going to look better on our masonry grid. Let's change this to JSM desk setup. Great. And right here, this is the image containing the JSM desk setup. And with that, we can create our first pin. We of course have to attach it to a specific user. Usually, this is going to be done through our application straight away for us, but since we're creating the document from inside of the Sanity's desk, we have to write it ourselves. So I'm going to go to User, JavaScript Mastery, and if we go to More Settings and Inspect, we can see the _ID right here. So let's copy it, go back to the pin, and let's add our user ID. In here, we can also automatically choose the user that created that specific photo. Right now, we don't have to add any comments and no people saved the post yet. So let's go ahead and publish it. There we go. We've just published the post through Sanity's desk. But later on, we're going to implement the create a post straight from inside of our application. Right now, we needed to do it here just so we can quickly try and see if we've successfully created the logic for fetching the pins. Let's test it out. I'm gonna reload the page, and right now we can see the feed, but unfortunately, I don't yet see the posts. And that's of course because we just wrote posts here. We haven't actually shown any pins. So to show the pins, what we can do is say if pins exist. In that case, we can simply render a masonry layout like this. And we're going to provide the pins straight to it. Great. So our next step, of course, is to go to the masonry layout and in here, render out those pins. That's going to be simpler than you think because we're going to be using a React Masonry CSS package. Don't reinvent the wheel if something already exists. So let's go ahead and import Masonry, and that's coming from React-Masonry-CSS. We can also import one individual pin that we'll have to loop over. So let's import pin from /pin. And this is also a new component that we have to create. So let's do that immediately. We're going to create a new file called pin.jsx. And for now, simply render the word that says pin. There we go. So now back in our masonry layout, we have to create an object containing the options for our breakpoints. We can say const breakpoint object, and right here we can set the default number of columns. Let's say by default there are 4. On 3000 pixels of width we can show 6. Maybe if there are 2000 then we can show 5. On 1200 pixels we can show only 3. On 1000 we can show 2. And finally on 500, that's on mobile devices, we can show 1 per specific column. These are the numbers that I found to work the best. Of course, feel free to test this out after we create some more pins. And the only thing you have to do right now is simply call the masonry component we've just created. We need to give it some class names. Class name is going to be flex, as well as the animate-slide-fwd, as in forward. And we're going to provide the breakpoint object, which is going to be breakpoint obj right here. But in here, the actual property name is breakpoint calls, as in columns. Great. And now inside of there, we have to loop through our pins by saying pins dot map, and then we get an individual pin. And for each pin, we want to show a self-closing pin component. To that component, we're going to simply pass the key, which is going to be equal to pin dot underscore ID, and we're going to pass the pin itself. Of course, in here, once we're mapping over the pins, we're going to get an individual pin in parentheses. And let's also give it a class name equal to w-max. Of course, we don't yet have the pins here because we haven't imported them from props. So right here, we're passing them through props so we can instantly get them right here. So now if we save this, go back and reload the page, you can indeed see that there is one pin right here. And do you know why the image isn't there? That's because even though we are getting the whole data about that image and the text, we're currently only showing the word pin. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. So in here, we actually need to render out that image. Our pin is going to contain a lot of stuff. Once you hover over the image, you'll be able to save it, download the image, go to the URL of that image, and so much more. But for now, just so we know that everything works perfectly, let's go ahead and simply render out the image of that specific pin. We can do that by simply rendering the image tag right here. That image tag is going to have a class name equal to rounded-lg and also width-full. Let's also give it an alt tag equal to user-post. And finally, we can give it a source equal to URL for image and then dot width 250 and then dot URL, and then we call that as a function. This is Sanity's way for efficiently fetching the images. This way, the image is going to be optimized for this specific width. But right now, we have two problems. The URL for, what is that? Well, if you remember correctly and press Ctrl space, and if this Visual Studio Code magic works for you, then you can immediately import it right here. This URL for is a small utility function we've created once we actually connected to Sanity's client. And then this image will be coming from a pin. And if you think about it, we are passing the pin through props right here, and then we can destructure a few things out of it. More specifically, we can destructure who posted that pin. So that's going to be posted by. We can also destructure the image itself, of course. We can destructure the underscore ID of the image and the URL destination. Now we have everything we need. Let's save the file. And there we go. This is the image of my setup right here. We've created the actual post through Sanity's desk, meaning we added it to the database through a specific form that every pin is going to have. And then we're connecting our React frontend to Sanity's backend, and we're actually fetching out all of the posts. Right now, there is of course just one, but later on, there's gonna be a lot of them. And think about it, you're not the only user who can create posts. Later on, you can share this application and create a real social media application out of it. Sanity is extremely cool and it allows us to build amazing things extremely quickly. Now, our next goal is going to be to complete this pin image. Once you hover over it, you'll be able to save it, delete it, go to the image URL, check the author of that image, and much more. So that is going to be our next step. To start implementing our pin component, let's first go ahead and import a few things, our dependencies. We're gonna need a useState hook from React, so we can easily just import it. That's going to be useState. Then we're gonna also need to import link as well as the useNavigate hook, and that is coming from React Router DOM. Then we're gonna also need to import something known as v4 as UUID v4. This is a unique resource identifier. This is going to provide us unique IDs for each one of our posts. And this is going to be coming from UUID. Then let's import a few icons. The first one is going to be import md download for offline. And this is coming from react-icons, and that's going to be /md. We can duplicate that line, and we're gonna import the AI to tone like this, delete. And this is coming from React icons /AI. And the last icon we're gonna import is going to be BS fill, arrow, up, right, circle, fill. Quite a long name, and this is coming from React icons, and that's going to be /BS. And then finally, from our client, we're gonna import the URL for as well as the client itself. And now we have everything we need to code out our pin component. Let's start with the JSX, and then we're gonna create the utility as we go. First, we're gonna have a div that's going to have a class name equal to m-2, which stands for margin 2. As you can see, that just provided some margins. Then I'm going to put this image down below because we're going to be adding a lot of stuff here. Then we're going to have a div, and this div is going to have quite a few properties. It's going to have the on mouse enter property like this. And then in there, we're going to call a callback function. And that callback function is going to set the state of set post hovered. So are we currently hovering the post? If that is the case, then we're going to set that to true. And also we can duplicate this line and say on mouse leave. In that case, we can say set post hovered is going to be set to false. We can also provide the on click property. So if the user clicks on that specific div or a post, in that case, we want to simply navigate. So we can say navigate. We're going to use a template string and say /pin-detail and also / and then _ID. And as you can see, we don't have any of these values defined. So let's go ahead and define them straight away. First, let's define our state. In here, we can say use state, and that's going to be post hovered. And then we can simply tab out, and at the start, that's going to be set to false. We're going to also use another state later on, which is going to be called use state, and that's going to be saving post. So are we currently saving the post? And that's also going to be set to false at the start. Then, as you can notice, we're also using the navigate hook. So we can say const navigate is equal to use navigate, and that's coming from React Router DOM. Great. And finally, let's also provide some class names to this div. Class name is going to be equal to relative cursor -zoom -in. For this cursor zoom in to work, we also have to add a few more properties. So let's go ahead and add the w-auto for the auto width, and also hover on hover shadow-lg. It's going to be rounded -lg, and it's going to have overflow -hidden. It's also going to have a transition -all. Duration of that transition is going to be 500, and it's going to ease in out. Now, if we save this, right now we won't be able to see any changes. But later on, when we hover over the post, this is what we get. We're going to get a download icon, also the save button, and we'll be able to go to the URL of that specific image. So let's continue adding the things inside of this div to achieve this functionality. Right inside of this div, we're going to have our main image. So let's put it right here. There we go. Now we can remove these empty spaces and continue with our JSX. We need to be able to know if the post has been hovered. So we can say if post hovered, or simply post hovered end. In that case, we want to show some JSX. More specifically, we want to show a div, and that div is going to have a class name. That class name is going to be absolute. Top is going to be set to 0. Width is going to be full, and height is going to be full. It's going to be flex, flex-column, justify dash between, padding 1, padding right 2, padding top 2, and padding bottom also 2, and finally z index is going to be set to 50. Of course, this is not something we can see right away, but as soon as we fill this div, we will be able to see it. And I've had some issues with the full height using Tailwind. So in this case, we're also going to manually change the styles to be height is equal to 100%. So inside of this div, we're going to have one more div. And this div is going to have a class name equal to flex, items-center, and justify-between. Inside of there, we're going to render our first icon, but it's going to be inside of one more div with a class name set to flex and gap-2. Inside of there, we can render the anchor tag. This anchor tag is going to have a few properties. More specifically, it's going to have an href equal to a template string of image, $asset, $URL, and then outside of that, $DL is equal to. So this is going to allow us to download that specific image. And then below, we can simply say download. You can specify an anchor tag as a download anchor tag, which is immediately going to trigger the download. And we need to add something on click, more specifically, a callback function, where we get an event, of course, a click event, and we're going to simply call event.stopPropagation. We have to do this because once you click on something, it's going to trigger all of the other effects, but in this case, we simply want to download it. I'm going to explain how exactly this works in just a minute. And then let's also add some class names. But before we do, let's put the actual icon in just so you can see the changes live. That's going to be MD download for offline. Let's save it. We of course have to close this icon right here. And right now, looks like we have an issue. MD download for offline is not found. Let's see. Looks like I've made a quick typo here. The offline was supposed to be there with 2 Fs. There we go. And right now, if you reload the page, you can notice that it's hard to see the icon, but it's there. So let's provide some styling so we can see it more clearly. Let's give it a class name equal to bg-white. Also, width is going to be 9 and height is going to be 9. If I save this, nothing is happening yet. Let's make it rounded-full, flex, items-center, as well as the justify-center, text-dark, text-XL to make it bigger. Opacity is going to be set to 75. And with these changes, if we now hover over this, you can see the icon on the top left. Let's also add a few more properties. Things like hover opacity is going to be 100. Then hover shadow-MD and also outline-none. Now, if we save that and hover over it, you can see that if we hover over it, it's going to have a higher opacity. That's a great trick to visualize that specific hover effect. So we talked about this stop propagation thing. Right now, if we click on the image, anywhere on the image, we're going to go to that specific pin detail page. But if we click here on top left, that is this button. But think about it. Behind this button is the image. So we're going to be redirected to the image as well. And we can see that clearly if we comment out the stop propagation line. Now, if you reload the page and click on this button, you can see that the image does get downloaded, but we can see we got redirected to pin detail. And that's not necessarily what the user wants. So if you simply put the stop propagation, that means that the click is going to happen and it's going to disappear. It's not going to propagate further through the image. Great. So if we now reload the page, go ahead and click the download button, it only downloads the image. And if we open it up, we can see the image in its full glory. Great. So now let's add all of the other necessary buttons, like save and also go to the URL. We also need to provide the author of each specific post. Great. Now below this div, let's check if the user has already saved that icon. In that case, we can do something like already saved, which is a variable we haven't yet created, question mark dot, and then we're gonna do length right here. And if the length is not equal to 0, that means that the user has already saved that specific post. So with the ternary operator, we can simply display some kind of button. So let's create a button. And for now, I'm simply going to say saved there. But if the user hasn't already saved the post, in that case, we need to show a different button right here. And that button is going to say just save, because the user hasn't already saved that specific post. Great. But the question is, how are we going to get access to this already saved variable? And the answer might be simpler than you think. First, we have to get access to our user variable, and we can get the user from local storage. And I'm sure we've done that so far, so let's just search for user. Or more specifically, let's search for local storage dot get item, and right here we are fetching our user. Great. So we could easily just take this line right here, go back to our pin and paste it here, and that would immediately give us access to our user. But as you can notice, in that case, we would be reusing this line 2 or potentially more times. And now this is the perfect opportunity to turn this into a utility function. So let's go ahead and go into our utils, and let's create a new function called fetch user.js. Inside of here, let's say export const fetch user is going to be equal to an arrow function that doesn't accept any parameters. We're going to paste the line we just copied, and the only thing we're going to do is say return user info. Great. So now we can go back to our home component, we can delete this long line, and we can simply say fetch user, and that's it. We call it like this. The only thing we have to do, of course, is import it. So we can press Control space and import fetch user from utils. And that's it. We made this so much simpler. Of course, now not only can we simplify that, but we can also go to our pin component and repeat the process. That's going to be fetch user like this. And then we simply have to import it straight from the utils. Let's see. There we go, fetch user. Great. So now we have access to the user info. In this case, let's simply call it user. Now that we have access to the user, we have to figure out if the user has already saved a specific post. We can do that by creating a new variable. Let's say const already saved, and that's going to be equal to pin question mark dot save question mark dot filter. In the filter, we get access to each specific post, or let's call it an item. And then we can check if the item dot posted by dot underscore ID is triple equal to user dot Google ID. In that case, that means that the user definitely already saved the post, because we looped over the saved posts. And as you can see, his Google ID is already there in the people who liked that post. As you can notice, I typed pin here, but the pin is already destructured at the top. So we can immediately just destructure the save variable from the pin and then just refer to it like this. Now let's optimize our already saved or save filter functionality. there's a few things that I want to teach you that are just a bit advanced, but I'm sure you're going to find them useful. Let's think about how the filter function works. Let's say that the user's ID is 1. And let's also say that the array of people who like the post is going to be 2, 3, and 1, meaning our user has definitely liked the post. In that case, if we apply the filter, and if we're searching for item.postedBy is equal to user Google ID, in that case, this filter is going to return just the items that pass the test. So at the end, it's going to return an array with the number 1 inside of it. And if you look at this specific name of our variable, already saved, and if you look at the response, an array of 1, these things don't really go together. Because already saved, by its name, seems like a boolean, right? Has the user already saved the post? And the array of 1 is definitely not the answer to the yes or no question. So what we can do is we can wrap this into parentheses, and then at the end, we can get the dot length of that array. So now, if we try doing dot length of this, then we're going to get 1. Same thing if we look at the falsy case, where, for example, the user 4 is looking if he has already saved the post, he's not here, then the array is going to be empty and the dot length is going to be 0. So now we're closer to that true or false because we're getting numbers. And what can we do to get a true or false, a real boolean out of these values? Well, what would happen if we try calling negative on this one? Well, that would give us a false. And what would happen if we called negative one more time on this false? Well, that would give us true at the end. Same thing, if we call the negative on this 0, we would get true. And then if we call it one more time on that true, we would get false. And now if you take a look at this, 0 corresponds to false and 1 corresponds to true. And if you look at the original thing we're looking for, has the user already saved the post? The answer is true. Has the user already saved the post in the second case? The answer is false. So the only thing we have to do to implement this in our application is add a double exclamation mark here. This is going to turn our statement return into a Boolean value. If you found this helpful, I would strongly encourage you to like this video and comment that you like this part. I'm looking forward to creating more advanced tutorials such as this one. And soon enough, I'm releasing my full courses, which are going to be advanced. So if you're up for that, definitely make sure to subscribe to that mailing list so that you can be notified when they're out. With that said, we now optimized our already saved function. So if we go down here, we no longer have to look for this. We can simply look, hey, is it already saved? If it is already saved, in that case, we want to show saved. If it's not already saved, we want to show save. This makes so much more sense. Great. So now let's save this. Let's see our browser for a bit right here. And let's see what happens now if we reload this page. We get an error, which is completely normal. Let's see what this error is about. It's saying cannot read properties dot length of undefined, line 17. Okay, that's gonna be here. Let's see what's happening. So it's trying to get the dot length of undefined, and we have the save dot filter, but let's look what save is equal to. So at the start, we want to know what this save is going to be like. So let's go ahead and put that here, check it out, and it's actually null. So it's possible that not every post is going to have an array of likes because nobody liked the post yet. So I think if we add a question mark here, that should solve our error. And there we go. Even though we have null values, this is going to simply give us an undefined, and that's completely fine. The only important thing is that we don't get an error. Later on, once we actually like more posts, we will be able to see if the user has already saved or not. But as you can see right now, we can see the save button right here. We can barely see it, but let's go ahead and apply some more styles so that we can see it more clearly. To our first button, we're going to say type is equal to button. And now let's apply a bit of a longer class name to make this look really good. So let's say class name is equal to bg-red-500. And it might be a good idea to first style the bottom one, because you can see here it says save. So that way we'll be able to see the changes live if we first style the bottom one. So I'm going to put the type equal to button. Class name is going to be bg-red-500. So now if I save that, you can see we have save. Let's also apply a few more classes, like opacity is going to be set to 70. On hover, we're going to increase that opacity to 100. Text is going to be white. Font is going to be bold. Padding X is going to be 5, and padding Y is going to be 1. Text is going to be base size. It's going to be rounded, 3XL. And it's going to have a hover, shadow dash medium. Also, we can set the outline to be set to none. There we go. So now if we save that, this is a good looking save button. Great. But now we can apply similar styles to our saved button. So first of all, let's go ahead and copy the entire class name, paste it right here, and let's see if something has to be changed. Nope, that's going to be it. They're going to have the same classes because they're serving the same purpose. So now under saved, we also want to know how many people have actually saved that post. So we can say save (length). Great. So let's save it. And right now we haven't yet saved the post, so we won't be able to see that. But on the bottom button, let's go ahead and implement an onClick. OnClick right here. We want to call a callback function with an event right here. First, we want to call the stop propagation like we did before, and we want to call a save bin function and provide the _ID of the post. Of course, this save bin function doesn't yet exist, so let's go ahead and create it straight away. We can do that right here below our already saved by saying const save bin is going to be equal to an arrow function that's going to accept the _ID. And we can check if not already saved. And again, the reason why we can simply do not already saved like this, which makes a lot of sense, is because we did this thing. If we had the already saved without these, in that case, we would simply have to say if already saved (length is == 0, which is not ideal. This makes more sense. So if not already saved, in that case, we want to trigger this currently saving post. So we can say set saving post is going to be equal to true. And then we have to actually update the document in the Sanity database. And we can do that by using the Sanity client and then call a few commands. The command we need to call is going to be .patch, where we're going to pass a specific ID. And here in params, we can simply call this ID and not _ID. So we want to patch this specific ID. Then we want to set if missing save array. So in here, we can initialize the save array to be an empty array. And then we want to .insert after, and then save -1, meaning at the end. And then the thing we want to insert is going to be one specific object. An object that's going to have the _key property equal to UUID v4. This is going to generate a unique ID. We need to have the user ID of the person who liked that post. So we need to say user.googleid. Then we also have to have the posted by, meaning who liked the post. That's going to simply be _type is posted by. And then the _ref is going to be user.googleid one more time. Now, after we inserted something, then we have to call a .commit like this. If you hover over this, Sanity has amazing built-in documentation, and they say commit the patch, returning a promise that resolves to the first patch document. And you can do the same situation with all of these to see what this exactly does. So, since commit is returning a promise, we can definitely call a .then on it. And once we do, we need to reload our window by saying window.location.reload. And finally, we need to set the saving post to false. Not even sure if this is necessary because we are reloading the page, but let's go ahead and check it out. I'm gonna save this and I'm gonna click save right here. The page will get reloaded and now we have one saved. Great. The saving functionality works. This is amazing. And you can see there were a few commands we had to call, but once you get used to it, it is extremely easy, almost like using English language. Patch the post with an ID, add an array, insert a document, commit, and then do something else, whatever you want to do. So with this, we have our already saved and save button working. Now we could use the saving post state right here to say saving post. And if it is, we can simply say saving, and then else we can say simply save. But the save action is happening incredibly quickly, so I don't even see a reason to do that. We can always simply say save. And in that case, there isn't really a reason for us to use the saving post state. So we can completely delete that. We don't have to set it here, and we don't have to clear it at the end. Right now, we cannot test if this is going to make any difference because we have already liked the post, but later on, once we add more posts, we'll be able to test everything out thoroughly. With that said, we have to implement the bottom icon, which is going to be the link to the site that hosts this image, or any site that the user provides. So, just below, not this button, below this specific div, there we can create a new div. This div is going to have a class name equal to flex justify dash between items dash center gap dash to and w dash full. Inside of there, we want to show that URL, but only if the URL exists. To check whether we have a destination URL, we can simply say destination and in that case render something out. So that's going to be a destination URL, and in that case we want to show an anchor tag, and that anchor tag is of course going to have an href pointing to a specific destination. Of course, this has to be spelled correctly, destination, there we go. And then the target is going to be underscore blank to open this link in a new page. With the target blank, we also have to provide the rel equal to no refer. And also let's give it a class name, which is going to be set to bg-white, flex, items-center, gap-2, text-black, font-bold, padding-2, and then we can change the padding left to be 4 and padding right to be 4 as well. Let's also make the button rounded, -full. Let's give it an opacity of 70. And also on hover, we want to increase the opacity to 100. And let's also give it a shadow on hover by saying hover shadow -md. Again, we reused most of the styles for the previous buttons. In here, we want to show the icon, more specifically the BS fill arrow up right circle fill. Whoever came with that long name has a problem definitely, but that's fine. And finally, let's show the entire destination right here. Let's save it and see how does it look like. There we go. This is a long URL, but maybe we can slice the starting part. So let's try with .slice and also slice it from 8 to something like 17. Now, if I save this, you'll notice that we only get the resource, which should be the starting part, but let's try to just start from 8 and then move forward. There we go. This cut out the HTTPS part, but it's still a bit too long. So let's say if destination dot length is larger than something like 20 characters, in that case, we can do destination dot slice and let's do 8 to 20. Else, we can simply show destination dot slice, and that's going to be just from 8 to the end. So now let's save it. As you can see, this one is longer than 20 characters, so we just cut it to 20. And if one already has 20, then that's going to be fine. And finally, we have to implement the last part, which is going to show the user who created the post. So just after this destination, still inside of this div, we can go ahead and open a new dynamic block and check if posted by question mark dot underscore ID is triple equal to user dot Google ID. In that case, we can show a delete button. So right here, we can create a new button. That button is going to be of a type is equal to button, of course, and we're going to have an on click. An on click is going to be similar to the previous button. So let's go ahead and copy it, paste it straight here. And I also think the class name is going to be pretty similar. So let's go ahead and copy that as well right here. I'm going to paste it straight here. But instead of save bin, we're going to have delete bin right here. So this is also a function that has to be implemented, and we can implement it straight away. We can do it just below the save bin. So we can say const delete bin. It's going to accept an ID. And inside of there, we can simply say client in the next row dot delete ID, of course, with a dot at the start. And then finally, dot then, what can we do? We can window dot location dot reload to actually remove that post from the view. Great. Now we can remove that image. Of course, you can see the button right here. So let's scroll down to that delete button. Don't yet click it because we still want to see this post. We don't have any other ones. And let's just see if we want to change the styles a bit. I think in this case, BG-white would work just a bit better. Let's also provide a padding of 2. Opacity is fine. Text is not going to be white because we have the white background. We don't need to have this, but the text is going to be dark. And I think everything else is fine. But of course, inside of there, we have to render out the icon. So I'm going to say AI two-tone delete. And there we go. Now we have our delete icon. Of course, I'm not going to click it yet. We're going to test the delete functionality when we add more posts. And also then you'll see the beauty of that masonry grid we created. So now below this div, and this div as well, let's finally add a link. And this is going to be a link to the profile of the person who created this pin. So we can say to open a template string, and it magically autofilled it for me. So that's going to be user-profile / and then user !ID. Let's also give it a class name, which is going to be equal to flex, gap-2, margin top-2, and items-center. Inside of there, we of course want to show the user's image. So we can say img. Let's put it in multiple rows. Let's give it a class name is equal to w-8. Height is going to be 8 as well. Rounded-full and object-cover. We can set the source to be equal to posted by and then !image. And finally, we can say alt is user-profile. Let's save it. And as you can see, we have a small JavaScript mastery logo right here. And below the image, let's add a paragraph with a class name, font-semi-bold, and also capitalize. And inside of there, we can render the posted by dot, and that's going to be user name with a capital N. And there we go. JavaScript Mastery created this post. And this is going to be everything for our individual posts in the Masonry grid. Of course, we right now have just one post, but you can just go ahead and create as many of them as you want. Of course, some of the next steps are clicking on an individual post should leave us to the pin detail page, and clicking on the author should leave us to the profile. In this case, it says undefined here, and that's because this wasn't supposed to be user, it's supposed to be posted by. So now if we save that, go back and click again, now we have a user profile. Great. These are just some of the next things that we have to implement. But of course, the create pin page is also right here. So maybe that might be a good next step. We need to create more pins so that we can test them out all together. So let's go ahead and create the create pin page next. To create our create pin page, we can go to our pins component. Let's check it out. There we go. That is a pins container. And right inside of here, you can see that we have a route called create pin. And there we are rendering an element create pin to which we're passing the user as a prop. So let's go into a create pin component right here, and we immediately know that we're gonna get the user as a prop. So let's go ahead and import all of the necessary dependencies. We're gonna use the use state hook from React. We're gonna also use a few icons. That's going to be AI, outline, cloud, upload. That's gonna be the icon for the image upload. And this is coming from react-icons/AI. Then we're gonna also import md delete icon, and that is coming from react-icons/md. And finally, we're gonna import the use navigate hook, and that is coming from react-router-dom. As our local imports, we're gonna have to import the client, which is Sanity client, coming from /client. And we'll also import a spinner from /spinner. This is the loading bar component we have already created. And we'll also have to import a list of categories. That's going to be an array containing a lot of objects with the name for each category, something like sports, and also an image for that specific category. So we can go to our utils, data, and then right here, we can create that variable just so we don't have to write it straight from inside of our file. And the categories array is going to look like this. It's going to be an array with about a dozen categories, and it's going to be categories array with objects, including a name and an image. That's all that it is. As you can see, this is just generally just typing out the names and finding the images for each specific category. So I don't want you to waste time on this. I'm simply going to give you access to the entire data.js file down below. So you'll be able to copy this entire file containing all of the Sanity queries we've written so far, a few additional queries we haven't written yet, and also the list of all the categories. So just go down into the description and find data.js GitHub gist. It's going to be below this video. As soon as you do that, we'll be able to go back to our create pin, and we can simply say import. That's going to be categories, and they're gonna come from /utils/data. Great. Now we have all of the dependencies we need. Our create pin page is the page where we're gonna handle the most logic, meaning we're gonna deal with state. So we're gonna have a lot of different state fields. So it might be a good idea to simply create all of these state fields right away, just so we don't have to come back to the top of the component every now and then to create a new state. So again, the quickest way to create a state is to simply start typing use state, click this thing right here, and then without clicking anything, name that state. In this case, that's going to be title. Then press the tab key and simply initialize this state to an empty string. And there we go. The title, set title, and the initial state have been created for us. Now we're going to repeat this process a few more times. Use state, then this one is going to be about, and also set about, and it's going to be set to empty string. We can go to our third state, which is going to be something like destination. Set destination, and also that's going to be set to an empty string. Then we're going to have the loading state. So we can say use state, loading, set loading, and at the start, it's going to be set to false. Then we can have all of the fields. So we can say state is fields, set fields, and also at the start, that's going to be set to null. Then let's do one more. This use state right here is going to be called category, set category, and at the start, it's going to be set to null as well. And we have two more to go. Use state. This one is going to be image asset, and that's going to be set to null as well. And finally, let's do the use state. This one is going to be wrong image type. So this is going to be an error if the user uploads the wrong image type, and at the start, it's going to be set to false. And with that said, we have all of the use states we're gonna need. Let's also immediately set up the navigate hook So we can say const navigate is equal to use navigate, and we call it as a hook. Great. Now we can start writing our JSX. Our div is going to have a class name equal to flex-call, justify-center, items-center, margin top-5, and on large devices, height is going to be set to 4 out of 5. Now let's save that, and I'm gonna move to the create a pin page. There we go. You can see now it's centered. Now we're gonna have an error state, and that's gonna be checking if all the fields have been entered. So right here, we can use a dynamic block and say if fields. In that case, we want to render an error message, which is going to be a paragraph with a class name equal to text-red-500, mb-5, text-xl, transition-all, duration 150, and ease-in. And we can simply say, please fill in all the fields. Great. Right now we cannot see this, but if we switch this from null or maybe from false to be equal to true, in that case you can see this error message that we're going to have later on. Now we can switch this to false. Then below that we can have another div, and this div is going to have a class name equal to flex. On large devices it's going to be flex-row. Usually it's going to be flex-column. It's going to be justify-center and items-center, as well as the background-white. And on large devices, we're going to have a padding of 5, and usually we're going to have a padding of 3. On large devices, we're going to have a width equal to 4 out of 5, and usually we're going to have the full width. Of course, we cannot see the changes yet because this div is actually empty. Now, inside of that div, we're going to have one more div, and this div is going to have a class name, bg-secondary color, like this, and it's going to have padding-3, flex-0.7, and also w-full. There we go. We can barely see a rectangle here. This is going to be our create a post div. And then inside of there, we're going to have one more div. This div is going to have a class name equal to flex justify-center, items-center, flex-column, border-2, border-dotted, border-gray-300. Let's also do padding-3. The width is going to be set to full, and height is going to be set to 420. And you can see now we got this nice rectangle, and it has a dotted border. Now inside of there, if we are currently loading, in that case, we want to show a spinner component, like this. Of course, the loading is set to false, so right now we are not loading, but if we set this to true, you can see that we have this nice loading at the center right now. But for now, let's switch this to false. And just below that loading, we also want to have an error message for the wrong image type. So if we have a wrong image type, in that case, we want to show a paragraph like this. Let's fix this. And then in that paragraph, we simply want to say something like wrong image type. Again, this is false right now, so we won't be able to see it. And finally, if there is no image asset currently entered, in that case, we want to show a field to actually input that image. So let's go ahead and create a label. Inside of that label, we're going to have a div. This div is going to have a class name equal to flex-column, items-center, justify-center, and height-full. Just to get rid of this error, we also have to provide the other case in this ternary. So let's say or. In that case, we're going to render something else. So right now, let's just leave this here. Inside of this div right here, we're going to have, you can guess it, I guess, one more div. That div is going to have a class name equal to flex-call, justify-center, and items-center. Inside of this div, we're going to have a paragraph This paragraph is going to have a class name, font-bold, text-2XL. And inside of there, we can simply show an icon, AI, outline, cloud, upload, and it's going to be a self-closing tag. And there we go. Take a look. This now looks like an image upload. And just below that, we can create one more paragraph, which is going to have a class name equal to text-lg, and we can simply say click to upload. There we go. This looks like a real image upload now. Now below this div, we're going to create one more paragraph right here. We can give it a class name equal to margin top -32 and text -gray -400. And we can say something like recommendation, use high quality JPEG, SVG, PNG, GIF, or TIFF, less than 20 megabytes. There we go. Let's save it. And now we have that recommendation as well. Let's go ahead and remove some of these formats like this. And also let's remove the recommendation just so everything fits nicely in one row. There we go. This looks so much better now. Now below this div, still inside of the label, we have to put the image input. So the type is going to be set to file. The name is going to be set to upload-image. The onChange is going to be set to upload image, which is a function that we are yet to create. And finally, the class name is going to be set to w-0 and height-0. Great. For this to work, we of course have to create that upload image. So just at the top, let's go ahead and create const upload image is going to be a function. And as a parameter, it's going to accept the actual event. Now, through the input of type file, you can get the selected file like this by saying const selected file is equal to e.target.files and then 0. Now, of course, we have to check what is the type of that file, and we can do that by saying if selected file.type is equal to image/png. We can also say or selected file.type is equal to something like image/svg. Now you can see that this is getting quite long, so let's go ahead and immediately destructure the type from the selected file, like this. So now we can simply say if type is equal to that specific thing. There we go. Now let's add a few other types. So we can say or type is equal to image/JPEG. One more, if type is equal to image/GIF or GIF, however you want to pronounce it. Then if type is equal to image/TIFF. Great. So now we are covering all of our image formats. If we go into this if, then we want to set the wrong image type to be equal to false. And then in other case, else, we want to set the wrong image type to be equal to true. Of course, if we're here, we also want to start the loading. So we can say set loading is equal to true. Looks like in here we had a double equal to. That was supposed to be a triple equal to. Great. So now, if we do have a correct image type, then we want to go into the Sanity client, more specifically, client.assets. And then we can call a .upload method. We want to upload, as you can see, first parameter is the type of the asset, then the body, and then the options. So we can say upload image, then we need to enter a body, which is going to be a selected file. Remember, we destructured the type here, so we no longer have the access to the selected file. In that case, we're going to simply have to use this, because that entire thing is the selected file. And then finally, we need to provide some options, which is going to be an object where the content type is going to be equal to the type, which we destructure from here. And then we also have to get the file name. So we can say file name is equal to, and that's simply going to be name. And this name is also going to be destructured from this file. So finally, once our image is uploaded, we can call a .then. Then we're going to get a document back. And finally, we can do something with that document. Something like set image asset is going to be set to document. And we can also stop with the loading by saying set loading to false. Of course, we can also call a .catch right here if there is an error. Then it simply console log something like image upload error. And then right next to that, we can actually console log the error. But if we keep uploading the correct image types, we really shouldn't be seeing any errors. And that's it for our image upload. Now we can go back right here and we are done with that input. So now if you click on this gray rectangle, you should be able to see that this is indeed a file upload input. Great. Now remember, this here is the file input upload. But if we have already uploaded the asset, then we want to show something else. Or more specifically, we want to show the image we've uploaded. So let's render out a div. That div is going to have a class name equal to relative and then h-full. Inside of there, we can render a self-closing image tag, and the source is going to be image asset $.url. We can also add the alt tag, which is going to be uploaded-pic. And finally, let's give it a class name set to h-full and width-full. Below this image, we can have a button. So let's create a button component. This button is going to have a few properties. The type button is of course necessary. Then we're going to give it a class name. And before we start typing out the class name, let's actually add the icon inside of it. And the icon is going to be md delete. Our button is going to have quite a few classes. It's going to have an absolute class, then bottom-3, right-3, padding-3, rounded-full, bg-white, text-xl, cursor-pointer, outline-none, hover-shadow-md. Let's also give it a transition. So transition-all, duration is 500 milliseconds, and it's going to ease in out. And finally, if we click on that image, in that case, we can call a callback function. And this function is going to set the image asset back to null, meaning we can upload another image if we click right there, because this is going to be for the delete. Now let's go ahead and try uploading an image. I've uploaded another image from my old setup. And right here, you can see that instead of the file upload, now we can see the image, and also here is a delete icon, which is going to bring you back to the image upload. So this is now working perfectly. Now we have to add the form for all of the other information about our specific input. Let's go ahead and do that right away. So below the file upload and 2 divs down, right here, we're going to create one more div. And we can also separate it with an empty line because this is going to be for our form. This div is going to have a class name equal to flex, flex-1, flex-column, gap-6. On large devices, padding left is going to be set to 5, margin top is going to be set to 5, and width is going to be set to full. Inside of there, we can render out an input. An input is going to be a self-closing tag. And inside of there, we can add the text for our image. So the type of this input is going to be set to text. The value is going to be set to title in this case. The onChange is simply going to be a callback function where we're going to get the event, and we simply want to call the setTitle and set that equal to e.target.value. We can also add a placeholder, which is going to be add your title. And we can also add a class name, which is going to be outline-none. We can also add text to XL. On small devices, we can do text-3XL, font-bold, border-B-2, border-gray-200, and padding 2. Now let's save this. And as you can see, we have add your title here. That is our input. Now, if we have access to our user object, so we can say user and end, in that case, we want to show the user's image. So we can create a div that's going to have a class name equal to flex, gap-2, margin y-2, items-center, bg-white, and rounded-lg. Inside of there, we can create an image, and that image is going to have the source equal to user.image. We can also give it a class name, which is going to be equal to w-10, h-10, and rounded-full. We can also give it an alternative tag, which is going to be set to user-profile. And finally, below the image, we can render a paragraph simply with a class name, font-bold, and we can simply say user.username. Let's save that. And as you can see, now we can see who is creating this specific post. Now let's go ahead and copy this input entirely and paste it below our user. This time, the type is going to be text, but the value is going to be about. On change is going to say set about. Placeholder is going to be what is your pin about. And the class name is going to be outline none. Text is going to be base. On small devices, text is going to be large. We don't have to make it bold. Border can remain at border B2 and border gray 200 and padding -2. Let's save that. There we go. What is your pin about? Let's duplicate this one more time. Now it's going to be a destination. On here, set destination, of course. Placeholder is going to be add a destination link like this, and the class names can stay the same. Great. Finally, we'll have to choose the pins category. So just below this input, let's create a div, and this div is going to have a class name equal to flex and flex-column. Inside of here, we're going to have just an empty div containing the paragraph. That paragraph is going to say choose pin category, and we can give it a class name that's going to be equal to margin bottom -2, font semi-bold, text -lg. On small devices, text -xl. There we go. Choose pin category. Now, just below that p tag, we're going to have a select element. So right here, let's add our select. That select is going to have an on change. So right here, let's say on change. On change, we're going to get an event, and we can simply say set category is equal to e.target.value. Our select is also going to have a class name, and the class name is going to be outline-none, w-4/5, text-base, border-b-2, border-gray-200, padding-2, rounded-md, and cursor-pointer. But what would a select input be without any options? So let's go ahead and add our first option. That option is going to have the value equal to other. Let's add a class name that's going to say bg-white. And that option is simply going to say select category. There we go. So we have our default option. Now we can map over all of our categories right here. So we can say categories dot map. We get one specific category, and then we want to show an option for each category. So let's go ahead and do that right away. We're going to show an option. That option is going to have a class name equal to text-base, border-0, outline-none, capitalize, also bg-white, and text-black. And the value is going to be category.name. Category.name is also what we can show inside of our option. So now if we save that you can see that if you click on this select, we have access to all of our categories. Great. And finally, if we space this out correctly, the last thing we have to do is the Save Pin button. So that's going to go below the div that's below the select right here. We can create one final div, and this div is going to have a class name equal to flex justify dash end items dash end and margin top dash 5. Inside of there, we can have our button. This button is going to be of a type is equal to button. On click, we can call a function called save pin, which we are yet to create. We can give it a class name equal to bg-red-500, text-white, font-bold, padding-2, rounded-full, and W28, and finally outline-none. Inside of the button, we can simply say save pin. Great. And now the last thing we have to do is implement the save pin function. So let's scroll up, and right here below our upload image, we can actually create a const save pin function. Our save pin will have to check all of the fields from our form. So if title exists, and if about section exists, and if destination exists, and if the image asset has the ID, so image asset !_ID, and finally, if the category exists, in that case, we can proceed. So what do we need to do? We have to take all of these fields and form a document. So we can say const doc is equal to an object. The underscore type of that document is going to be a pin. We need to specify this so that it corresponds to a specific schema in the Sanity's database. Then we're going to add a title, the about, the destination, and as you might know, in JavaScript, if the key and the value are named the same, you don't have to write it like this. You can simply leave it like this, and it's immediately going to read those values. Then for the image, that's going to be an object where the underscore type is going to be a string of image. And then that image has an asset, which is going to be of an underscore type is equal to reference. And then we have to provide the underscore ref is going to be equal to image asset !_ID. The reason why we're doing this is because images are stored as assets somewhere else on Sanity's system. So we're actually referencing that image and we're connecting it with our document. Then below our image, we're going to have the user ID, which is going to be user._ID. We also have to have the posted by. The underscore type is going to be posted by. And finally, the underscore ref is going to be user._ID. And finally, we also have to provide a category. This is our entire document. Now, the only thing we have to do is below that document, we need to say client.create. We pass in the document, and then we call a .then. Once we create a document, we simply want to navigate back to the home page, which is just /. And if not all of the fields are set, then we can enter an else here. And then in that else, we're going to set the error for fields, which is currently called fields, to true. And then we can create a timeout, set timeout. That function accepts a callback function, and it also accepts a number in milliseconds, which we can set to 2 seconds. And then we simply want to clear the fields, so set fields back to false after 2 seconds. Great. So now let's save this. Let's try triggering that error by clicking Save Pin button. You can see, please fill in all the fields, and then it disappears. So finally, I think that we should be able to create a pin and attach it to Sanity's database straight from our own application. Let's go ahead and try doing that right away. I'm going to upload another image from my own old setup. Let's do an image of my cat. There we go. The image is uploaded. Let's add a title. The title can be cats, coffees, and computers. What is your pin about? Well, it's just about what the title says. The destination link can be jsmasterypro.com. That's the link to my new blog, so if you haven't checked it out, definitely make sure to do so. And finally, we can choose a pin category. In this case, that can be, let's do cats. And let's go ahead and press save pin. And would you look at that? Image just got uploaded. There we go. We can download the image, we can save it, we can delete it because we are the creator, and we can visit the link. This is looking great. Now we have 2 images, which is still not enough to actually see the power of that masonry grid. But as we keep adding more, we'll see how it looks nice when you add 5 or more images. Of course, now might be a good time for you to test things out yourself. Go ahead and test out the create pin a few more times to upload a few more images of your own. With that said, that was it for the create a pin. Now we have to do a profile page when we click on a specific user profile, and we also have to do a pin detail page. Since we've just enabled the user to add all of the pin details, let's go ahead and show them nicely right away as well. So our pin detail component is going to be the next thing we can work on. To start creating our pin detail component, I think we have to go into container and then pins. Right here, you can see that we have our pin detail route, which points to pin detail component, which we're also passing the user to. So let's go ahead and control click pin detail, and we are right here. We can immediately get the user from here as we know it's coming. And let's go ahead and import all of the necessary dependencies. That's going to be use state and use effect as React hooks. We're going to also need a few icons. These are going to be MD download for offline. And this is coming from react-icons/MD. We are going to also import link as well as the use params. And this is coming from react-router-dom. We can also import v4 as UUID v4, and that's coming from UUID. This is the most popular library to create unique IDs. Then for our local imports, we'll have to import the Sanity client as well as the URL for, and that's coming from /client. We'll also have to import the masonry layout right here, the one we already created, and that's coming from /masonry layout. From our data, we'll have to import pin detail more pin query, and also we'll have to import the pin detail query. And these are coming from /utils and data. Again, make sure to copy the entire data file from GitHub gists down below. And let's also import our spinner. That's going to be import spinner from /spinner. Great. Now we have everything we need. In this file, we'll also have a few states. So let's go ahead and create them right away. That's going to be use state, which is going to be simply pins and set pins. And that's going to be set to null at the start. Then we're going to have the use state for pin details right here. And that's also going to be null at the start. Then we'll have the ability to add entire comments to our pins. So we're going to have a use state called comment, set comment, and that's going to be set to an empty string at the start. And we're going to also have the state. So use state, which is going to be called adding comment like this. That means is the user currently adding a comment, and at the start, it's going to be set to false. Also, we'll have to know the ID of the current post we're on. And if we click on a specific post, you can notice that we get it inside of our URL. So how can we get access to this value? Well, we can use the React router DOM and simply say const pin ID in curly braces like this, is going to be equal to use params, and we call it as a hook. Not user params, simply use params. And the way this works is if you go back to pins, you'll notice that the pin ID is set as a dynamic parameter right here. So whatever you set as a dynamic parameter, right here, you can fetch it from use params. Great. Now, before we create the details of our pin, let's first add the loading. So we're going to say if no pin detail. So if it hasn't been fetched yet, in that case, we want to return a spinner that's simply going to have a message equal to loading pin, like this. And again, this pin detail is going to be right here in the state, but I see that I added an S there. So this here is supposed to be just pin detail. There we go. So now if we reload the page, you can see that there is now loading pin right here. Of course, at the start, we won't have access to the pin details. We just have the ID. So we first have to write a function that's going to fetch all of the pin details from Sanity. So let's go ahead and create a function, const fetch pin details, like this. This function is going to have a query, which is going to be equal to pin detail query, where we're going to pass in the pin ID. Then, if we do have a query, in that case, we want to call the client.fetch, and we need to pass in that query. We can call a .then on that, and then we're gonna get the data. If everything is successful, we can set the pin detail to be equal to data and then 0, because this by default returns an array of pins. And finally, we can say if data 0, if it exists. In that case, we can fetch even more details about that pin. We can reassign that query by saying query is equal to. Of course, in this case, we have to put a let here. And then we can say pin detail more pin query and pass in the data 0, because now we're calling it with the actual post we've received. And finally, we can call the client.fetch with a new query this time. And we can call a .then, where we're gonna get the response. And when we get it, we want to set the pins to be equal to that response. So the way this works is we are first getting one individual pin, and we're setting it to pin detail. But then later on, we want to get all related pins to that pin. These are going to be similar pins, maybe with a similar title, but generally, these are going to be the pins that have the same category as our own current pin. So this is used just for recommendations of other similar pins. Great. So with this code, we've now populated our pin detail state as well as our pins state. But the question is, where do we call this function? As you can see, right now it is declared, but it's never actually read. So we're going to call it inside of the use effect. Use effect right here. The use effect is only going to change when the pin ID changes. So right here, we can put the pin ID. And finally, we can call the fetch pin details as a function. And it is important that this use effect is called above all of the if statements. So this conditional statement should not be here. It should be just above our return, like this. So now, if you reload the page, you'll notice that we have a loading and then immediately we get the pin detail, which means that now we are ready to start creating the pin detail page JSX. Our initial div is going to have a class name equal to flex. On XL devices, it's going to be flex-row, and usually it's going to be flex-column. Margin is going to be set to auto, and BG is going to be set to white. In this case, we also need to provide some inline styles, such as max width is going to be set to 1500 pixels, and also the border radius is going to be set to 32 pixels, just to round it up a bit. There we go. Now, inside of that div, we're going to have, of course, one more div. And this div is going to have a class name is equal to flex, and we want to give it a justify dash center items dash center. So everything is going to be completely centered. On medium devices, we want to center everything to the left. So items dash start and set the flex initial otherwise if you're not on medium devices. And inside of that div, we're going to have an image, the main part of our pin. Our image is going to have the source equal to, if there is a pin detail question mark dot image, in that case, we want to call that utility function URL4 and pass the pin detail dot image, and then call the dot URL function on it like this. Let's save it. And as you can see, there is our image. Then we can add the class name rounded dash T as in top dash 3XL. As you can see, this now made the top of our post rounded, and also rounded dash B dash LG. This is going to make the bottom also rounded just a bit. And let's add the alt tag, which is going to be user dash post. Now outside of this div right here, meaning just below it, we're going to create one more div. And this div is going to have a class name equal to w-full p-5 flex-1, and on extra large devices, the minimum width is going to be 620 pixels. Now inside of that div, we're going to have two more divs. The first div is going to have the class name equal to flex, items dash center, and justify dash between. And one more div inside of that one is going to have a class name equal to flex, gap dash 2, and items dash center. Inside of there, we can show an anchor tag. This anchor tag is going to have an href equal to, and that's going to be a dynamic template string where we can say pin detail dot image dot asset dot URL and then question mark DL is equal to. And of course, we can set that anchor tag to be download. So this is going to be a link that's going to download our image. If I'm not mistaken, we already used this download somewhere else. So I'm going to copy it, go to search, and we can see that in the pin page, we have that same URL. So what we can do is we can simply go ahead and copy this entire anchor tag. That's going to save us some time on writing the classes. We can go back to pin detail and just override our current anchor tag. There we go. But now this is not going to be image.asset, it's going to be pin detail.image.asset. There we go. So now if we save that, you can notice that there is this download link. Just below this download div, we can create an anchor tag, which is going to have an href equal to pin detail dot destination. The target is going to be set to underscore blank. It is advised to add a no refer with a target blank, so we can do that as well. And that anchor tag is simply going to say pin detail dot destination. There we go. Now we can see the URL of that image, or the URL that the user typed in when creating that pin. Now below this anchor tag and below one more div right here, we can create a new div. This div won't have any class names, but it's going to have an h1 tag. That h1 is going to have a class name equal to text-4xl, font-bold, break-words, and margin top-3. Inside of there, we can simply show pin detail dot title. Cats, coffees, and computers. Nice. And finally, below that h1, we can also show a paragraph, which is going to have a class name equal to margin top-3. And inside of there, we can simply render the pin detail dot, and that's going to be about cats, coffees, and computers as well. Great. Now below this div, we're going to have a link. More specifically, a link that's going to go to the user's profile of the person who posted this specific pin. And I think we've already created something similar to that. So let's go to search for opening tag, link to, and then in here, you can see that we have it under pin, link to user profile. So let's go ahead and copy this entire link, go back to pin details and simply paste it here. You'll notice that 3 times we have posted by. So holding Alt, click before posted by in all instances and simply say pin detail dot posted by. That way we're going to get access to that in this case. And you can see the JavaScript mastery posted this specific image. Now we're going to change the class names of this link tag just a bit. So right here, let's delete these class names. And in this case, we're going to have flex, gap-2, margin top-5, items-center, bg-white, and also rounded-lg. That's going to just divide it a bit from our current content. Below that link tag, we're going to have an h2 tag, which is simply going to say comments. And it's going to have a class name equal to mt-5 and text-2xl. There we go, our comments. Now below that h2, we can create a div or a container for our comments, which is going to have a class name equal to max-h-370 and also overflow-y-auto. There we can loop over our comments, and we can do that by saying pin detail dot comments and then dot map. We get an individual comment right here, and then for each comment we can render a div. That div is going to have a class name equal to flex, gap-2, margin top-5, items-center, bg-white, and rounded-lg. We also have to provide the key, which is in this case going to be simply I, the index coming from our loop. And finally, inside of that div, we're going to render the image. The image is going to have the source equal to item.postedBy.image, posted by here with a capital B, and the item is actually going to be our comment because each comment is posted by someone. It's going to have an alt tag equal to user-profile, and it's also going to have a class name equal to w-10, height-10, rounded-full, and cursor-pointer. Now, if we save this, you're going to notice that we have an error. So let's open up the inspect element and go to console. Open up the errors and let's reload the page one more time. You can notice that we have 3 different errors. Cannot read property map of null. So right here, some pin details are not going to have comments as our pin doesn't have any in our case. So simply say pin details !comments and !map. This is going to save us from our error. Whenever you're not sure if an object has some properties, definitely make sure to use a question mark. Great. So now let's close this and reload the page. I've noticed that sometimes this user profile goes away. It's possible that instead of the profile logo right here, you won't be able to see that image. From time to time, Google is going to disable your access to get the image because we can only make so many requests at a time. So in this case, we're getting this one at the bottom left, this one as well, and this one. And if you reload the page a few times, they might disable the access for a few minutes. But hopefully, you'll be able to see your logo at all times. Just wanted to get that out of the way. So alongside showing the person who created that post, we also need to say who posted it and what is the actual comment. So below the image, let's create a div. That div is going to have a class name equal to flex and also flex-call. Inside of there, we can render a paragraph. It's going to have a class name equal to font-bold. And there we can render the comment dot posted by and then dot user name. Finally, below that, we can also render what the actual comment said. And we can do that by simply adding a paragraph and then saying comment dot comment. There we go. Of course, right now we don't have any comments to test with. We could add some through Sanity's dashboard, but right now we're going to implement the ability to add the comments through our own platform. So let's go ahead and do that right away. Below this div right here, so we have 3 different parentheses and then this div, go one below it, and right here we're going to create a container for the create comment. So right here, let's give it a class name equal to flex, flex-wrap, margin top -6, and also gap -3. We can specify a link right here. And this is again going to be the same link pointing to the user's profile image. So we can simply copy this entire thing, paste it right here. But this time we only need to show the image, no need to show the actual username. Let's see how does that look like. There we go. Now we can know that we're commenting as ourselves. And below the link, we can add the input tag. Our input is going to have a class name equal to. That's going to be flex-1, border-gray-100, also outline-none, border-2, padding-2, rounded-2XL, and then on focus, we want to set the border-gray-300. Of course, we have to set the type of our input right here to be text. We can add a placeholder to be something like add a comment. We also need to provide a value, which is going to be the comment itself. And finally, we have to say the on change is going to have, of course, a callback function where we get the event. And then we can set the comment to be equal to event.target.value. Now, if we save this, you can see this nice comment input that gets this nice border when you click it, and we have our profile icon. Our profile icon is not centered in this case, so let's change this link just a bit. We won't need any class names on our link tag, so you can delete that. And we'll need just a few classes on our image tag. W can be set to 8, as well as the height can be set to 8. Rounded-full is fine. And instead of object hover, we can simply say cursor-pointer. There we go. Now it's nicely visible right here. And finally, how do we post a comment? Well, we need a button. So just below this input right here, I'm going to add a button. This button is going to be of a type is equal to button. It's going to have a class name equal to bg-red-500. It's going to have a text-white, rounded-full, padding x-6, padding y-2, font-semi-bold, text-base, and outline-none. And if we are adding the comment, so right here we have that state of adding comment. If we are adding the comment, then we can say posting the comment, ... else we can set posted. Great. And finally, what would a button be without an on-click property? So we can say on-click, add comment. Great. So our last thing we have to do for this specific file is to add the add comment functionality. So let's scroll up. Just above the fetch bin details, we can say const add comment. And if we do have a comment, then we're going to call our client, our Sanity client, and we're going to call the .patch method because we want to patch a specific pin. And if we don't have any comments already, we want to set if missing. In that case, we can set the comments to be equal to an empty array. Then we can insert a comment after, meaning at the end, comments, and then square brackets -1, that means at the end. And then we can insert an array where we're going to have our comment. The comment has to have a key. Let's put this into multiple lines like this. There we go. So comment, we have the underscore key is equal to UUID version 4. We call it as a function. That's going to give each comment a specific ID. We also want to add the posted by because we need to know who created that comment. So we have the underscore type is equal to posted by. And we also have the underscore ref is equal to user._ID. Great. We already learned that after we insert something, we have to .commit it. We have to commit our insertion. And then after it is committed, that returns a promise. So we can call a .then, and we can fetch all of the pin details again. Then we can also set the comment field to be equal to an empty array to reset it. And we can set the state of set adding comment to be set to false. Before adding the comment, let's reload our page. Let's see, why does our button say posted? Let's think about it. The posted state is here at the bottom. Oh, right here, instead of posted, we simply need to say post. There we go. That is looking better. And let's comment something like, what a lovely kitten for this post, and click post. Posting the comment, the page reloaded, and now we have one comment. Of course, this doesn't look that good. JavaScript Mastery comments on their own post, but the comment is definitely there. That's awesome. The last thing we have to do for our pin details page is we have to show all of the related posts to this one. That's going to give it more of a social media application feel because you can get lost in all of the cat's images, as people do on all of the other social media channels. So at the full end, below the last div, we're going to open a dynamic block and say if pins $.length is greater than 0, in that case, that's going to say more like this. Now, just after this last div, let's open a dynamic block of code, check if pins exist, and in that case, we can render a React fragment like this. In that React fragment, we're going to show an h2 tag with a class name equal to text-center, also font-bold, text-2xl, margin top is going to be set to 8, and margin bottom is going to be set to 4. And inside of that h2, we can say something like more like this. Of course, our ternary also has to have an else. So right here, if we don't have any pins, we can simply show a spinner that's going to contain a message loading more pins like that. There we go. And as you can see, right now, since we have this div and something next to it, we're not wrapping that into anything more. So we have to wrap this at the start with an empty React fragment. And then we also have to close it at the end. Right here, we have to close that empty React fragment. There we go. So now we have more like this. So let's go ahead and actually show those pins. And the process for that is going to be incredibly simple. The only thing we have to do is call our masonry layout component and pass the prop pins is equal to pins. There we go. And as soon as we added our masonry grid, you can see that unfortunately nothing is here. And it's possible that we don't have any pins. So let's go ahead and actually console log the pins. Console.log pins. Open up the inspect element. console, and you can see it's currently an array of 0. So right here, instead of pins, we can say pins.length is greater than 0. Only in that case do we want to show more like this. Else, we're simply going to show loading more pins. So to be able to show more related pins, they have to be of the same category. So let's go back to the create a pin one more time, and I'm going to add one more CAD image of my setup. There we go. I've inputted all the data and the pin is ready to be saved. Let's go ahead and create it. There we go. Now we have 3 images in our grid. Let's go to our second image. And right now this breaks. So let's go ahead and see where is the issue. I'm going to inspect, go to console, and let's see where the issue occurred. We first have a few warnings, warning, but let's see. So cannot read property.length of null. At the start, pins is going to be set to null, so of course we have to add a question mark right here. As soon as we do that, everything loads properly, and we can see more like this and another image from that same category. That is great. I've also noticed that we are improperly cutting this destination right here. So let's go to pin, which is going to be in the components pin, and let's search for our destination. There we go, destination. And I don't think we need to cut anything from 8 onwards. That is only if we're starting with https://. But in this case, I'm just starting with jsmasterypro.com. So we don't have to cut anything. Let's go ahead and remove this. So it doesn't have to be sliced at all. And same thing here. I'm just going to try and leave the entire thing right here. So that's going to be simply destination. And there we go. As you can see, this looks good now. But if we go back to home, the first link is going to be cut out. So we definitely need to cut it out. So destination.length is longer than, let's do 15 characters. In that case, we're going to show a template string of destination. And then dot slice, let's start from 0 to 15. And we can add 3 dots right here. Else, if it's shorter than 15, we're going to show the entire destination. And as you can see, now it's cut out properly, and these two look great. Awesome. I can notice that there's a typo here, but in this case, it doesn't really matter. This is looking great. Now let's try to expand this a bit. As you can see, all of the images are currently of the same height, but if they were of a different height, then we would see the full power of that masonry grid. But this is looking great as well. With that said, we are done with the pin details page. That's looking great. So our next thing to implement is going to be the user profile. To implement the user profile, we can go back to home, check out all of our routes, and you're gonna notice the user profile. I have a typo here, profile, there we go, and then the dynamic URL to the user ID. And that's rendering the user profile component. So let's go to the user profile, and we're going to implement it right here. As always, let's start by importing all of the necessary packages and dependencies. So we can get the use state as well as the use effect hooks. We are also going to import an icon, AI outline, and that's going to be logout. That's going to be coming from React-icons AI. Then we can also import the use params and use navigate. These are the hooks coming from React-router-DOM. And we can also import the Google logout. Yep, that's a special component created by the React-Google-login package. We're going to also import a few things of our own. So that's going to be user created pins query. as well as the user query itself, and also user saved pins query. And these are coming from /utils/data. We are also going to import client from /client. That's our Sanity client. Also the masonry grid component or masonry layout. So that's going to be import masonry layout from /masonry layout. And at the end, we're going to import the spinner component from /spinner. Our user profile is also going to have a few use states, so it might be a good idea to create them right away. The first use state is going to be user and set user. And at the start, it's going to be set to null. Then we're going to have the pins state. So we can say pins as well as the set pins, and that's going to be set to null as well. Then we can have the text. So use state is going to be text and set text, and it's going to say created. This is going to be either created or saved because we're going to switch between these two states. Then we have to have one more state, which is going to be active btn. We're always going to have one active button, and at the start, that's going to be the created button. We also want to declare the navigate function is equal to use navigate, and we also need to get the user ID from the params, as you can see right here. So we can say const in curly braces user ID is equal to use params. Great. Now, of course, at the start, we're going to check if the user doesn't yet exist. In that case, we're going to return a spinner component like this, and we're going to have the message say loading profile like that. Let's save that. And as you can see right now, the only thing we'll be able to see is the loading profile. So of course we have to create a use effect right here. And that use effect is going to fetch our user data. So in this use effect, we're going to call this whenever the user ID changes. And we need to set up our query, which is going to be equal to user query with the user ID. And then we can use the same old client.fetch, pass in the query, create a .then, get the data about that specific user, and simply set the user to be equal to data 0, because we're getting an array and we only want the first user. If we reload, we can just for a second see loading and then immediately user profile. And now is actually the time to implement the JSX for that user profile. Let's add a class name equal to relative, padding bottom 2, h-full, justify-center, and items-center. Inside of that div, we're going to have one more div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to flex, flex-column, and padding bottom -5. Inside of that div, we're going to have one more div, which is going to have a class name equal to relative, flex, flex-column, and margin bottom 7. And trust me, one final div right here, which is going to have a class name equal to flex, flex-column, justify-center, and items-center. Inside of this div, we are going to have an image tag. This image is always going to fetch a random image from Unsplash. That's a page where you can find a lot of random images. So at the top, let's create the URL for the random image. And that's going to be https://source.unsplash.com. In here, we can do a / and say 1600 pixels or just 1600 and then times 900. And then / nature, photography, technology. or of course you can choose any category you want. So this URL is going to give us a random image. Now we can use this as a source to this image right here. Let's also provide it a class name equal to w-full height-370. On extra large devices, we're going to set the height to be equal to 510, shadow-lg, and object-cover. And finally, we have to give it the alt is equal to banner picture, or just banner pic. And there we go. We couldn't find that photo. So let's go ahead and check out our random image URL one more time. It's supposed to be https://source.unsplash.com. And instead of the asterisk here, this was supposed to be X. There we go. So now if you save it again, you're going to get the random user banner. And this is going to change every time that you reload the page. Below the banner photo, we of course need the user's photo. So right here, we can add the image tag. We can add the class name equal to rounded-full w-20 height-20 minus margin top -10 shadow-xl and object-cover. Okay, so now we have to get the source for this image, and that's simply going to be user.image. As soon as we save that, you will be able to see your profile image. We can add the alt tag, which is going to be user-pic. Now below that, we have to add an h1 tag, which is going to have a class name equal to font-bold, text-3xl, text-center, and margin top 3. And inside of that h1, we're going to render the user.username. There we go. Now, just below this h1, we're going to render one div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to absolute. It's also going to be positioned at top 0, z index to 1, right -0, and padding -2. Inside of there, we have to check if the user ID is equal to user._ID. In that case, the user can also log out from his profile. So right here, we're going to render the Google logout like this. And it's going to look almost the same as it does with our Google login. So let's go ahead and search for our Google login. There we go. I'm going to copy this entire component here, go back and simply paste it right here. There we go. The only thing we have to do is rename it to Google Logout. And of course, we're going to have to change a few things. The client ID is going to remain the same. The button is still going to be here, but it's going to have a few different class names. The class names that it will have is going to be bg-white, p-2, rounded-full, cursor-pointer, outline-none, and shadow-md. It's going to have these two properties as well. And instead of this icon, we're going to render a different icon right here, which is AI outline logout with a color equal to red, as well as the font size equal to 21. And we don't need these responses Google because we're simply logging out. The thing we do need is going to be on success, but on logout success. And there we're going to call the logout function. Of course, we have to create this logout function. I can do it just below our use effect. Const logout is an arrow function. And the only thing it can do is simply say local storage dot clear. And right here, we can also navigate to /login. Of course, we're going to do that if we just logged out. And there you go. At the top right, you can see this logout button. I'm not going to click it right now because I don't want to get logged out, but there it is. Feel free to test it out. Now, below this div containing our Google logout, and below one more div, we can create a new div. And this is going to be div for our two buttons. Right here, this div is going to have a class name equal to text-center and also margin bottom 7. Here, we can have two different buttons. Let's go ahead and create the first one first. That's going to be a button. It's going to have a type is equal to button. It's also going to have an onClick property where it's going to get the event, and it's going to set the text to be equal to e.target.textContent. So this is going to take the contents of that button. And then we can switch the setActiveBTN to be equal to created. Based on that, we can also change the class name. So this is the first time we're going to have a dynamic class name. We're going to say if ActiveBTN is triple equal to created. In that case, we want to render the ActiveBTN styles. Else, we want to render the not ActiveBTN styles like this. And of course, these are the two string variables which we're going to create right away. So let's scroll to the top of this component. And right here at the top, we can declare the const ActiveBTN styles are equal to bg-red-500, text-white, font-bold, p-2, rounded-full, width-20, and outline-none. Now I'm going to duplicate this line, and this is going to be not active BTN styles. BG is not going to be red, it's going to be primary. We're also going to add the margin right-4. Text is not going to be white, it's going to be text-black. And then everything else can remain as it is. Now we can see our first button. So if we scroll down, we can of course add something inside of that button, something like created. Of course, this is going to refer to the posts that this user has created. And we can duplicate this entire button just below. This button is going to do the same thing, but it's going to set ActiveBTN to be saved. And right here, we're going to check if we're currently on the saved button. And instead of created, it's going to say saved. So now we can switch between these two buttons. Depending on the state, we need to show the created posts or the saved posts. So of course, to do that, we're going to have one new use effect, which is going to handle fetching the saved posts and the created posts. So just below this use effect, let's create a new one. That's going to be use effect. It's going to have a callback function and a dependency array, and it's going to be recalled whenever the text changes or when the user ID changes. Inside of here, we want to check if the text is triple equal to created. In that case, we want to get the created pins, but we're also going to have an else. In that case, we want to get the saved pins. So let's first start by getting the created ones. Const created pins query is equal to user created pins query, and we need to pass in the user ID. Then we can simply say client.fetch. Right here, we're going to pass in the created pins query, and we simply need to call a dot then. We're going to get the data, and the only thing we need to do is say set pins is equal to data. Now we can copy this entirely, paste it below. The only thing we have to change is right here. This is not going to be created pins query. It's going to be saved pins query. And we're going to get saved pins by saying user saved pins query. And then we pass in the user ID. Everything else is going to remain the same. Now that we have these queries, we of course have to show our posts. So just below the div containing these two buttons, I'm going to create one more div. And this div is going to have a class name. If we fix this properly, there we go. This div is going to have a class name equal to padding x2. And inside of there, we're simply going to render our own masonry layout component, and we're gonna pass in the pins. Now, if we save that, you're gonna notice that JavaScript Mastery successfully created 3 different pins. Now, it might be a good idea to wrap this inside of a ternary statement. So saying only if there are pins.length or a question mark .length, in that case, we can actually render out the masonry layout, including our pins. So if somebody hasn't created any, then we're going to show something else. So instead of using and, we can turn this into a ternary and simply show a new div like this. A div that's going to say no pins found. We can give that div a class name is equal to flex, justify dash center, font dash bold, items dash center, width dash full, text dash XL, and margin top 2. I don't think we'll be able to see this because JavaScript Mastery both created posts and also saved a post, as you can see right here. And with that, our profile page is now fully done. Let's expand it and see it in its full glory. There we go. As you can see, we have our 3 posts right here. We can switch between saved and created, and this banner changes every time. With that said, our profile page is now fully done, and it's looking great. Now, I've noticed that the categories on the left side are just still the mock categories or demo categories that we created at the start. So now that we have the list of actual categories, we can actually show them right there. To do that, we can go to our sidebar, and instead of actually creating mock categories like we have this ones, we're simply going to import categories, and that's coming from /utils/data. There we go. So now, as you can see, we're showing real categories right here. And not only that, now we can actually show the image for each category. So inside of the nav link, just above the category title, we can right here show the image with a source category.image. We can also give it a class name equal to w-8, height-8, rounded-full, and shadow-sm. Let's also give it an alt tag, which is going to be category. And there we go. Now we even have the images for each one of these categories. So if we go to the home page and go to, for example, cats, we can see 2 different images right here. But if we go to something like cars, you'll see that there is nothing there. So it might be a good idea to go to our pins, more specifically the feed page or the category page. That is going to be the feed component. And right here, we can check if there is no pins .length. In that case, we can simply return an h2 that's going to say no pins available. And there we go. You can see it right here. Of course, you can only see this right now, but later on, once your users populate this page, the images are going to be included in all of the categories, and the only thing you'll be able to see is this nice masonry grid with all of the images. So the create a post is done. The actual pin details page is also done. The profile page is now fully done as well. What do we still have to do? Well, if you go to Share Me and click on Search, you'll notice that this search component is still not done. So the search is going to be our next step. To start working on the search component, you can visit your file tree, go to Components, and then Search. Inside of here, let's start by importing the use state as well as the use effect hooks from React. Then we're going to import a few of our local files, which is going to be import masonry layout from /masonry layout. Let's also import the client from /client. This is our Sanity client, which we can use to connect to Sanity's backend. Then let's import the feed query as well as the search query, and these are coming from /utils/data. And finally, we can import the spinner from /spinner. Great. Now let's try to see where are we calling our search component. We can do that by opening the first component bracket and then simply searching for search. And you can notice that we are calling it right here inside of the pins and that we're passing a search term to it. So let's go back to our search, and we know that we're getting a search term as a parameter or as a prop. Inside of here, we can set two use states. And in this case, that's going to be pins as well as the set pins at the start set to null. And then we also need the loading. So I'm going to say use state, and we're going to set that to loading, set loading, and at the start, it's going to be set to false. Then inside of this div, we're going to check if we're currently loading. And if we are loading, we're going to show a spinner with a message equal to searching for pins, like this. Now, if we turn this to true, you can notice that we have searching for pins. Right here, we're going to write pins ? .length, and that is not equal to 0. If that is true, or meaning if that is false, we're going to simply show the masonry layout, and we're going to pass pins to it. Finally, below that, we're going to do pins ? .length is equal to 0, and then in that case, only if the search term is also not empty, meaning we are searching for something, but there are no pins, in that case, also, and if we are not currently loading, in that case, we're going to simply display a div. We can do it right here. Div that's going to have a class name, empty-10, text-center, and text-xl. There we can say no pins found. There we go. But right now, the question is, how are we going to get the pins for a specific search query? And the answer is, let's use a use effect right here. So let's write use effect. And that use effect is going to change anytime that the search term changes. We can first check if there is a search term. In that case, we can set the loading to be set to true. Else, if we don't have a search term, then we can show the pins of all categories and all search terms. So let's say client.fetch feed query, and then we can simply say .then, we get the data, and then we simply need to set pins, which is going to be data, and also set loading, which is going to be set to false. But if we do have a search term, in that case, we can say const query is equal to search query, where we're going to pass the search term and we're going to pass the lowercase search term. So we can say dot to lowercase. And then right here, we can basically copy this client.fetch right here, paste it below this query, and instead of feed query, we're just going to pass this specific query. And there we go. Let's save it and test it out. As you can see, right now, we can see all of the posts. But if I click search right here and search for something like cats, you can notice that now we get only the cats. If I try searching for something like coffee, there we go. We can only see the image that contains the word coffee in the title or in the description. With that said, our search is now fully done. That is great. So I'm going to take some time and add a few more photos of different heights just so we can see the full beauty of our masonry layout. And there we go. I went ahead and added a few more photos. And now, if I put it in this view, you can see how we get this nice masonry layout. Of course, the more photos you add, the better is it going to look. I've added 2 different wallpapers, the logo for JavaScript Mastery, as well as the logo for the new JavaScript Mastery Pro platform. And there were the 3 images for my setup. Of course, we can go to wallpaper, see all the related photos, as well as the photo, categories work, cats work as well. The profile page is working perfectly as well. We can save different posts and everything is functioning perfectly. Of course, the last touch is going to be to change the title and the favicon of our website. So let's collapse all the files and folders, go to Share Me Frontend, go to Public, and into the index.html. Right here, instead of the favicon, we can use our actual logo. Of course, feel free to use any logo you want, but the logo for the Share Me platform is going to be linked in the description. You'll be able to find the link there. It's going to be titled favicon.png, and as you can see right here, the only thing we have to do is simply rename from favicon.ico to favicon.png. And if you do that and reload, you can see there is our new icon. And we can also change the title of our website to be something like Share Me. Great. And if you look at that, now we have Share Me, and it is our photo sharing platform. Essentially, a full stack social media application for sharing images. This is the website we've created from scratch together in this video. Phenomenal job. Now you can see this is the website that I created before, and we have a few more images here so we can really see the power of this masonry grid. You can turn your app into a real social media application where users will be able to post images just like these ones. Now let's start with the last step of our journey, and that is actually deploying this entire website to the internet so that all of your friends and potential employers can see your website. Of course, you'll also be able to share it on your portfolio. Great, let's start. To deploy our great social media platform, we're gonna use Netlify. Netlify is great for free and small projects. They don't give you a specific domain name, but it's great if you simply want to put something on the internet. On the other hand, if you want extremely fast hosting, maybe you're planning to turn this into a real social media application and you want to get a real domain name, I would strongly encourage you to look into Hostinger. They offer a free domain name with their value added package. The link to Hostinger is going to be down in the description. But as I've mentioned, for simplicity purposes, in this case, we're going to go with Netlify. You can log in at the top right. You can click Sites right here. This is where we're going to deploy our application. Before we can do that, let's go ahead and close all the files and folders. I'm just holding Control and pressing W to quickly close them. And we can collapse all the files and folders here as well. Now you can open up Share Me Frontend, go to Public, and we'll have to add one more file to the public folder. The file's name is going to be _redirects without an extension. And there you'll have to type */ index.html and then 200. Our website is a multi-page website. So if we go to something like category, you'll see category cars. And on Netlify, if you reload the page and you're not on the root domain, then it's going to throw you an error. But with this, that error is going to be fixed. So now we can actually deploy it, but first we have to build it out. So let's open up our terminal by going to View and then Terminal. And then we can stop our currently running terminal by pressing Ctrl+C and then Y. We can clear this and make sure that you are in the Share Me frontend, or however you call the frontend part of your application. And finally, you can run npm run build. This is going to create an optimized production build of our entire React application. Once your application builds out, you'll be able to find a build folder right here. Right-click it and click Reveal in File Explorer. Then you can go back to Netlify, find your folder right here, and then scroll down to this page and drag and drop it right inside of here. It's going to take just a second to upload, and in a matter of seconds, it's going to be deployed on the web. Before checking it out, you can quickly change your domain name right here. The Netlify app is still going to remain there, but you can change just the start of that name. So let's try with share me JSM and save. There we go. Now you can go to your domain name and you'll notice that we are just going to get a loading page, nothing more. So now is actually the time that we put our app to production. Now that it is deployed, we have to change some of the parameters with the Google login as well as Sanity so that everything is allowed for the production version of our application. The first thing you can do is go to your sanity.io/manage. Then find your project, go to the settings, more specifically to the API settings, course origins, and then copy the URL of your newly deployed site. I just copied it, add course origin, paste it right here, and allow credentials and save. Now that we've done that, let's go back to our website, reload the page, and right now we get cannot read property null of Google ID, and that is completely fine. The reason why that is happening is because we also have to provide our newly created URL to the Google console. So again, now you have to go to the website we previously used to set up our Google authentication, console.cloud.google.com. Then you'll have to go to your specific project, in this case share me, and to credentials. We can click web client 1. And finally, we'll have to add an authorized JavaScript origin. In this case, we can simply add our newly created URL. Let's go ahead and add it and click save. There we go. Now we can go back to our website and open up the application tab. Go to local storage and completely clear the local storage. Finally, we can close the console and reload the page. It looks like we still have a quick error in our pin.jsx component. So let's go to pin.jsx, and the console says the error is on line 16, cannot read properties null of Google ID. So right here, we're trying to get the Google ID through the user. But if the user is undefined or null, in that case, this is going to be an error. So we simply have to add a question mark right here for that error to be fixed. Now, let's just simply search for Google ID across this file and see if we're using it somewhere else. As you can see, we're using it here as well. So we're going to add 2 question marks. And there is one final place where we're using it, and that is right here on line 98 in my case. Now that we've made sure that the user actually exists, let's also do a 100% check and re-navigate the user back to the login page if the user is not logged in. So to do that, we can go to our pins container or the home page, or maybe the best way to do it is to go straight to the app.js. And inside of here, we're gonna initialize the navigate hook by saying navigate is equal to use navigate, and we call that as a hook. Then we're going to set up a use effect right here. That use effect is going to happen only at the start right now. And right here, we'll try to get the user by saying const user is equal to fetch user. Remember, this fetch user is coming from /utils/fetch user. We of course have to also import the use effect at the top right here. And finally, we have to say if there is no user, in that case, navigate to /login. There we go. Now we are 100% sure that if the user hasn't been logged in, or if for whatever reason the login expired, we're going to re-navigate them back to login. With that said, let's go ahead and open the view, terminal, and then we can run npm run build one final time. While that build is happening, we can go to our deployed page on Netlify, and you can click deploys right here. In your case, there's going to be just one there. I was doing some testing. And finally, on your File Explorer, you can go to your build folder, click Reveal in File Explorer, and finally, you can simply drag and drop your build folder right here. We can reload the page. In a few seconds, it's going to be published. You can go back to your page and reload it. And as you can see, on our new shareme.jsm.netlify.app, we've been redirected to login. Let's see if the sign in with Google works. A pop-up window appeared on my other screen. I'm gonna log in using my JavaScript Mastery account. And in this case, it looks like we got just one small error. If we go to console, it's the same line. It's going to be cannot read property underscore ID at pin JSX16. So that's really unfortunate. We should have paid attention to that. Right here, there is our underscore ID. And in this case, we also have to provide question marks right here. There we go. So now I'm going to redeploy this npm run build. And once it builds out, I'm going to go back to Netlify, deploys, and I'm going to simply drag and drop the rebuild build folder. There we go. Our application has been built, and I'm going to simply reveal it in File Explorer, and I'm going to drag and drop the build folder. We're going to reload the page. It is published. Go back on our shareme.netlify.app and reload the page. And there we go. Finally, there were some little hiccups at the end, but everything turned out great. We are on our newly deployed application. We have our profile page here. The images work fine. This is the image details page. And we can go ahead and search for cats as well. There we go, images of cats. And let's go ahead and test the mobile view as well. So I'm going to right click, inspect, go to mobile view, and check this out. It's looking great. We built a real image sharing social media application. Congratulations. One last thing that I want to show you is that you can open up your Visual Studio Code and stop your other terminal from running by pressing Ctrl+C. Make sure that you're positioned in the backend folder now, and then run Sanity deploy. This is going to deploy your studio online. In here, you have to choose your host name. I'm going to use shareme.jsm. This is going to build out your desk that you'll be able to share with other people, and everybody you give access to will be able to manage the content of your database or of your backend through Sanity's desk system. Let's give it a minute and I'll show that to you in action. And there we go. As I was speaking, the deployed link is here. You can control click it, and we are on our Sanity's Studio desk. As you can see, you can give access to this link to other people, and they will be able to create new pins straight from this dashboard. Great. Of course, you have to be cautious when giving access to this, or generally when storing user information through any kind of content management system, because right here, you'll be able to see the user information as well as the image and some other information like IDs. Some of this information might have to be stored safely and securely, and in that regard, you have to be careful of what content do you put on your content management systems. But with that said, this is great. We can see all of our pins here. I'm incredibly happy with the site we ended up creating in this one video. I know it was a long one, but hopefully you learned a lot along the way, and I hope you're gonna enjoy by putting this project on your portfolio. Before we dive into the development, let me give you a really quick demo of the entire application. This is our store's homepage. We have a big banner indicating our featured product. Then we have a list of all of our best-selling product with a nice on-hover animation. And finally, we have a beautiful sale banner at the bottom right here. And as I've promised, the best of all is that everything you can see on this page can be dynamically modified. And that is only possible because of Sanity. Let me show you how it works live. We can modify the content for our banner as well as all of our products. For example, let's go into products and let's go into these headphones right here. As you can see, we can add or change the images, the product's name, the unique slug, the price, and the product details. The same thing goes for changing every single little detail in our banner component, as you can see right here. In this course, you'll learn how to use Sanity from scratch so that you can use it in all of your future projects. Going back to our app, clicking on a specific product will open its product details page. Here, you can see the product title, as well as the number of reviews, description, and price. You can also hover over the thumbnails to see the images in more detail. There's also the animated "You may also like" section, where you'll get the recommended products for the item you're currently viewing. Hovering over it will stop the animation and you can select another product. You can change the quantity and add the product to the cart. So let's go ahead and add a few products. Let's go for these headphones as well, and let's click Buy Now. By opening the cart, you can modify the quantities of each individual item, as you can see right here, and you can also remove them from the cart. Finally, when you're ready to purchase, you can click the Pay with Stripe button. That'll lead you to a special Stripe checkout where we have a nice overview of our order. Here, you can enter your payment details, choose your shipping method, and finally complete the purchase. And once you're done with the purchase, you'll be redirected to a special success page. And of course, the entire website is completely mobile responsive. So as you can see, as we scroll, you'll notice that it feels like a native mobile application. Everything is fully mobile responsive. So that's it. How do you like it? It's a phenomenal, full-fledged e-commerce application. I hope you're hyped. So without any further ado, let's get straight into it. To start off with creating our amazing e-commerce application, we're going to start from scratch. We are on our desktop, have an empty Visual Studio Code window open, and we're going to right-click and create a new folder called e-commerce. There we go. The only thing you have to do is simply drag and drop it into your empty Visual Studio Code window. Of course, feel free to use your own code editor of choice. In this case, we're using Visual Studio Code as it is the most popular code editor out there. It also has a great integrated terminal, so you can go to View and then Terminal. We can clear it, and in here, we can run all of the necessary commands to initialize our application. In this video, we'll be using Next.js. It's going to make our React application even quicker, and the website with all the products is going to load incredibly quickly. Next.js allows us to statically render all of our websites, making them incredibly efficient. So all that we have to do to initialize a Next.js application is to run the command npx create-next-app, and that's it. Run it. It's going to ask you to install the Create Next App package. So just press Y there and press Enter. You'll have to enter the name of your project. In this case, I'm going to type e-commerce. And the process of installation is going to begin, and we should be able to see all of our code in just a minute. I'm going to pause this video, and I'll be right back as soon as it is done. As soon as our app is initialized, we can open up our Explorer and see that we have a new folder right here with some more files and folders. This is a Next.js structure. The most important thing here is the Pages folder, where we'll be creating our components and pages. As we go along, we're going to add a few more folders to keep a nice and a consistent folder and file structure. Before we spin up our application, let's first install all of the necessary dependencies and packages that we're going to use in our project. Right now, we only have Next, React, and React DOM. Down in the description, there's going to be a GitHub gist file containing all of the code that I'm going to reference in this video. The first thing in there are going to be all of the necessary dependencies. So just hover over these lines and override them with all of the dependencies that we have to install. The dependencies include Sanity and Sanity image URL. Of course, we're going to use this to dynamically change all of the content of our banners and our products. We're going to also use Stripe, which is one of the most popular payment gateways, allowing us to process real transactions right inside of our application. We're going to also use a confetti package that's going to show that nice confetti once the order is fulfilled. We're going to use the Next Sanity image to process images and Stripe itself. We're going to also use React Hot Toast to provide that nice banner as soon as something happens, like a notification. And finally, React icons for all of the great icons. The only thing we have to do is first cd into the folder that Next.js created for us. In my case, that's going to be e-commerce. You can check that right here, that we are inside of a new folder created for us by Next.js. So now we moved into it, and then you can run npm install legacy peer deps. This is going to make sure to install exactly the same versions of packages so that whenever you're watching this video, be it after a year or 2 years, you'll always be able to replicate exactly what I have in this video. Run this command, let's wait about a minute, and I'll be right back. And there we go. Once all of your dependencies install, we can finally spin up our application on localhost 3000 by running the npm run dev command. Immediately, you can control-click or command-click the localhost 3000, and it's going to open up the demo page right on your localhost. That means that we are ready to configure Sanity, which is going to allow us to so much more easily manage the data for our entire e-commerce store throughout our entire application development. So let's go ahead and set it up right away. To start off, you can click the link in the description. Sanity team was kind enough to provide you with double the free monthly usage. And that includes 200,000 API requests, 1 million API CDN requests, and 20 gigabytes of bandwidth. That's going to be more than enough for 99.9% of people, myself included. And that's great because it means that we'll be able to build our e-commerce application from scratch to finish and deployment completely for free using the newest and most modern technologies. Sanity is of course going to be of great help here because they're a platform for structured data that lets us build better digital experiences. Essentially, all of the data for our products and banners on our store are going to be managed by Sanity. You'll soon see the amazing benefits that Sanity offers. So to get started, let's simply copy this to our clipboard. Let's open up our terminal by pressing Ctrl and then backtick, or going to View and then Terminal. Let's stop it from running by pressing Ctrl-C and then Y, and we can clear the console. Finally, we can paste what we copied. This is first going to install Sanity CLI globally, and then you need to press Enter one more time to initialize Sanity and to apply a JavaScript mastery coupon. Now, there might have been some additional prompts that I didn't see right now because I have already used Sanity before. If you haven't, you'll most likely just have to say yes to install Sanity, and that's about it. As soon as you're done with that, we'll have to log into our Sanity account, and for that, I'm gonna use Google. So simply press Enter. And there we go, login successful. Back in our terminal, we can immediately enter our project name. I'm going to say e-commerce. We're also asked if we want to use the default dataset configuration, and to that, I'm going to simply say yes or Y. The dataset is being created as we speak. We're fine with the project output path, so I'm simply going to press Enter. And we can choose a template for our project. There's a movie project, an e-commerce project, a blog, and a clean project with no schemas. We are building an e-commerce site, so an e-commerce template would make a lot of sense. But as you already know, here in JavaScript Mastery, I always take you one step at a time and one step further. So we're going to start with a clean project with no predefined schemas so that I can teach you exactly how you can use Sanity and how you can use it on all of your future projects. There we go, creating default project files and resolving dependencies. And there we go. The setup has been successful. Before we can check out all of the great things that we can explore with Sanity, we can notice that Git is tracking all of our active changes, and there's more than 10,000. So what you can do is go to .gitignore, and then instead of just / node modules, we want to simply say node modules without the /. That's going to make sure to include the node modules inside of the e-commerce Sanity project as well. With that simple change, you can go to your Git and then click right here to reload it, and you should be able to see only 21 changes. Great. With that said, we can now explore our terminal and see that there are many commands that we can test out to explore what Sanity has to offer. We can start with the first command, which is sanity docs. This is going to open up the documentation right inside of your browser, and you can use the search to really learn about anything you need. Now we can explore the sanity manage command. This is going to open up your Sanity Manager, and from there you'll be able to choose your current project. We'll have to get back to this page later on to give us all the permissions we need to properly set up our application. And to finally get access to our content, we can cd into e-commerce. This time we're into Sanity e-commerce. I know this is getting quite repetitive. I didn't really anticipate to have this many e-commerce projects, but the original e-commerce one is our Next.js application, and then the inner one is going to be our Sanity Studio. So it might be a good idea to rename it. So I'm going to simply rename, and that's going to be sanity_e-commerce. So now we can cd, and then we can cd into Sanity e-commerce. Inside of there, you can run the sanity start command. And this is going to spin up the content studio on localhost 3333. If we go there, you'll have to log in. And as soon as you do, you'll be able to see that now we have an empty schema right here. Not much to see, right? But as soon as we adding our schemas inside of our code, this Sanity desk is going to start looking much more appealing and featureful. And that brings us to the next task, and that is actually accessing the files and folders that were created for us automatically. Most importantly, the schemas folder right here. For now, we just have one schema, as you can see right here, but soon enough, we're gonna add the schema for our projects as well. So I'm going to teach you how to do that from scratch right away. So to create your own custom schema, you can right-click the schemas folder and create a new file. Let's call it product.js. Inside of the product, the only thing you have to do is say export default and then export an object. This is all that it is. You don't have to use any special syntax. You simply export your schema as a basic JavaScript object. A Sanity schema needs to have a name, and in this case, that's going to be product. The title is going to be product with a capital P. And then we also need a type, and a type of this is going to be document. Finally, the most important thing is to provide the fields for our schema. The fields are going to be object-based, so we can create inner objects inside of the fields array. And the first field is going to be our image. So we can say name is equal to image. The title is going to be an image with a capital I. And then we also need a type. And this is going to be array. So we can have an array of images. And check this out. See how I said that? An array of images. So what Sanity did is created an of property, and we can say array of type is equal to image, almost like talking in plain English, an array of images. And we're going to also provide an additional options object right here, where we can say hotspot is equal to true. And if you don't know what that means, what you can do is go to Sanity docs and search for hotspot. There we go. You can immediately see that this is a property on the image tab. Let's search for hotspot and let's see what does it mean. enables the user interface for selecting what areas of an image should be cropped, what areas should never be cropped, and the center of the area to crop when resizing. Essentially, just helps us to better position the image we upload. And you can see that it is a Boolean. So whatever you want to do, it is incredibly easy to search the docs for it and then implement it on your own. Now we can go to the next field, which is going to be below this object. This one is going to be a bit simpler. Name is going to be name, the product name. The title is also going to be name with a capital N. And finally, the type is going to be string. Nothing extra we have to pass right here. Next, we're going to have a slug. A slug is like a URL, like a unique string. So the name is actually going to be slug. Then the title is going to be slug as well with a capital S. And type is going to be slug. So as you can see, Sanity has built a custom type for unique identifiers. We can also provide the options, and we can set the source of our slug, which is going to be name. So it's going to automatically generate a unique slug based on our name property. We can also provide a max length property, which is going to be set to 90 characters. That should be more than enough. Finally, every single product, of course, needs to have a price. So we can say name of a new field is price, and also title is going to be price as well. The type is going to be number. And the last thing we can add is going to be another field where the name is going to be set to details. And finally, title is going to be set to details as well. And the type of details is going to be string. As straightforward as that. We've just created our product schema. There is going to be just one more additional schema for this entire e-commerce application, and that is going to be our banner.js file. Since we've just explored the way to do schemas and the ways in which you can create fields, arrays of fields, options, and more, to save your time, down in the description, in that GitHub gist file, there's going to be the banner.js file. Right here, you can find the schema for our banner. As you can see, there isn't any logic happening here. We're just again setting some of the similar fields that we had before. Just some strings, names, products, descriptions, and so on. Everything is right here. So again, I just wanted to save your time. Go down in the description, copy it, paste it here, and we should be good to go. We are therefore ready to use those schemas inside of our schema.js file. First of all, let's remove all of these comments just to have the easier view right here because I'm guiding you. And then we can import our documents. We can do that by saying import product from /product. And we can repeat that one more time by saying import, that's going to be banner, from /banner. The last and only thing we have to do is we have to add our documents right here. That's going to be product and banner inside of this array. That is it. Now let's go back to our Sanity desk. That's going to be on our localhost 3333. And as you can see, now we have our product and we have our banner. Let's go ahead and add one demo product. So we can create a new product right here. We immediately have a nice looking interface where we can enter the product image. I've uploaded this great looking image of headphones. And if you want to use the same images that I'm using throughout this entire project, the link to the assets is also going to be somewhere down below, either in the gist file as a zipped folder or somewhere else. But you'll definitely be able to find it if you want to replicate exactly what I'm doing in this video. So let's close this and let's choose a name. I'm going to go with headphones right here. And now a cool part here is that the slug can be immediately generated. Headphones without any extra numbers or letters because this is the first instance of the headphones. But if we were to create another one, then a unique slug would be automatically generated for us. Let's go with something like 99 for the price, and the details can be great looking and sounding headphones. And we can click publish. There we go. A new document was just published, and we can see it right here under product category and under products. Amazing. What we've done just now is basically implemented an entire database. Think about that. We've created a schema and added the ability for users to add new content to that database. How crazy is that? Imagine if we're working on a MERN application, MongoDB, Express, React, and Node. Imagine how much time we would have to spend just to come to this point where we're at right now. It would take hours to set everything up, but we've done it in just a couple of minutes. And now that Sanity is fully configured and set up, our backend is fully done. Now we can start creating our front-end application, and then later on, we're going to connect the two. Phenomenal. For our front-end, we are of course going to use React.js, well technically Next.js, which is a framework for React. It's going to give us access to that beautiful development workflow that React offers, but with even faster and more optimized page loads. So with that said, I hope you're excited, so let's get started. We can start inside of our pages and inside of our index.js page. This is our main page. So what we can do is delete everything that we have in here so far. Let's just make it a clean slate. And you know what? We can actually remove everything we have in here. We can use that shortcut, RAFCE, React Arrow Function Export Component, and simply press enter. If this didn't work for you, that must mean that you don't have the necessary extension installed, that is ES7 snippet. So if you search for that, you should be able to find ES7 plus React Redux React Native snippets. Simply install that, go back, type RAFCE, and you should be able to see this code output. If it didn't work, simply type it out by hand. But in any case, we are ready to start creating our index page. Of course, to be able to see what we're coding in real time, we can open up our terminal, press Ctrl+C, and then simply cd out of Sanity e-commerce, and then run npm run dev to run our application on localhost 3000. There, you should only be able to see small index right here. Now I'm going to pull the browser and Visual Studio Code side by side so that we can see everything at once. And there we go. We are ready to proceed. Now you might notice that we have this red squiggly line right here, cannot find module next babel. To easily fix that, we can just go inside of the root of our folder, e-commerce, and we can create a new file called .babelrc. Inside of there, we can create an object, because this is a JSON file, and then we can write presets is going to be an array of one string that's going to say next babel, like this. And then we also have to go inside of the .eslint_rc.json. We're going to switch this extents from a string to an array. And then as the first property in that array, we're going to say next/babel, and then add a comma like this. Now we made a change here and also a change here. Make sure that you have the babel inside of the root of this folder, not outside of it. And then if we go back to our index.js, now you can see that problem is entirely fixed and we are ready to proceed with the development. We can start by renaming this to home. That's going to be a better fitting name. There we go. And finally, we can start with the JSX. So we're going to have one div, or rather one empty React fragment wrapping everything. Inside of there, we're going to have a hero banner component. For now, let's simply leave it as a text hero banner. Below that, we're going to have a div. And this div is going to have an h2 that's going to say best selling products, like this. We can also add a p tag below that's going to say speakers of many variations. Of course, feel free to type whatever you prefer here. This is going to be that nice looking banner as soon as we implement the styles. Finally, in here, we're going to also loop over our products. So we can create a div right here. And we cannot yet loop over our real products because we haven't fetched them from Sanity. But let's create an array of, for example, a string of product1. Let's also do product2. And let's simply call a dot map. Of course, this has to be in curly braces. How could have I forgotten that? And then we get an arrow function. We get a product for each one of the elements we're mapping over. And then finally, we can simply return the product component. For now, that is simply going to be the actual product name itself. So you can see product1, product2. Later on, these are going to be real products. And finally, we're going to also need a footer at the bottom. This is going to be another custom special component, which we're going to implement really soon. And that's our index page, believe it or not. Of course, to keep our code clean and separate, more code is going to go into these separate components in just a moment. But before we implement those components, let's actually get our styles. So inside of the styles.js, you'll be able to find two different files, globals.css and home module. Home module was for that default styles we had, so you can simply delete it. And then you can go into globals.css and also navigate to the description down below to that same GitHub gist. And from there, you'll be able to copy the entire style sheet for this project. Simply copy and paste it right here. This is going to save you so much time when developing this project. This isn't a beginner project. It is already at an intermediate or an advanced level because it is a real e-commerce application with a content management system and also complete payments integration. For that reason, I want you to focus on things that matter, writing real logic and actually creating your own e-commerce application from scratch. I didn't want you to spend time writing CSS, so I provided it all for you. Once again, the link is down in the description in a GitHub gist. Now that we've done that, we can close it and we can go to our _app.js. We can just check that our import is right here, which means that our styles are now being used. And we can actually check that out if we apply some class names right here. Let's add a class name to our div. Something like class name is equal to products-heading and save it. As you can see, this is immediately looking so much better. We can also give a class name to our products container. Class name is going to be products-container. And that just centered it in the middle. We're going to use all of these class names that are inside of that global CSS, once again, to speed up our workflow. And finally, we are ready to set up our basic file and folder structure and set up all of our components that we'll be using throughout this entire project. Spending a few minutes on that right away is going to save us a lot of time in the future because we're already going to have all of the components right here. So let's do that right away. We can start by creating a new components folder inside of the main e-commerce one, of course. Inside of there, we can create all of the components that we're going to use throughout this entire course. So let's create the first one. We can create that hero banner component .jsx. Inside of there, you can run rafce, and that is going to be enough to start with. We can repeat this process for all of the other components that we're going to use. So let's go ahead. The next one is going to be cart.jsx. Again, run rafce, and we've got it. Then we're going to also have the footer.jsx. Run rafce for the footer as well. We're going to also have a footer banner.jsx component. We can also run rafce there. We're going to also have the hero banner component. So hero banner.jsx. We're going to also have a really important layout.jsx component. We can run rafce in there for now. And finally, we're going to have a navbar.jsx, again with rafce. And finally, the last one is going to be product.jsx component, once again, rafce. Now that we have all of these components, we can start importing them inside of our pages. To do that though, we can create one final file inside of the components folder called index.js. From this single file, we're going to export all of the other components. So we can say export, in curly braces, default as, then the name of the component, such as footer, and then from /footer. Now we can repeat this for every single component we have. The next one is going to be layout. Then we're going to have our navbar. We also are going to have our product. We're going to also have our hero banner right here, hero banner. Finally, we need our footer banner. And finally, we need the cart. There we go. That's going to be coming from cart. So now we're exporting all of these components, and we can go back to our index.js so I can show you how we'll be importing them into all of our pages. Now that we created that special index file, we can import them in one line by saying import. We can specify all of the components here. In this case, we're going to use product, footer banner, and finally hero banner. And that's going to be coming from /components. There we go. And we immediately get one error saying that we cannot immediately use the .jsx file extension, but we can add a Babel preset React to the preset section of your Babel config. So let's go to our Babel RC, and under preset, we can say comma, and simply add Babel preset React. Now, since we've added this, we also have to install it. So let's open up our terminal, stop it from running, and then run npm install --save-dev, and then add babel /preset-react. This should get installed pretty soon. And we can go under package.json and under dev dependencies to check that it is properly installed. Now let's run npm run dev. Now, if we reload our page, you can see that the error is still not quite fixed. Although this seemed like a trivial thing, like we just want to be able to use the .jsx extension, we've ran into quite a few problems here. But as you already know, here in JavaScript Mastery, I don't skip over any bugs. I'm going to go through this with you, no matter how trivial it is. And it looks like I've made just one tiny mistake. It looks like this here was supposed to be presets, and right here, we don't need the initial preset if we're going to use the Babel preset React. So now if we close this and rerun our terminal by pressing Ctrl+C and then Y and then npm run dev again, we should be able to go back, reload the page, and see another error. This means that we are good to go. We can go to our pages and then _app.js. Since we're using a preset React, now we'll have to import React from React so that we can use the JSX syntax. There we go. And we are back where we started. If you remember correctly, we were in our index.js file. We just imported our components and we were getting ready to use them. Instead of this hero banner text, we're going to use a hero banner self-closing component. And then under footer, we're going to use that as a footer banner. And then also a self-closing component. So far, nothing has changed. But now we can actually go into our hero banner and start implementing it right away. To start implementing our hero banner, we can start with the outer div. This div is going to have a class name equal to hero-banner-container. Inside of there, we're going to have one more div that isn't going to have any classes. And inside of there, we're going to start with some text. So first, we can have a p tag it's going to have a class name equal to Beats Solo. This is going to be for our headphones. And right here, we're going to pass dynamic data, but we haven't yet fetched anything from Sanity. So what we can do is say small text right here with capital letters. This is going to be dynamic soon enough. Then we're going to have an H3 just below. This H3 is going to render the mid text. There we go. And finally, we can have an image right here. And we don't yet have the source, so I think we can leave the source as an empty string. And we're going to also provide the alt tag equal to headphones. And we can also give it a class name equal to hero-banner-image. Once again, you cannot see it yet because we're not fetching real data, but we will soon. Below that image, we're going to have a div. And inside of this div, we're going to have a link property. A link is like an href, but in Next.js. So right here, we can import link from next/link. We can use it right here. And a link accepts an href property, just like an h1 tag does. And for now, let's point it to /product and then /ID. This ID will of course be dynamic soon enough. We're going to wrap our button with this link. So right inside of there, we're going to have a button component. That button is going to have a type equal to button. And inside of there, we can render the button text, which is also going to be dynamic. Finally, below our link, we're going to have a div. And that div is going to have a class name equal to DESC, as in description. So there, we can simply render an h5 element that is going to simply say description. And below that, in a p tag, we can render the actual description. Now, of course, all of the data that is currently in capitalized letters will be imported straight from Sanity. So we'll be able to modify this on the go through the Sanity platform. And now that we've created this banner, it might actually be a good idea to connect to Sanity right away. That way, later on, we'll be able to pull all the products extremely easily. So the question is, what do we have to do to connect our application to Sanity? Well, first of all, we're going to create one additional folder right here called lib, as in library. Inside of there, we're going to add a new file called client.js. This is going to be for our Sanity client. So inside of there, we can say import Sanity client from add Sanity/client. And we're going to also import image URL builder from add Sanity/image-URL. The only thing we have to do is create something known as a Sanity client, so const client, and that is equal to Sanity client, which we call as a function, and provide only one parameter, which is an object. Inside of there, we have to provide a few properties. A project ID, so that Sanity knows which project to connect us with. A dataset, so that we know are we in development or production. We also need to pass the API version. Finally, we need to pass the use CDN, which can be set to true or false. In this case, that's going to be set to true. And we need to pass our token. All of these are values that you might think we don't already have the access to, but we do. We just have to go back to our Sanity manager. To do that, I'm going to open up a new terminal window. I'm going to cd into e-commerce and then cd into Sanity e-commerce. There, we can run Sanity manage. And as you can see, that opened up our project. We can first of all copy the project ID and paste it right here. Then we can go to datasets and see that we have one production dataset. So we can simply say production right here. Our API version is going to be 2022-03-10. This was the time when I was developing this project. And finally, we have to get our token. To get to the token, we can expand this, go to API, tokens, and then we can create a new API token. Let's name it development, and we're going to give it read and write access. Finally, let's click save. Let's copy this token right here. And what we have to do is not paste it right here due to security reasons. So rather, what we're going to do is we're going to create a new .env file. So right inside of our e-commerce, we can create a new .env file. And there we can say something like next_public_sanity_token. And we can simply paste the token right here. Now, what we can say right here is process.env.next_public_sanity_token. And we should be good to go when it comes to actually connecting to Sanity. Instead of setting this client to a variable, we're going to immediately export it so that we can use it elsewhere. So export const sanity client. Instead of setting this sanity client to a variable, we're going to immediately export it by saying export const client is equal to sanity client. Finally, we have to be able to use the sanity images, so we can say builder const builder is equal to image URL builder. And we need to pass in the client we've just created. Finally, Sanity is going to give us access to the URLs where our images are stored. So we have to export const URL4 is equal to a callback function, where we get the source, and then we can simply say builder.image, and we get that source. This is something that we're doing just once per project, and once we do it, we can simply use Sanity client at all the times and anywhere in the code. So now we can go back to our index.js, and right here we can say import in curly braces client from /lib/client. There we go. Now, the situation with React.js and Next.js is just a bit different. In React, we would immediately just create a useEffect right here, which is a lifecycle method, and then just call the client right there and fetch the data. In Next.js, that is just a bit different. In Next.js, to fetch data, we use something known as getServerSideProps. If you export a function called getServerSideProps for server-side rendering from a page, Next.js will pre-render this page on each request using the data returned by getServerSideProps. Essentially, whenever you're fetching data from an API or from a CMS, we can use the getServerSideProp function. So just at the bottom right here, we can export const getServerSideProps, and that is an asynchronous function. So we can say async and then open a function block. Right here, we first have to form a sanity query. So we can say const query is equal to a string, asterisk, meaning to fetch all, a pair of square brackets, underscore type is double equal to, and then in double quoted strings, product. So we're essentially saying here, let's grab all of the products from our Sanity dashboard. Now that we have that query, we can simply say const products is equal to await. We use that Sanity client, .fetch, and then we can pass in the query. Now we're going to repeat this process to also fetch the data for the banner. So we can say banner query right here. And instead of fetching the product, we're simply going to fetch everything where type is equal to banner. And we have to pass the banner query right here and change this to banner data. Finally, remember what we said, whatever getServerSideProps returns, that gets populated into our function. So what we can do is say return an object that includes the props object, where we're going to pass in the products and banner data. That is all that we have to do in Next.js. Now, what happens is inside of our props right here, we get the data which we passed right here at the bottom, meaning products and also banner data. If you remember correctly, I think we already had one product created, right? So what we can do is we can loop over the products right here. Let's add a question mark dot to make sure that we have some. And then we want to return product dot name. I think that's going to make sense. Now, if we reload the page, we cannot see any changes yet. But what we can do is pass the hero banner prop to our hero banner component. We could simply pass the banner data and then the first element. But first, we have to ask ourselves what exactly banner data is and in which format is Sanity returning the data to us. So I'm going to add a block of code here and say console log, that's going to be banner data, like this. Let's see what is it made of. We can go to the console and you can see that it is an array with 0 elements. So we have to go to our Sanity desk and actually add it there. To do that, we can go to our terminal and run sanity start, which is going to open up the Sanity desk on localhost 3333. And there we go. Once it is open, we can go to banner and create a new element. Let's upload the image as well. I've chose the same old headphones image. For our button text, let's do something like shop now. For our product, we can simply say headphones. Description can be something like best headphones on the market. We can also go with small text, something like, let's do Beats Solo Air, something like that. Mid text can be something like summer sale. People love sales, right? And then for large text, we can have some random words like fine and smile. Discount can be something like 20% off. And then sale time can be, let's do 15 November to 7th December. There we go. And let's click publish. Now, as soon as we do that, we can go back to our localhost 3000 and we immediately get an array that now has one object with all the data we just passed in. So we now know that we have banner data. So now we can pass hero banner is equal to if banner data dot length exists, then we want to pass, so end banner data 0, because we're going to always pass in that first object right here inside of this array. Now going back to our hero banner, we are accepting a hero banner prop right here, and we can actually use it to display dynamic data. So right inside of the small text, we can say hero banner dot small text. And if we save that, immediately we get Beats Solo Air. For mid text, we can do the same thing, essentially copy this, paste it here, and render the mid text right here, summer sale. Below that, we also can have another H1. And inside of this H1, we're going to render the large text 1. Fine. Summer sale looking fine. And then finally, we have to render our image. Now, what we can do is we can import that URL4 property. So import URL4, and that's coming from /lib/client. Now we can finally say URL4 and then hero banner dot image. So the URL for that is contained right here. And now we have our great looking headphones. Under link, we can now navigate to a real URL. So right here, we can put backticks. And then inside of there, if we wrap this with curly braces, inside of there, we can say product / curly braces, hero banner dot product. There we go. So now we're going to actually navigate to that product. And also inside of the button, we can render the hero banner dot and that's going to be button, text, shop now. Finally, under description, we can render hero banner.desc, best headphones on the market. So now we immediately have this banner, but the best thing about this is that we can change it whenever we want. Whenever there's a new sale, we can just go to our Sanity Studio and simply change the values right here or change the product. All of that is immediately going to work. But of course, we're just getting to the real deal, and that is fetching all of the products that we create inside of our Sanity Studio right here. Well, we're already doing that if you think about it. We can see headphones right here, and if we go to our content, the only product we have are one pair of headphones. Amazing! So far, we've done most of the work. We connected with our Sanity, we created the entire backend database, all of the schemas and structures, and we are simply ready to move forward with our index.js. The next part, of course, is the most important part, and that is the part where we create the product component to which we pass all of the product data. So that is coming right up. Let's go ahead and make our e-commerce web shop. To start with our products, we of course have to call our product component. So right here, instead of just displaying the product name, we can go and render or call out our self-closing product component. To that component, we're going to provide a key, which is going to be product._id, and we're going to also provide the entire product object as product. There we go. So now, as you can see, if we reload the page, we are seeing just the keyword product here, because if we control click into product, that is the only thing we are rendering. But now, alongside that, we're getting the entire object containing the data about our existing products. So what we can do is also import a link right here from next/link. We're going to use that to link to the product details page, of course. And then we also need to import that URL for coming from /lib/client. We're going to use this to get the URL for the image inside of our Sanity dashboard. So right off the bat, we can immediately destructure some of the things from inside of our product. That's going to be the image, name, slug, and finally the price. We just put it in another pair of curly braces. And with that, we are ready to return some JSX. Of course, that JSX is not just going to say product. We're going to have one div, and inside of that div, we're going to render a link component. That link is going to have an href property, which is going to point to a dynamic URL of /product and then /slug.current. So it's going to point to the slug of that specific product. We said that slug is an element that is unique, essentially a name, but if we have multiple products of the same name, then that slug is going to have some extra characters added to it. Of course, we have to add a child element for this link to work. So as soon as we add that, it's going to be fixed right away. And that inner div is going to have a class name equal to product-card. Inside of there, we can of course render the product image. That's going to be a basic img tag that's going to have the source equal to URL4. And then we're going to check if we have an image, so image and end. And if we do, we can return the first image because we're going to have multiple images for each one of our products. We can also set the width and the height for our image to be around 250 pixels. So there we go, width and height. And finally, we can apply a class name equal to product-image. Now, if we save this, you can see our great headphones appear right here with this nice hover effect. Of course, let's also display the name and the price below our image. That's going to be a class name equal to product-name. And there we can render out the name, which we destructured from the product. There we go, headphones. And we can also duplicate that and render out the product price, where we're going to add the price, but we're going to also add the $ in front. $99. There we go. Of course, these headphones look just a bit lonely, so what we can do now is we can go to our Sanity Studio or Sanity Desk, and we can immediately add many more products with ease. So let's go here to New Product, and we can just start adding them. As I've promised, I'm going to leave a link to a zipped assets folder down below, so you should be able to replicate each product in its entirety. Let's start with this great speaker right here. I'll try drag and dropping some images right here. There we go. We have speaker 1, 2, 3, and 4. We're going to add a name. Let's do something like speaker. We're not really innovative here. And we can automatically generate a slug. The price in this case can be something like $56. And we can also add some details. I'm going to say immerse in the amazing sound. There we go. And let's click publish. This is going to be our second product. We can just keep going through it because it is so easy. So let's go ahead and add a few more products. I'm going to go with these headphones right here. There we go. Drag and drop. These are going to be headphones as well. But look at this. Now, if we try to generate a slug, it says that the slug is already in use. So we have to say something like headphones new or headphones C or whatever you want to use. The price can be something like $55, and this is going to be a second pair of headphones. And we can publish it. Let's keep going through it. Let's add a few more items. Let's add some of these in-ear headphones right here. Again, drag and drop, enter the product name, cool in-ear headphones. Slug can be automatically generated, as you can see. Price is going to be something around $40, and the details are going to be use these while working out. There we go. And let's publish. 4 products should be enough to start with. So let's go back to our localhost 3000 and let's simply reload the page. Would you look at that? We instantly get more products. If the initial reload didn't work for you, you might have not known about this, but you can press Ctrl, Shift, and then R. This is going to trigger a hard reload, which is going to clear the cache as well. So one more time, if the general reload doesn't work, Ctrl, Shift, and then R to trigger a hard reload with the cache trigger. That also reloads the cache. Great. So now, believe it or not, we are done with our products. We can go back to our index where we just have one thing left to do, and that is the footer banner. So let's go into the footer banner component. So let's first pass some data into the footer banner component. We can say something like footer banner is equal to if banner data exists, so banner data end. In that case, we can pass banner data 0. So the first instance. Now we can go into it. We can accept that footer banner right here. And we can also import, same as before, link from next/link. And we can also import that URL for that we use for images from /lib/client. I just wanted to show you a finished version of our application. As you can see right here, we have this great banner. We also have our products, and then we have this great looking footer banner. This is exactly what we're working on at the moment. So let's go back to our localhost and let's implement it right away. We can start by adding a class name to this div. That class name is going to be footer-banner-container. Inside of there, we're going to have one more div, and this div is going to have a class name equal to banner-desc, as in description. And inside of there, we're going to have 2 more divs. The first div is going to have a class name equal to left, and the second one right here, I guess you can guess it, is going to have a class name equal to right. If we save that, you can see this red color appear right here. That is coming from the footer banner container. And inside of the left, we can render a p tag that's going to render the footer banner dot discount. There we go. You can see 20% off. Below this discount, we're going to have an h3 element. So let's change this to h3. And there we're going to render the large text 1. Fine. There we go. We can duplicate that and render the large text 2. Fine, smile. And finally, we're going to render one last p tag where we're going to render the sale time. There we go. So as you can see, we have this nice text with some words right here. Again, just basic placeholder. We have the percentage off and we have the sale time. Great. But as you can see, we are repeating ourselves quite a lot here. So it might be a good idea to destructure all of the properties from our footer banner. We can do that by saying colon and then a pair of curly braces, and we can take all of the values outside of it. Discount, large text 1, large text 2, sale time, small text is also going to be here, as well as the mid text, finally the product, the button text, and last but not least, we're going to have our product image. There we go. So now we don't have to reference the footer banner each time. We can simply use the actual text elements. There we go. Looking much better. Now inside of the right, we're going to have another p tag that's going to render the small text like this. There we go. We want to go below with another h3 that is going to render the mid text this time. There we go. And finally, we're going to have one more p tag that's going to render the DESC or a description. I don't think we've taken that out from the footer, so let's take it out right here. Below that p tag, we're going to have our link. As we already know, each link has an href tag that is dynamic in this case, and we're going to point out to product / curly braces product. That's going to be the link to our specific product. And inside of that link, we want to render a button component. That button is going to be of a type is equal to button. And also, we're going to render the button text right inside of it. There we go. Shop now. This is looking great. Now, below this div of class name right, we're going to add our image. Our image is going to have the src property equal to URL for, and then simply we're going to pass in the image. We're going to also provide a class name equal to, that's going to be footer -banner -image. And let's save it. There we go. This is going to make our headphones float on top of this banner. But as you can see, something still doesn't feel right. Our banner is at the top. We are missing our navigation bar, and our footer banner is also going all the way from left edge to right edge. So let's go ahead and fix that by working on the layout component, a really important component in every application. We can go to our layout component and start implementing it right away. Our layout is going to import a special component called head from Next.js/head. Head is the same thing as head is in HTML. That head element that appears above the body that gives you some metadata about your website. In Next.js, you just have to import it like this. Inside of the layout, what we can do is render out a div. And that div is going to have a class name right here equal to layout. Inside of there, we're going to have a head element right here. And to that head element, we're going to add a title of our store name. Let's do JS Mastery Store. There we go. If you save this now, you won't see changes yet because we're not yet using this layout component, but we will soon. Again, feel free to use your own name right here. Below our head, we're going to call the HTML5 semantic header tag. And inside of there, we want to render the navbar component. This is, of course, component that we are going to create on our own. What you can do to instantly import it is press Ctrl space and then click right here. That's going to import navbar straight from /navbar. So once again, that's a cool little trick that I recently found out about. Double click the word and then Ctrl space, and then it's going to suggest the import. If it didn't work automatically for you, no worries, just manually import it right here. Below our header, we're going to have our main section, which is going to have a class name equal to main-container. And inside of there, for now, I'm simply going to say empty. You're going to see later on what we want to put inside of here. And finally, of course, we need to have a footer. So inside of that footer, we're going to render a footer component. Again, Control space and click right here to import it from the /footer. Now, if we do that, you still won't see any changes because we're not using this layout component anywhere. Where we need to use it though is the _app.js. Right now, right here, we're just returning a single component, but that component doesn't have a footer, doesn't have a navbar, it doesn't essentially have anything. So what we can do right here is import in curly braces layout from /components. And now we can wrap this entire component. And by the way, this component means the component that we're currently on. So if we're on a product details page, that's going to be this component. If we're in the home page, that's going to be this component right here. So what we want to do is we want to wrap our current component or current page with the layout component. As soon as we do this and press save, you're going to notice that now we have navbar, footer, and then empty. Now, how do we make this component actually appear inside of our layout? Well, a special trick in React is whatever you pass to inside of your component, you get access to that through a prop called children. So we're going to get access to this component through props called children, and we can render those children right here, right away. And now we get back to our beautiful website we've created, but now we actually have this navigation bar at the top, although it's not yet styled. We have some space and margin between the left and right side from our banner. And also the same thing is happening at the bottom, and we have our footer right here. So what we can do is collapse this back again, and we can start implementing the navbar and the footer component. These are going to be really straightforward, so don't worry about that. Trust me, soon enough, we'll be doing the Stripe integration where we'll be able to buy all of these products for real. So let's start with the navigation bar. You can control click into it. And we're going to start with importing a few necessary things. These are going to be, of course, link coming from next/link. And we're going to also import AI outline shopping from react-icons/AI. That's just a simple shopping icon. This is going to be all that we're going to need for now. So what we can do is we can start implementing this JSX. We're going to have a div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to navbar-container. Inside of there, we're going to have a p tag, and that p tag is going to contain a link, and that link is simply going to have an href to /. In here, we can enter the name of our store. I'm going to say JSM headphones, since that's what we're selling right here. There we go. And we can also give a class name to this p tag, which is going to be logo. That's just going to make it a bit grayer and add some space. Below this p tag, we can also add a button. That button is going to have a type, which is equal to button, and it's also going to have a class name equal to cart-icon. That button is going to open up the cart. So later on, we're going to add an on-click functionality here For now, I'm going to let that be empty. Inside of that button, we're going to have the AI outline shopping icon. And we're going to also have a span element that's going to say class name, cart-item-qty, which stands for quantity. And there we want to render the total quantity of the item. For now, let's simply hard code it to something like 1. And there we go. You can see this shopping cart icon appear on the top right, and it says 1 right here. That is going to be all that we're going to implement for now, because later on, we're going to implement the context in our entire application, and then we'll be able to change this quantity dynamically. So far, we're going to leave it static, and that is completely fine, because we're definitely going to come back to this component. Now we can go back to the layout and transition to our footer component, which also shouldn't be that hard. Actually, it is so much simpler. We can first import a few icons by saying import AI fill Instagram and also AI outline Twitter. And that's coming from react-icons/AI. Inside of here, we can add a class name to our div, and that class name is going to be footer-container. Inside of there, we're going to have a p tag, and there we can simply say something like 2022, and then JSM headphones, and then, as you know, all rights reserved, just to make it seem a bit more official. Now, if you scroll down, you can see that right here. We can also add another p tag that's going to have a class name equal to icons. And in there, we can render the AI fill Instagram and also AI fill Twitter. There we go. Render it. Looks like I forgot something. That was AI outline Twitter. There we go. And you can see those icons appear right here. So now we kind of pointed out that this is the end of the website. We have this great looking footer at the bottom, this phenomenal looking banner with floating headphones. We have our best selling products, as you can see right here. We have our summer sale product right here, and the navigation bar that has the number of items in our cart. Everything is looking great so far. The next thing we're going to do is implement the product details page. As you can see, if we go to product and then speaker now, you're going to see that we're going to get a 404. This page could not be found. So what we're going to do now is we're going to implement it, fetch all the data about the product, all of its images, and everything else that belongs to it. We're going to also add some scroll for the recommended products, and I'm going to make it really exciting for you guys. So let's collapse this. Let's close all of our currently open files by going to Visual Studio Code and then holding Control and pressing W a few times. We always want to have a clean working environment. So let's go to e-commerce, let's go to pages, and the next step is to implement that product details page. In Next.js, you can do it like this. We can right-click pages, we can create a new folder called product. And then we can create a new file inside of that product folder. And you can use square brackets. Inside of there, you can say slug. Remember, slug is that unique identifier that belongs to each product. And we say .js. So we're going to create a slug.js file inside of the product folder. The fact that it is inside of square brackets means that it is going to be dynamic. So for example, we can go to product and then speaker, or product/headphones. It's going to dynamically render it. We can of course start with that RAFCE to quickly implement it. But of course, the component is going to be called product details right here, and we need to export the product details. For now, inside of there, let's simply say product like this, and let's save it. Now, as you can see, we no longer have a 404. Rather, if we click on a specific product, like headphones, we can see the product right here, which means that we're successfully rendering the product details page. And that is the beauty of file-based routing in Next.js. We didn't have to implement any kind of library like React Router. We just created a new folder with a specific file name, and we can immediately start creating the JSX and the logic for that component. Isn't that great? Let's start with implementing our product details component. We're gonna have one root div, inside of which we're gonna have one more div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to product-detail-container. That product detailed container is going to have one more div inside of it, and inside of that inner div, we're gonna have, believe it or not, yet another final div. This is going to be the div that's going to contain the image, so we can give it a class name equal to image-container. Inside of there, we can render our image tag by creating the img, closing it, and then referencing its source. Of course, we can get the source by using that URL from coming from Sanity, so we can import both the client and the URL for from /lib/client. But now, of course, the question is, how are we going to get the image of this specific product? How is Next.js or Sanity going to know if we clicked on this speaker right here or on these headphones right here? Well, we can get it by, of course, making an API call to get this specific product. And if you think about it, we've done something like that before. If we go to our index.js and scroll down, we have this getServerSideProps function where we're fetching all the products. We're going to copy this entire getServerSideProps, go back to Slug, and paste it right here. But this time, opposed to using the getServerSideProps, we're gonna use the getStaticProps, which is another special Next.js function. If we quickly Google it, we're gonna see that getStaticProps is a function that is used when we want to pre-render the page at build time using the props returned. So when should we use it? Well, we should use getStaticProps if the data required to render the page is available at build time ahead of user's request, and if the data comes from a headless CMS. That is exactly what we're trying to do. So think about it. If we're on the home page, the user can click on any of these pages. So we should have the data already stored so that when we click here, everything is going to be populated instantly. That's the whole goal with getStaticProps. getStaticProps also has one benefit. Inside of here, we can destructure params, and then from outside of the params, we can get access to the actual URL query. Remember these square brackets and then the slug in between? Well, as I've told you, that slug is going to be dynamic. That means that we're going to get access to whatever that slug is. In this case, that's going to be headphones_new. And we absolutely need that because we need to know which product are we fetching the data for. So what we can do is we can modify this query by first making it a template string using backticks. And then we're trying to get the product, but we're going to say end slug.current is equal to, and then in single quoted strings, $curly braces, slug. And then we close it, go outside of the entire square brackets, and then say 0, because we only want to fetch the first product that matches this query. So this is going to be used to fetch product details from the product page that we are on. On the other hand, we'll also want to fetch all similar products. So to do that, we can write another query, const products query is equal to, that's going to be a string where we have asterisk, square brackets, underscore type is equal to product. And that's it. We're going to fetch all of the products. So now that we have that, we can actually say const product is equal to await client.fetch query to get the individual product. And then we can also say const products is equal to await client.fetch, and that's going to be products query. With that, we have everything we need. So we can simply return products and also the product. Great. And as with the get server-side props, all of these values are going to be delivered straight for us right here inside of the props. So we're going to get product and also products. Great. With that, we can immediately destructure the values from the product by saying const image name details and price is equal to product. That way we don't have to repeat ourselves. Product.image, product.name, and so on. We can immediately get them. And remember, we wanted to render our image. So what we can do is we can say source URL for, and then if there is an image, so image and end, then we want to get image under the specific index. This index is going to be changed every time because we'll be able to traverse through multiple images. But for now, let's simply try to get the image 0. And as soon as we've saved that, we get an error. Cannot destructure image of product as it is undefined. Let's see if we are properly passing it back here. We have return, props, and then an object that returns products and a single product. What we can do is we can console log the actual product right here to see if we're getting any data back. And finally, Next.js gave us a beautiful and really descriptive error. Get static paths is required for dynamic server-side generation pages and is missing for product slug. You can read more here. This is really interesting. Essentially, it's saying that when we use getStaticProps, we also need to add one extra special Next.js function called getStaticPaths. So if we go right here and search for getStaticPaths, we can learn more about it. If a page has dynamic routes and uses getStaticProps, it needs to define a list of paths to be statically generated. Again, think about it. If we are at our localhost 3000 right here, we need to already know that user can click here, 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 and here. And for our page to be incredibly optimized, Next.js immediately needs to know that all of these pages can be clicked on. Then it's going to immediately show us the data. But now, since we're going to have multiple other links in the product details page, like the ability to visit additional products that we might like, then we need to also repeat the process for them so that Next.js can prepare all of that data and deliver it as quickly as possible. So to fix that, we can say export const getStaticPaths is equal to an async function right here. And there we also have to write the query. We can say const query is equal to a template string get everything where underscore type is equal to product. So we're trying to get all of the products. And then we can go into a new line. We can open up a pair of curly braces right here. And we only need to get one thing. Just get the slug. More specifically, just get the current property of a slug of each one of these products. So again, Sanity's language is incredibly easy to understand. It is similar to GraphQL, but it is an optimized version of it. So we're saying, give me all the products, but don't return all of the data for all the products, just return the current slug property. That's it. Based on that query, we can say const products is equal to await client.fetch. We pass in that query, and then we can generate our paths. Const paths is equal to products.map. We get each individual product, which is essentially just a product slug. And then we want to instantly return an object. So this is not going to be just a curly brace. We need to add parentheses and then a pair of curly braces. This means that we are instantly returning an object from a function. That object is going to have a params object, And inside of there, we're going to have a slug, which we're going to set to be product.slug.current. Great. Finally, what we have to do is return an object that contains the paths and also a fallback that is going to be set to blocking. There we go. Of course, if you want to read more about this, just go to get static paths and search for blocking. It is one of the ways in which you can set the fallback. Now, if we save this, you can see that we get our great headphones image and we are ready to continue with the rest of the product details page. Amazing. Below the div containing our image, we're going to have one more div. And this div is going to be for our image carousel. So we can say class name small-images-container. Inside of there, we can open a dynamic block of code and we can say image ?.map. We're going to loop through each individual item. We're going to also get the index. And then for each item, we of course want to return an img tag. That image is going to have a source equal to URL4, and then we pass in the item. Later on, we're going to also provide a dynamic class name here, as well as on mouse enter property. This is going to allow us to select an image, as you can see right here, on hover, and make it visible on this bigger display. That way, everything is going to seem fluent, and it's going to allow users to better see what products are you selling. We're going to leave this functionality empty for now while we implement the rest of the layout, and then we're going to go back to it. For now, we can comment out this entire div because we don't need two of the same images. Below this div containing both of our images, we're going to have one more div. And this div is going to have a class name equal to product-details-desc, as in description, of course. Inside of there, we're going to render an h1 tag. This h1 is going to render the product's name. So we can simply say name right here, as we have already destructured it before. Headphones, great. We also want to render some kind of reviews, right? So below this h1, we can render a div that's going to have a class name equal to reviews. Inside of there, we can render a single div that's going to have a few icons. So let's go ahead and import the icons right away. We're gonna import AI outline minus, AI outline plus, AI fill star, AI outline star. And all of these icons are coming from react-icons/AI. Now we can go back, and right here we can render, let's do 5 of these, AI fill star, self-closing component, and let's repeat it 4 more times. Let's save it. There we go. The last one can be, let's do AI outline star, because maybe some people didn't like these headphones, so they're gonna have 4 stars. Below this div, we're gonna have a p tag that's going to have the number 20 in parentheses. This is going to be the number of reviews. Finally, we're gonna go below this div, and we're going to render an h4 element that's going to say details. Under that h4, we can render a p tag that's going to dynamically render all of the details about our headphones. Great looking and sounding headphones. Of course, what would an e-commerce store be without the price? So we can say class name is going to be price on this p tag, and there we can render a $sign and then render the item's price, $99. Great. Below that p tag, we're going to render a div that's going to have a class name equal to quantity. Inside of there, we're going to render an h3 element, and that h3 is going to say quantity. And right below, we can render a p tag. Now, this p tag is going to have a few span elements inside of it. And it's also going to have a class name equal to quantity, dash description or DESC. Inside of there, we can render a few span elements. The first one is going to have a class name equal to minus, and it's also going to have an onClick property, which is now going to be an empty string. We're going to implement it soon enough. There, we can render the AI outline minus icon. There we go. As you can see, we have this great minus right here, which we cannot yet click. Now we're going to duplicate this 2 more times. The second class name is going to say num, as in number, and it's going to render the actual quantity. For now, let's say it's 0. And finally, the last one is going to say plus, and it's going to render the AI outline plus icon. And there we go. We have this great looking rectangle, which is not yet functional, but will be soon. And it looks like our actual rectangle is expanding a bit too much. We're definitely going to fix this soon. But before that, let's implement our add to cart and buy now buttons. We can do that just below our quantity. We're going to add a div, and this div is going to have a class name, which is going to be equal to buttons. There, we can render the initial button, which is of course going to be of a type is equal to button. And it's going to have a class name equal to add-to-cart. We're going to also add an onClick, which is going to be equal to an empty string for now. And inside of there, we can say add to cart. There we go. We have this nice add to cart button, and we're going to duplicate it just below. The second one is going to be the buy now button. So let's say class name buy-now. And we're going to also change the text to be buy now. There we go. Now we have these 2 great looking buttons, as you can see right here. Finally, let's fix this quantity right here, as well as the spacing between the details and the quantity. And to fix that spacing, we have to go up and change the class name from the outer div being product details description to product dash detail description. That's going to immediately change this, and everything will be looking great as we have this nice rectangle with minus plus, also the price, and 2 buttons right here. Now we can also implement the recommended items, or you may also like section that is nicely scrolling around here. To do that, we can go back to our code and go all the way down below our buttons. We're going to go a few divs down, so 1 div down, 2 divs, and then the 3rd div. Below this, we're going to implement another div. This div is going to have a class name equal to may-like-products-wrapper. Inside of there, we're going to add an h2 that's going to say you may also like. There we go. And there, we're going to render a div that's going to have a class name equal to marquee, like this. Marquee essentially stands for a scrolling part, most often referred to as a list of scrolling divs. And inside of that div, we're going to have one more div that's going to have a class name equal to may-like-products-container. And inside of there, we're going to open a dynamic block of code where we're going to take all of our products and map over them. We're going to get our individual item, and for each item, we want to return, well, a self-closing product component. Remember, this product is a component that we have already created, so we can import it right at the top. Right here, we can say import, in curly braces, product, which is coming from //components. There we go. And as soon as we do that, it looks like we get another error. Cannot read properties of undefined reading image. Well, let's just finish adding our product component right here. Product. And the only thing we have to do is pass in a key, which is going to be item dot underscore, and then that's going to be ID. And we also need to provide the product itself, which is going to be equal to item. And as you can see, once we do that and reload the page, we have these great products listed right here. And to make these products move around, we have to add just one extra class, which is track. As soon as we do that, you'll notice that these products will start moving around. And once you actually find the one you're interested in, you can just simply hover over with your mouse and you can select it. Isn't this great? With that, we are almost done with our product details component. The last thing we have to do is to implement the larger image functionality. So the small image carousel, and then once we actually hover over it, we want to be able to see it in more detail. So to implement that, we'll have to add a state to our application. We can import use state from React, and we can create a new state field. Const index and set index is equal to use state. And at the start, we want to look at the image under the index of 0. So now we can replace this static 0 with the index right here, and nothing should change. Once we've done that, we can bring into play our carousel div right here. Now we can notice that we have a few images and something started breaking immediately. This is not looking great. But what we can do is we can add a function on mouse enter, which is going to be equal to a callback function where we set index to be equal to, and then we get the individual index of the item we are looking after. Finally, based on that index, we can provide a dynamic class name. So we can say if I, meaning the current index, is equal to the index we want to see in detail, then we can provide a small dash image and also selected dash image class names. Else, we're simply going to provide the small image. Now, if we save that, you're going to notice that this one is currently selected. And if we hover over it, you're going to notice that different ones get selected. But all of these images are of a different size, so something kind of seems to be jumping around and it doesn't look good. Let's go ahead and fix that right away. The last thing we have to do is apply a class name to our image, which is going to be product-detail-image. Now we're not talking about smaller carousel images, we're talking about our main product detail image. Now it is nicely structured, and if we hover over them, they'll all be of the same size. This is looking great. As you can see, we can also move through different products. And this is actually working right off the bat because we have implemented that routing. Also notice how quick that is. If I click right here, it opens it up and we can immediately see our application in its full glory. All of these details are changing dynamically. You can see speakers, details, the price. That's all being pulled straight from Sanity. One thing that is currently not dynamic here would be the reviews, but again, feel free to modify it however you'd like. You can make everything absolutely 100% dynamic using Sanity. You can even go a step further and to each product, not just show all of the products, just show the ones related to that one, or create similar products, or create products that work well together and say, hey, add this one, you might like it as well. So there's really a lot of possibilities that you can do with Sanity, and especially in the e-commerce field. This is already looking great. We have our basic homepage fully done, as well as the navbar, footer, all of these banners, and finally, also the product details page. This is looking great. And would you agree that now is the time that we start implementing real logic? I'm talking adding items to the cart, buying them right away, changing quantities, updating the number of items in the cart, and actually displaying the cart component as well. All of that is coming right up because we're going to implement React Context, a single source of data for our entire application. So managing the React state using React context coming right up. Stay tuned, you're gonna learn a lot, and we're really going to make our application dynamic. To start working on our context and our logic, we can go to our e-commerce folder and create a new folder right here. It's going to be called context. Inside of that context folder, we're going to create a new file called state context, because in here, we're going to manage the entire state of our application, statecontext.js. Inside of here, we can immediately import some things such as React, and we're going to use quite a lot of hooks. In curly braces, create context, use context, use state, and use effect. All of that is coming from React. So as you can see, we're going to definitely deal with a lot of logic here. We're going to also import, in curly braces, a toast from react-hot-toast. This is going to be that little pop-up notification that's going to appear whenever we add something to the cart, remove it, or finish the order. Now that we have our imports, we can say const context is equal to create context, and we call that as a hook. And below our context, we're going to create our context functional component by saying export const state context is equal to, and then a regular arrow function. Inside of here, we're getting one really important prop, which is called children. This means that whenever we call our state context like this, whatever we pass into it is going to be considered children, and we can render it out. So now we can continue with it. And what are we going to have in our context? Well, first of all, there's going to be a lot of different states. So let's start with that. We can create our first use state by using the use state snippet, and it's going to be called show cart. So at the start, that is going to be set to false. Are we currently showing the cart or are we not? We need to manage that state. We're going to do the same thing. So use state snippet for cart items and set cart items. We always need to know what items do we have in our cart. And at the start, we're going to leave it empty because soon enough, we're going to fill it with the data coming from local storage. So that's another thing I forgot to mention. We are even including local storage. So if a user exits the page and comes back, all of his data will remain in exactly the state it was before they left. We also need to keep track of the total price. So let's create a new use state snippet, total price, like this. And it's also going to be empty at the start. We need to keep it going because we have quite a lot of states. Then we're going to have total quantities. We need to know what are the quantities of all items that we work with. And finally, we need to have one last final state. That's going to be QTY, which stands for quantity. And at the start, that's going to be set to 1 because we can change the quantity for each individual item. Finally, we can create our context provider by specifying a return statement right here. And then what we can return is going to be context.provider. And then inside of there, we're going to pass in our children. So what this means is that we're essentially not rendering anything. We're just going to wrap everything with our context provider. And a really important thing is that we're going to pass some values to it. So we can say value, and then that's going to be an object of values that we want to pass across our entire application. Let's start by passing all of our state fields. So that's going to be show cart, as well as cart items. We also have the total price, total quantities, and finally QTY. Soon enough, we'll be able to access all of these values right away from absolutely any single one of our components. Of course, to make that happen, we have to go into our pages and then underscore app.js. Inside of here, we have to wrap our entire application with the state context. And we can do that right here by saying import, in curly braces, state context from /context /state context. we can simply call it as a function right here. And as we discussed, we need to wrap our entire layout and our component with the state context. This means that nothing is going to change. We simply want to pass the data from the state context to every single component inside of it. Another thing we need to do to make our small notification pop up is import something known as a toaster, which is coming from react-hot-toast. And we can put that right here. We just need to add it right here above our component inside of the layout as a self-closing component. That's it. And then all of the other data is going to be managed straight inside of our state context. Let's implement all of the functionalities that we needed for our product details page, such as incrementing the quantities and adding the items to the cart. Instead of simply passing the setQuantity function to all of our components, let's create our dynamic quantity update functions right here inside of our state context. That way, we can provide just the final function to our product details component. Let's do it like this. Create a new function, const incqty, as in increase quantity. And inside of there, we're simply going to create a callback function. We're going to call the setQty state. And there we want to have a callback function, because whenever you update the state using the previous version of that same state, so previous qty, then we have to use a callback function, and we can simply say prev qty plus 1. There we go. And essentially we're going to do a similar thing for the decrease quantity. So I'm going to duplicate that, change this to dec quantity or decrease quantity, and that's going to be previous quantity minus 1, but we have to have one additional check. So I'm going to expand this into a new function with a function block like this, and we're going to check if prev quantity minus 1 is lower than 1, then we're going to simply return 1, because we cannot go lower than 1, and if that's not the case, we're going to return previous quantity minus 1. So we want to keep decrementing, but if we lower the number too much, in that case, we cannot go lower than 1. So now we have our two functions, and we're going to also pass these functions to our global state, increase quantity, and also decrease quantity. Now we can finally go to our product details, so product and then slug, and we can, for the first time ever, start using that global state and its functions that we've created. So to do that, we can import use state context. And this is something that should be coming from // context and then state context. But to be completely honest, I don't think we've yet exported it. If you look at this, we don't have a variable called use state context. We just have the state context itself. But we're going to go even one step further, and we're going to create a special function that is going to allow us to more easily grab the state. We can say export const use state context is equal to an arrow function that simply returns the use context, and then we provide our own context. Great. That is going to allow us to use our state essentially just like a hook. So right here, we can say const, we can destructure the decrease quantity, also increase quantity, and finally, we can get the quantity itself. And that is equal to use state context. There we go. Now we can use these functions right inside of our code. So where are we actually decrementing and incrementing? It's right here. So we have our minus sign, and on minus, we're simply going to call decrease quantity right here. On our plus, we're going to call the increase quantity. So incqty, and then right here in the middle where we have our number, we're simply going to render the qty. There we go. So now, as you can see, we have 1 in the cart, and if we keep incrementing, this number is going to change, and these changes are reflected in our entire application. But right now, we're not doing anything with it, because the add to cart and buy now buttons are not working. So we have to create a new function inside of our state context called onAdd. What's going to happen when we add it to the cart? So right inside of our state context, above our increase and decrease quantity, let's create a function called const onAdd. That function is going to accept two different parameters. The first one is going to be the product we want to add, and the second one is going to be the quantity we want to add. So quantity, there we go. And inside of there, we first have to check if the product that we want to add is already in the cart. So let me expand the code since we'll be mostly dealing with logic now. That's going to be a bit tougher. We have to say const check product in cart. So is the product already in cart? We can do that by using the cart item state dot find, and we loop over all of the cart items where we get the individual item, and we want to check if the item dot underscore ID is triple equal to product dot underscore ID. Remember that product is coming from here. So we need to know, is the item we're trying to add to cart already in the cart? Because if that is the case, then we simply need to increase the quantity and not add another instance of the same item. So we can say if check product in cart. In that case, we can simply increase the total price. So set total price is going to be a callback function where we get the previous total price. And we're going to set it to previous total price plus product.price times quantity. So we're adding that new item. And we also need to set the total quantities, which is another state that we have. And there we also need to get the previous total quantities and do the previous total quantities plus the quantity of the new product. So that's going to be just quantity like this. There we go, because we're passing it right as a prop. So now that we updated our states, we need to update the actual items in the cart. So we can say const updated cart items. And that's going to be equal to cart items.map. So we want to map over our current cart items. We get each individual cart product in there like this. And then we need to check if cart product dot underscore ID is equal to product dot underscore ID. So that's the product we are trying to add. If it is equal, then we can return a new object, which is going to spread the cart product, but this time it's going to update the quantity of that product to be cart product dot quantity. And then of course, we're going to increase it by the new quantity we're trying to add. I know it's a bit complicated, so let me try to bring this back and bring us back to the finished site so that I can explain what we're doing. So we currently have 4 of these headphones. Let's say that we have just one. If I go back and let's say that I want to add another pair of these same headphones, as you can see right here. Now, if I add another pair and if I click add to cart, we don't want to add another one of these items right here. We need to recognize the fact that we already have this same item and we simply want to increase the quantity right here and we want to increase the price, or the subtotal rather. That's what we're currently trying to do. And then later on, we're going to implement the functionality to add a different item to the cart. And as you can see, it appears below. So with that in mind, we now have our updated cart items. And the only thing we have to do is set cart items to be updated cart items. And we can even show the toast.success. So that's that little success message. And what we can say is qty and then product.name added to the cart. There we go. So this is going to happen if we're trying to add an item that already exists in the cart. But what if the item doesn't already exist in the cart? Well, in that case, we can go inside of an else statement right here. And we would also have to update the total price and total quantities. So we can either duplicate that here, or even better, just pull these two states above, because we need them to happen both inside of an if and also inside of an else. The only thing we have to do, if we don't already have the item in the cart, is update the product quantity. So product.quantity is going to become our new quantity. And then finally, we need to set cart items. But this time, we're going to set cart items to be an empty array where we spread all of the existing cart items. And then we add an object where we spread our new product right here. So a product with the updated quantity. That is it. And then again, we can render out this toast. We can either duplicate it, or even smarter, we can just pull this below our entire if and else. So it's going to happen in any case. Great. And with that, we should be able to add the items to the cart. So we're going to take this on add, and we're going to pass it through the value right here. Now we can pull it from our use state context right here on add. And finally, we can use it inside of our add to cart button. So right here, we have our add to cart, and on click, I'm going to add a callback function like this. And then we want to call the on add function, but we need to provide the current product as the parameter, as well as the quantity that we want to add. There we go. So now if we go back, and if we go to our localhost 3000, I'll try to add 2 of these speakers. You're going to see that currently we have an error reading find of cart items. So if we go to our state context, that's because cart items should at the start be an empty array. So if we fix this and add now, you can see this little toast, a notification appear, one speaker added to the cart. But that's not really doing anything at the moment, because we have no way to look into the cart. We haven't yet implemented the cart component. So now might be a great time to do that. To implement the cart component, we are going to go into our navigation bar. So we can go to components and then navbar. Right here, we are going to import our cart component, so import in curly braces cart from /. And what we can do now is we can, below this button, simply render the self-closing cart component like this. As you can see now, there's a cart there, but our cart shouldn't always be visible. It's only visible when it is clicked, as you can see right here, and we can close it. So we have to somehow keep track of that global state. And if you think about it, we're already doing that. We have this show cart and set show cart. So what we can do is we can pass the set show cart as well through the values, and then we can pull these values from our navbar component. Remember how we've done it before? We first need to import use state context from /context / state context. And then right here, we can say const show cart, set show cart, and also we're going to need total quantities. And that's equal to use state context. The total quantities is going to be the number of all items in the cart. So however many items we have, we need to know what is that number. Before, that was hard-coded here, but now we can actually pass in a dynamic value. There we go. So if we go back, you can see that we have not a number at the moment, but we can switch that to be 0 at the start right here. And this is looking good. Then we're going to also make this button close and open the cart on demand. So let's create a callback function right here. And we're going to set show cart to be set to true. So with this, we want to open it. And then once we actually click outside of the cart, we want to close it. And a really important detail, we only want to show the cart when the show cart is set to true. So we can do show cart and end, only then show the cart. So now if we reload the page, you're going to notice that there is no cart, but if we click right here, the cart shows up. Currently, the cart is just a piece of text, but we're going to fix it right away because we are ready to start implementing our entire cart component. Let's go ahead and get started. To start with our cart, we can start with first importing a few things because this is going to be a big component. We're going to use the useRef hook right here, as well as the link component coming from Next.js/link. We're going to also import the AI outline minus icon, AI outline plus icon, AI outline left, as well as AI outline shopping. And these icons are coming from react-icons/AI. We need one another icon called TI delete outline. And this one is coming from react-icons/TI. We're going to also use that toast, so we can say import toast from react hot toast. Finally, our cart is of course going to use our context, so we can say import use state context, and that is coming from /context/state context. We're going to also use some images. So with Sanity, we have to import the URL for coming from /lib/client. There we go. And I think now we should have almost everything we need. We can set up our reference right here to our cart. So we can say const cart ref is equal to use ref, and then we leave it empty. And we can also get all the data from our context. We're going to get the total price like this. Let's also get the total quantities. We can also get the cart items. And most importantly, set show cart so that we can toggle it off. And that's going to be it for now. That's going to be coming from use state context, and we call that as a hook. Of course, this was supposed to be use state context rather than content. And now we can start creating the JSX for our cart. First, we're going to have one div that's going to be our wrapper. So we can give it a class name, cart-wrapper. We can also give it a ref equal to cart ref. You'll see soon enough why do we have to do that. Inside of our wrapper, we're going to have another div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to cart-container. Inside of there, we're going to have a button, and this button is going to have a type, which is equal to, of course, you know it, button. It's going to have a class name equal to cart-heading, and then once we click here, so on click, we want to call a callback function, which is going to close our cart. So we can say set show cart is going to be set to false. There we go. And inside of there, we can render the AI outline left icon as a self-closing tag. And we can render two different span elements. The first one is going to say your cart, and the second one is going to say in parentheses total quantities and also items, so that we know how many items do we have. We can also give a class name to our first span, which is going to be heading, and also we can give a class name to our second span, which is going to be cart-num-items. Now, if we save this, you can see that we already have our great looking cart. So I'm going to pull our browser on the side once again so that we can see the cart in its full glory. Of course, now once we click here, you can see that it actually closes. So we are one step closer on achieving our cart look, feel, and functionality. Now, below our button, we want to render, of course, the cart items. So we can say if cart items dot length is lower than 1, in that case, we want to show some kind of a placeholder, right? that's going to be a div that's going to have a class name equal to empty dash cart. Inside of there, we can render the AI outline, but this time that's going to be shopping, and the size is going to be 150. There we go. And we can also render an H3 right here. That H3 is going to say your shopping bag is empty. There we go. Save that, looking good. And finally, we're going to provide a link that's going to have an href to just /. And there we want to render a button that's going to have a type is equal to button. And it's also going to have an onClick, which is going to have a callback function. And there we also want to set the show cart to be set to false. Finally, we can give it a class name equal to btn. And inside of there, we can say continue shopping. There we go. So now if we click here, we close the cart. And also if we click here, we close it and go back to our localhost 3000 or to our store's homepage. But now, what if we actually do have the items in our cart? Well, we're going to go below right here, and we're going to create a new div, which is going to be called, or rather it's going to have a class name equal to product-container. Inside of here, we can actually loop through the products. So we can say if cart items dot length is greater than or equal to 1. In that case, we can render over the cart items by calling the cart items dot map property. So we want to have an instant return here. So instead of a curly brace, we just have a parenthesis. And through each iteration of the map, we're going to get the item as well as the index. And now the question is, how is that returned item or product going to look like? Well, it's going to be a div, first of all, and let's indent it properly. That div is going to have a class name equal to product, and we're going to also give it an ID, or rather a key, which is going to be index. If I'm not mistaken, each one of our cart items also has a ID property, so we can also do a product, or rather an item dot underscore ID. This is going to be even better. Whenever you have lists, it's always a good idea to use custom indexes instead of the ones that simply go from 0 to a specific number. Great. So what's going to be inside of our product? Well, first of all, an image. This image is going to have a source equal to URL4 and then item ?image 0. So we want to render the first product's image, and it's going to have a class name equal to cart-product-image. Now, if we save that and open up the cart, we should be able to see that right here. Of course, we have to add something to the cart first. So this is the first time that we're actually checking if this even works. So let's add one of these to the cart. One speaker added, the number changed here. You can see that's the beautiful thing about context. It is global, and whenever you do something here, it immediately changes there as well. And there we go. We can see our speaker image. Now, below our image, we're going to have a div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to item-desc as in description. Inside of there, we're going to have another div that's going to have a class name equal to flex, space, and then top as well. Inside of there, we can render an h5 element, and there we can render the item.name. Speaker, there we go. And below that, we can render an h4 element right here. That's going to be $, and then we can render the item.price. So now we have the speaker and we have the price as well, already looking great. Below this div, we're going to have another div that's going to have a class name equal to flex and then bottom. There, we're going to render one div that's not going to have a class name, but inside of that div, we're going to have a p tag, And that p tag is going to have a class name equal to quantity dash desc. And if you remember correctly, we had something that looked exactly like this not that long ago. I think it was in the product details page. So in pages, product slug. There we go, quantity. And there we have our quantity description. So we can copy this entire paragraph right here from slug.js and paste it right here. There we go. Now, the problem is that, as you can see, decrease quantity is first of all not defined, but even if it were defined, how would we know for which product are we incrementing or decrementing the quantity? Because on our product page, we have only one single product. If we go here, you can see we have just the quantity update for the headphones. But if we go to our cart, we don't really know what's going to happen. Are we going to update the quantity for headphones or for speakers? So this is not going to work right out of the box. So for now, I'm going to simply remove the onClick here by setting it to an empty string. And I'm going to also remove the quantity here, rather set it to 0. And also do the same thing for the onClick on the plus sign. If we do that and go back, we can add to cart. And you can see that we have our gray toggle, but it is currently not functional. We're going to implement the functionality soon enough after we're done with the layout for our product. Now we can go below this p tag and below this div, and there we can add a button. This button is going to have a type is equal to button. It's also going to have a class name equal to remove-item, and onClick for now is going to be empty, but later on we're going to remove the item with this button click. So inside of there, we simply want to show a TI delete outline. Now, if we save this, you can notice this delete icon right here, and this is looking great. Let's try adding a few more items to the cart. So if we go to these headphones, add to cart, there we go. We now have 2 different products. Let's also add the speakers. Let's try adding 5 of them. And as you can see, this is working great, but we don't yet have the subtotal nor the quantities for these items. So that's going to be another piece of functionality that we'll have to add. But before we do that, let's add the subtotal for our cart. So we're going to go below these 3 parentheses and then below one more div right here. And there we need to check if cart items dot length is greater than or equal to 1. In that case, we can render our subtotal div. So that's going to be a div that's going to have a class name equal to cart-bottom. There, we can create a new div element. It's going to have a class name equal to total. And inside of there, we can render an h3 element. And that h3 is going to simply say subtotal, like this. And we can render another h3 that's going to render the $sign and then the actual total price. There we go. Currently, it is not a number, but if we go to state context, we can set it to 0 at the start. And once we add something, you can notice that now it is 56. So this is working properly. The last thing we're going to do is below this inner div, we're going to add one more div. And this div is going to have a class name equal to btn-container. Inside of there, we're going to have a button component. And that button is going to have a type equal to button, a class name equal to btn. And for now, the onClick is going to be set to an empty string because we're going to implement it soon enough, as soon as we're done with updating all of the properties, quantities for all of our products. Inside of that button, we can simply say pay with Stripe. And as you can see, we're getting much closer with that actual functionality of connecting the Stripe payment gateway with our e-commerce application so that we can process real payments and actually sell our products. Great. But as I promised, let's first focus on implementing the quantity updates, not only for our product details page, but also for our cart items, where we can have multiple items in the cart at the same time. To do that, we're going to go back into our state context. So let's go back here. And below our onAdd, we're going to create a new function, const toggle cart item quantity. So we're really trying to be descriptive here. That function is going to accept the ID and the value of the product we're trying to work with. So first of all, we have to find the product we are working with. We are updating. So this is not going to be stored in the state. Rather, it is going to be a special variable, or rather, should I say, just a normal variable that we're going to have access to throughout the state context file. So I can say let found product. So this is going to be the product that we want to update. And we're going to also have the index of the property we want to update. So these are two normal variables inside of our functional component. We can go back here, and then we're going to update that found product. So we can say found product is equal to cart items. So we want to go through all the cart items and find one individual cart item. So we can say cart items.find item, and then if item dot underscore ID is equal to product dot underscore ID. Only then do we know that we really found the product that we want to update. To find our product, we're going to loop over the cart items by saying cart items dot find. We need to find something inside of it. More specifically, we need to find the item like this, where the item dot underscore ID is equal to the ID of the item we're trying to update and which we're passing through props. Once we have found our item, we also need to find the index of that item. So we can say index is equal to cart items dot find index, and there we're going to get a product where the product dot underscore ID is triple equal to ID. Great. So this is going to give us an index of that item in the cart items array. Now that we know these properties, we need to know, are we incrementing or are we decrementing quantity? So we can say if value is equal to increment. This is going to be a string that's going to be either decrement or increment. And based on that, we're going to know what to do. So if value is increment, we're going to also have an else if. So else if value is equal to dec or decrement. There we go. So if the value is increment, we can simply say found product and then dot quantity plus equal to 1. We simply want to update it, right? Then we want to access the cart items, and then we want to access a specific index of these cart items and update that with the found product right here. But take your time for a second. Think about the most basic rule of React. Is this really the best way to approach this problem? What is cart items? It is an array, right? But it is also an array that is a state property. And what is the most important rule in React? It is to never mutate the state. And that means that you should never update the state with an equal sign like this. We should always use the setter function, like set cart items, to update the state that way. So with this, you would actually break rules of React and your code would start behaving unexpectedly. So what we can do is we can create a new instance of our cart items. So let's do something like let new cart items. And to do that, we're going to create a new array and we're going to spread our current cart items. So right here, cart items. But now we want to add that new product inside of it. So what we can do is add a new product, which is essentially going to be just an object. We want to spread all of the properties of that object right here. And then we want to update the quantity of that object to be product.quantity, not context, rather quantity, but this time +1 because we are incrementing it. So what we can do is we can remove this and remove this, just keep these new cart items, and now we can set cart items to be the new cart items. Or even simpler, we can just take this entire thing and immediately set them right here. So we are updating the cart items with the current cart items, and we're adding one new element to it. We're spreading the properties of that product, and we are increasing the quantity by 1. This is the proper way it should be done in React. Next thing is that we have to set the total price because that changed. So we can say total price. We're going to get the previous total price by using a callback function. So prev total price is going to be prev total price and then plus the found product dot price. And in this case, I think I've made a mistake. We want to work with the found product right here. So we can simply update the product right here with found product and found product right here, because this is the exact product that we are trying to update. Great. And finally, we also want to increase the number of total quantities. So that's going to be set total quantities to prev total quantities. And then we want to call that prev total quantities and simply say +1 because we just added a new item. Now for the decrement, it's going to be incredibly similar. So essentially, we can just copy all of the functions right here, paste them below. First, we need to add an if statement, and we need to check if found product dot quantity is greater than 1, because that is the only case where we can actually update it. If it's 1, we cannot lower the quantity because we would go to 0. And that's actually what this button does, removes the product. So in this case, we're simply going to set the quantity to -1, set the price to the previous total price minus the new price, and set the total quantities to previous total quantities -1. I know that this function might have been just a bit complicated, but just bear with me. If you find this whole logic of this e-commerce store a bit too complicated, there's going to be a code for the entire state context, so feel free to copy and paste it. That way, we're sure we won't have any errors, and you can just keep watching the video to learn it and absorb it. I'm sure it's going to make sense really soon. So now we want to pass the toggle cart item quantity, and we can actually make use of it inside of the cart. So inside of our cart, we can now get that item or get that function from the state context, toggle cart item quantity. Of course, we have to add a comma right here. And what we can do is go back to our increment and decrement. And now for the on click, if I space this out properly, we can add a callback function right here. We can call the toggle cart item quantity. We can pass the item ._id, and the value here is going to be decrement. There we go. Of course, this is supposed to be inside of the function call to the second parameter. We can also duplicate this on click and paste it for the increment right here, but we're just going to change this to inc as in increment. And finally, right here, we're going to have the item dot quantity. So as you can see, now we have one speaker and one pair of headphones, and we can click here. And as you can see, we're adding new items, and this is not good. This is exactly what we were trying to avoid. So we have to see where is the error in our code and why are new items being added. So let's focus on that right away. If we go back to our state context, we might get a clue on why this is happening. If you look at our setCartItems function, you can notice that we have an array of all of our current cart items, and then we're appending a new product to it. So we're essentially just adding these items, and that is not the correct way to go about it. We should actually just update the current cart item product that we are trying to update the currency for. and not add new products to the cart? Well, since we're adding the updated item right here, it would only make sense to first delete the older, not yet updated item. And we can do that by using the splice method and then splicing a specific index. So we can say const new cart items, and that would be equal to cart items dot splice. And then we want to splice from the index to 1. So we want to splice only one element starting from this index right here. This is going to remove that item. And then instead of spreading the cart items, we simply want to spread the new cart items, which doesn't include the product we are updating right now. And we can actually pull this to the top so that we can use it right here as well when we decrement the items. Great. Now let's go back, reload the page. Since we don't have local storage, our cart is now going to be empty. Let's add our headphones. Let's also add our speaker, and let's open up the cart. As you can see, everything looks great. The subtotal is being accounted for, and let's try to increment the headphones. Okay, this is a bit closer, but now it overrode the last item. So this is really interesting. As we keep doing it, something is still breaking. And I wanted to include this part in the video because working with e-commerce is not easy. There are a lot of things you have to account for. Managing different items, products, updating each individual quantity, and so many more things can cause so many more bugs. So I'm going to lead you through the bug problem solving together. That's exactly what the whole point of this is, to teach you how to approach and solve problems. And this is actually the most important gotcha in React. Even though we thought that we are no longer mutating the state ourselves, we technically are. We're calling a .splice method on the cart items. And a splice method is a mutative method, which means that it actually updates the state. So it would be better to use a non-mutative method, like a filter. This is going to give us a proper update of the cart items without mutating the state directly. So we want to filter out the cart items to include all of the items right here. So we can say item, but only not include the one that has the index equal to the index we're looking for. So we want to use the filter to keep all of the items besides the one we're currently updating. And that's going to be easy. We're going to get our item, and we can say item._id is not equal to ID, which we passed right here. So this is going to make sure to keep all of the other ones where the ID is not equal to ID, but only filter out the one where it is. And now with this, we have new cart items right here and here. We're not mutating the original state, and we should be able to reload our page and see if this is going to work. Let's add our headphones and our speaker, go to the cart, and click here. Okay, that's good. You can see the speaker updated. 2, 3, 4. It is working perfectly, looking great. But as you can see, the order of the element changes. The last one we click on updates to the bottom of the list. This is definitely an interesting problem to tackle. I don't really mind it this much at the moment, but if you'd like to fix this, I urge you to do so. This is a great opportunity for you to learn and potentially do some open source work. So if you manage to find a solution, feel free to go to the GitHub repository of this project and then make a pull request with your fix. I will gladly accept it as soon as you do that. With that said, we are now properly updating the quantities of all of our items in the cart. The last thing we have to do is implement the remove functionality. OnRemove is also going to be in our state context just above the toggle cart item quantity. Const onRemove is equal to a function where we get the product as a parameter. We're going to pass that later on. And there, we also have to do the same thing. We have to know which product are we currently updating. So we're going to update the found product variable. And then we're going to do the same thing as we've done before. We're going to copy the cart items to create a version of the new cart items without the cart item we're currently updating. Exactly the same thing. Finally, we can call the set total price to be equal to, we get the previous total price right here. We take that previous total price and we decrement that with found product dot price, and we multiply that by the found product dot quantity, because we have to know how many products were there of that specific type. So if we remove the item, speaker 56, we have to multiply that by 5 to get the total actual amount. Then we also need to update the total quantities. Currently we have 8 items in our list, but if we remove this one, that's actually going to remove 5 items. So let's create a callback function where we get the current prev total quantities, and then we take that number and then we decrement it by found product dot quantity. And the last thing we want to do is set cart items to be equal to new cart items to update it. Now, if we remove this element, you can see that we get func.apply is not a function. And of course, that makes sense. That's because we are yet to pass our onRemove to our value right here. And then we have to go to our cart. We have to take it from our context. And then we have to find our delete outline icon and simply add the onRemove. But we have to call it as a callback function. And right there, we have to provide the item as the product we want to delete. Now, just before we save that, let's make sure we've done everything correctly. OnRemove, pass the item. We go back to state context to the onRemove function right here. And it looks like our product is not being used here. So we have to make use of it. We're just going to compare it right here. We don't have access to the individual ID. We need to do product._ID. And the same thing goes for here. Product._ID. Now, if we save this and click right here, you can see that it got deleted and our cart is now empty. Everything is functioning as it should. We can update the quantity, we can remove it. And as you can see, all of the changes are happening globally across our entire application because states are shared using this great context. We can update it, we can remove the items, we can do whatever we want, and all of the changes are reflected everywhere. Let's go through the entire application workflow one more time to check it out before we start implementing the payments functionality. Let's go to the speakers and let's go ahead and add to cart. Great. Let's move to these cool in-ear headphones and let's add 4. Let's say we really like them. We can also go to these headphones and let's add 1 pair. There we go. And now we have 6 items in the cart. Everything is here. Let's say that one of our friends doesn't want these headphones. So we're just going to decrease that to 3. And we can also remove the speaker. Let's say that we don't need it if we have 2 pairs of headphones. Everything is working nicely. We are left with 1 of these, 3 of these, 4 items in total, and that subtotals to 175. And we are ready to pay with Stripe. That is great. So finally, we can start with the Stripe payments functionality. This is going to be another big part of this video, so take a bit of a break if you need to. Like this video, subscribe, let me know in the comments what do you think so far. I'm really excited to implement the Stripe payments functionality. So going back to the code, we can close all of our currently open files and folders, keep the working environment clean, and the next step we're going to focus on is going to be implementing Stripe. So I hope you're excited. To start integrating Stripe, we can go to our e-commerce folder, and then we can go inside of Pages. And now this is a really special thing with Next.js. We have a special API folder. This API folder essentially serves the entire backend of our application. The part that's written inside of the API is going to be our server, and that's not going to be rendered on the front end. So inside of a Next.js app, we don't have a need for a special Node and Express server. We can do everything inside of this API folder. So right inside of this API folder, we're going to create a new file called stripe.js. Inside of here, we can import Stripe with a capital letter from Stripe. We have that installed as a dependency. Now we have to create a new instance of Stripe by saying const stripe is equal to new Stripe, like this. But if we hover over it, we might get some more information. As you can see, the first thing that we need is going to be the API key, and we don't already have one. So how can we get it? Well, let's go to stripe.com. As you can see right here, they have, in my personal opinion, one of the cleanest landing pages of all the websites on the internet. It is simple, clean, and I just love it. But let's start with integrating Stripe to our new e-commerce store. We can go ahead and sign in. And if you don't already have the account, you can sign up right here by clicking this link and create your new Stripe account. In my case, I'm gonna sign in. And as soon as you sign in, you can turn on the test mode right here. And then you're gonna get your publishable key and also secret key right here for the test mode. So if you wanna work with real transactions, you'll just have to switch this test mode to false. In this case, I'm gonna take my publishable key and we need to use it right here. But to keep it secure, I'm going to go inside of my .env, and right here, I'm gonna say next_public_stripe_publishable_key. And that is going to be equal to this key right here. I'm gonna also copy my secret key. There we go. And I'm gonna define that as next_public_stripe_secret, and finally _key. And I can paste it right here. So now we have all that we need. We can go back into our stripe.js and we can pass that API key straight in. So right here, we can now pass in the process.env.next_public_stripe_secret_key. There we go. And in Next.js, each file has to have its own handler. So we can say export, default, async, function, handler. And there we have the request and the response, the same as we do in Express, for example. That's going to be a function. And the way they've done it, you can create a new if statement for each different type of the request. So we can say if regDat method is triple equal to a string of post, then in here, we're handling the post request to /stripe because the file is called stripe.js. So that is same old file-based routing in practice, but this time for backend. So what do we actually have to do to make this work? Well, first, we're going to have a try and catch block because we need to know what happens if something goes right or if something goes wrong. Well, if something goes wrong, we can immediately return res.status 500, which means a server error, and then .json, we're going to send back an object where the status code is going to be set to 500 and message is going to be equal to error.message. There we go. Now, of course, we're concerned with what happens if everything goes right. How do we actually process the payment? Well, I would strongly recommend that you read Stripe documentation. They have phenomenal docs, and essentially you can learn how to do anything with their services. In this case, we want to accept online payments. So just go here. And as you can see, we can implement a pre-built checkout page or a custom payment flow. In this case, we're going to go with pre-built checkout page. And right here, you can see how to handle that. They even simplify it to the point where you can just choose your front-end framework like Next.js. And based on that, they hide all of the other backend programming languages and assume that they're going to do everything in Next.js. So as you can see, we have our entire file right here. What I would do, to be completely honest, is just copy this entire part right here. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to paste it over what we currently have, and it's going to be fairly similar. Instead of import, they use require here, and they immediately pass that process.env. But in our case, that's not Stripe secret key, as they called it. You can see they called it next public Stripe publishable key and Stripe secret key. So they're not actually pushing this to the web. We can copy that. And if we go to our process.env or just env, we can simply enter the Stripe secret key. And now we should be good to go. So we are really following their steps. There we go. Now let's explore the code. Create checkout sessions from body params. So inside of here, we have some kind of line items, which is an array with different objects where we can specify the quantity and price. This is exactly what we want to do, but we just have to know which parameters do we want to pass. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take this object from here, and I'm going to call that params and declare it above. Const params is equal to, and then we pulled everything out, and now we can simply pass it back in. I'm going to expand this code a bit because we're going to be focusing more on the logic now. There we go. And now our goal is to figure out how to understand which products have the users selected in the application. Then we have to bring them here and use them as list items. First of all, there are going to be some additional properties that we need to pass to params. Things such as submit_type is going to be equal to pay. We want to pay something. The mode is going to be set to payment. Then we're going to have the payment_method_types, which is also going to be set to simply card. We have the billing_address_collection, which is going to be set to auto. These are some additional props that I found to work best with simple purchases such as this one. We can also provide shipping options. This is a really cool thing that I'm going to teach you how to do from scratch. So you can create an array of shipping options, and each shipping option is going to be a new object that is going to have its own shipping rate. But the key thing happens now, since you have to create this new shipping rate inside of Stripe. So let's go back to our Stripe commerce and let's go to products. Under products, we have shipping rates. Let's create our first shipping rate. Let's say that the amount is going to be completely free. So we're going to say free shipping. And we don't need to specify the business days and simply save it. As you can see, we have our free shipping and we get the ID of that shipping. So we can simply copy it right here and paste it right here. And let's add an additional shipping rate. For example, new. That's going to be, let's do in USD. That's going to be $20. And we're going to say fast shipping. So a user can select, and this is going to be between 1 to 3 business days. Let's save it. We can again copy that ID and we can paste it right here under the second shipping option. But now we are at the main point, and that is how can we get the list items from our application? How are we going to know what has the user added to the cart? Well, once the user clicks this Pay with Stripe button, then we have to pass that data to our Next.js backend. Let's do that right away. We already know that that button right here is under product slug. And then we have the buy now button. But that's not the same button. That is this button right here. Let's first deal with the one that's inside of the cart. So I'm going to go to our components and then cart.jsx. There we have the Pay with Stripe button. That Pay with Stripe button is going to call a special function called handle checkout. And we can define it right here at the top. Const handle checkout is going to be a basic React arrow function. Now let's see if Stripe docs talk about this special checkout function. we are now looking at the pages index.js. And let's see, we have the use effect right here. Do we have the purchase button? We do. This button is going to trigger post method on the API checkout. So we have to do something similar to this, but they don't really explain it in a way that we would like. So what we can do is go back to our code, and I'm going to explain everything for you. Sometimes you have to go around the docs a bit and see what works for you. So first of all, we'll have to get an instance of a Stripe promise. To do that, we can create a new file inside of the lib folder, and we're going to call it getStripe.js. Inside of our getStripe, we can import load Stripe, and that's gonna be coming from @Stripe/Stripe-JS. Then we can declare an empty Stripe promise. This is a variable that's going to be undefined at the start, but then we're going to create a function const getStripe, and that is going to be equal to an arrow function. Inside of there, we're gonna check if the Stripe promise doesn't yet exist. Then we want to set the Stripe promise to be equal to load Stripe function, and then we call it. To it, we can provide the process.env.next_public like this, _Stripe, _publishable, _key. There we go. And finally, we're going to return the Stripe promise. There we go. Of course, we have to export default our function. So get Stripe. Now we can go back to our cart and we can actually use that function. So right here, we can import, that's going to be get Stripe from /lib/get Stripe. There we go. Now, what we can do inside of the handle checkout, we can say const Stripe to get that specific instance of Stripe is equal to await get Stripe, and we call it as a function. Now we're going to make an API request to our own Next.js backend. That is kind of crazy. It's really cool that Next.js allowed us to create both a frontend and a backend application in one package. So we can say const response is equal to await. We're going to use just a basic fetch, although feel free to use Axios right here. And the first parameter is the API route. So that's going to be /API and then /Stripe, because we are under pages, API, and then Stripe right here. Then the second parameter is going to be an object that's going to contain all the options. So we can say the method is going to be post. And we already know this because inside of Stripe, right here, we said that the method has to be post on the Stripe endpoint. Then we're going to also provide headers. Sometimes this is not necessary, but it's always better to do so. Content type is going to be set to application /JSON. And finally, the last and most important thing is to pass in the body, which is going to be JSON.stringify. So we're going to stringify the data, and we want to pass in cart items. There we go. So we're passing all of our products, which are contained inside of cart items. What we can do is say if response.statuscode is equal to 500, then we know that something went wrong, so we can simply exit this function. If that is not the case, that must mean that we're going to get the data, and that data is going to be equal to await response.json. If we have the data, we can say toast.loading, and we can say redirecting, because we will be redirecting to the checkout. And finally, we can call that Stripe instance and say Stripe.redirect to checkout. They really made this easy. And we can provide the session ID, which is going to be equal to data.id. So we essentially created one instance of a checkout. This specific user is going to be on that specific instance, and it's going to be kept in the backend even after they're gone. So if they want to return and continue with the purchase, they'll be able to do so. And that's it. So now we are actually making a request to our backend. We are accepting it, and we're sending in the body with our request. So we should be able to get all the products right here. If we console log, that's going to be rec.body.cart items. Let's see if that is really the case. I'm going to go back to our application and I'll try to click pay with Stripe and I'm gonna open up the console. There we go. So I'm gonna put it right here, pay with Stripe, and we immediately get function.apply is not a function. Let me just quickly reload the page since we've added many changes. There we go. We can already see that something is not working. And this means that I forgot to add the async keyword to our handle checkout function. It's calling await a few times here, so it definitely needs to be asynchronous. There we go. Let's reload. Let's add headphones to our cart and let's pay with Stripe. Okay, nothing seemed to happen, but that's fine. Let's see if we got a console log. An interesting thing about this is since this is real backend, we won't be seeing a console log right here in the console of the browser's inspect element. There is nothing here besides just a few warnings. The console logs will be showing up in our terminal. So as you can see right here, if I collapse this, we should be able to get, there we go, all of our products. In this case, that is just one product. You can see we have a few images and it is a second pair of headphones. That means that we can actually use rec.body.cart items to populate these items right here and form our final Stripe checkout. So what we can do is instead of this static array right here, we can loop through our rec.body.cart items. And we can call a .map method on it, get each item, and then create a function block. We can add a comma at the end, of course. The reason why we're doing this is because we have to modify each specific item to provide some additional information, like the price, quantity, and the image. First of all, there's going to be some gotchas with the images. We can say const img is equal to item.image 0 and then .asset._ref. If we look at our terminal, you can see that we have our images. We get the first image, and then we have to go under asset, and then there's going to be a reference right there. But this reference is just that, a reference to the image that's deployed on Sanity. It's not a real image right here. So we can do const new image like this is equal to img.replace. That reference is going to contain a string that looks like this, image dash, and we want to replace that with the actual URL pointing to our image. For that, you can write https in a string, so https://cdn.sanity.io/images/ and then we have to enter the ID of our project. So that's going to be right here. You can copy it, go to Sanity Manage, and then find your project. I'm going to paste it right here. And then one more time, /production, and then /. Finally, we also have to replace, so .replace, a string of -webp with a string .webp. It is possible that you'll have to handle this for other file types as well. In this case, we're using the WebP format. It might be a good idea to do JPEGs, so just /JPEG or /PNG, turn it into a dot. And this should give us access to that image. What we can do is even console log this. So let's console log the new image, and let's provide a string, image, and then add a comma right here, just to see if we're getting something meaningful. So let's go back to our application, reload the page. Let's add to cart, open up the console right here, and let's click pay with Stripe. As soon as we did that, we got back undefined, which is usually not a good thing. It would be interesting to see where that came from. It couldn't be this, and it shouldn't really be this as well. So let's just keep going with this, and potentially we're gonna get to something meaningful really soon. Now that we have our image, we want to return an object that is going to represent one of our items. First, we have to set up the price_data. there has to be a currency, of course. So we can say currency is going to be equal to USD. We have to provide some additional product underscore data. And of course, that's going to be the name, which is going to be item.name, and also images, where we're going to provide an array that's going to include just our new image. We also have to provide the unit underscore amount, and that is going to be item.price times 100, because the unit amount has to be in cents. Finally, we're going to say adjustable quantity with an underscore in between. And we're going to set that to an object that's going to say enabled is going to be set to true, and a minimum is going to be set to 1. Finally, the starting quantity is going to be equal to item.quantity. There we go. So now we've formed each one of our line items. Great. This mode right here, which is payment, I think we already have it, so I can delete it from here. And then we have our success URL as well as our cancel URL. And for now, we can leave these URLs as they are. Finally, once we have all the params, we want to say create checkout sessions from body params. There we pass all of these params. And then at the end, we don't want to redirect. We simply want to rest that status to 100. And then .json, we're going to send back that session that we have right here. Now let's save this. Go back to our application, add to cart, and click pay with Stripe. As you can see, nothing happened yet. Let's open up the inspect element to see what's happening inside of the console. Let's start from scratch. Warning, each child in a list should have a key prop. This is happening in product details. This is just a warning, but I always like to fix these small errors. So if we go to product, more specifically, if we go to product details, that's going to be under slug. Let's try to search for a map. It is right here. And yes, we are missing a key right here. So a key in this case is going to be index. This map has a key. And this map right here also doesn't have a key, but this is not a JSX element, so we should be good to go. Warning, expected onClick to be a function, but got a value of string. That is fine. We just put that as a placeholder. Same thing for this, 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 and this. So it looks like we are actually fully okay. If we click here though, we get 2 errors. Localhost 3000 API Stripe 500. That means that we are going to our Stripe and we are being hit with a 500 right here, which means that something is going wrong. Unexpected token C in JSON at position 0. We have to debug this together. Let's go back to our cart one more time to see if you're properly making that API request. We create a new instance of Stripe, or rather get the existing one. Then we create a response that's going to go to /API/Stripe. We set the method to be post, the headers to content type application JSON, and then we send back the JSON.stringify cart items. If the response is 500, then we go outside of the function. If the response is not 500, we get back the data, await response.json, we load it, and then we redirect to the checkout, where we set the session ID to be equal to that data ID that we returned. All of this is looking good to me, so a problem must be somewhere inside of our Stripe backend. Even though Stripe docs suggested the user require here, I think we're good to go with using a regular import statement. So we can say import Stripe from Stripe. There we go. And then we can say const Stripe is equal to new Stripe, like this, and then we provide that Stripe secret key. In this case, I was always used to writing next_public_Stripe secret key, so let's go back to our process.env, and right here, rename this to next public Stripe secret key. Now, if we go there, we can use this process.env variable. There we go. Whenever you change variables, it is always advisable to simply rerun your development environment. There we go. So we have our handler, we get our cart items right here, we create our params, and then we simply return the session. This looks good to me. Let's reload one more time. Let's add to cart, open the cart, and click pay with Stripe. The same error is happening one more time. Localhost 3000 /API /Stripe, internal server error. If we click right here and right there, we should be able to see something at the payload, and we can see that we do have a pair of headphones. So we were successfully sending them in, but we can see an error right here. Cannot read properties of undefined reading map. Let's go back to our code. Let's search for map. And as you can see, it cannot read property of undefined reading map. This is a weird error, but it definitely must do something with our cart items and the way we're mapping over them. If we open up the console, we can see that cart items seem to be undefined, although that definitely shouldn't be the case. We are passing them right here, body, and then cart items. Oh, I see the error right here. We're passing the cart items straight right here as the body. We didn't specify an object where we said cart items are equal to cart items in the body. So we're immediately referencing to that. So if we go back to our backend endpoint, the cart items are going to be straight inside of the rec.body. There we go. So right here, rec.body.map should be fine in our case. Let's retry the request. There we go. Looks like we got another error, but this time it is a 400. Bad request. Let's open the new one. Received unknown parameter, line item 0, adjustable quantity, minimum. Did you mean minimum? Yes, I misspelled it. So Stripe really gave us a meaningful error right here. This is going to be minimum. There we go. Let's try to retry it one more time. Pay with Stripe. And another 400. The currency of your line items, USD, must match with your currency of your shipping rate. And the shipping rate is in euros. So this is really cool. Stripe is really making sure that we do everything correctly. So I'm going to go back to my shipping rates and I'll see if I can edit them. It looks like I cannot edit them right away. So what I'm going to do, in my case, I'm simply going to switch this to euros, but you can keep it in USD if this worked for you. So I'm going to go back right here, reload this, and pay with Stripe. Another 400. The currency of your item line euro must match with the currency of your shipping rate, which is in USD. So it seems that it is the other way around now. I'm going to bring this back to USD, and I'll try to create 2 new shipping rates. So let's simply go to shipping rates. I'm going to add a new one, and that is going to be in USD as well. Let's do something like 0, again, just free shipping. And let's click save. So now we know that this is in USD, and I'm going to copy the ID right here. And let's say that we only have one shipping rate, which is going to be free. I'm just going to paste it right here. Let's save that, and let's test it one more time. Pay with Stripe. And we got a 200, and we were redirected to our checkout. Would you look at this? We have our special JavaScript mastery checkout, which is currently in test mode. We can modify the quantity right here. We have the price of our headphones, the subtotal, the free shipping, and the total amount. And right here, we have a beautiful checkout, which is powered by Stripe, and it allows us to enter all of our information. Let's give it a go. So right here, I'm going to enter my email. I'm going to do javascriptmastery00@gmail.com. Card information. For Stripe, you have a fake demo card, which is 4242, and then just keep repeating 42 until you come to the end. You can just enter 4242 for the date, and same thing goes for the CV. The name can be something like JavaScript Mastery, and you can also choose your region. And let's click pay. And we have a successful order and we were returned back to our homepage. This means that we have successfully carried out our first transaction. Of course, this was just a test payment, but with Stripe, it should be fairly easy to bring this to real payments as well. Let's go back to our shipping rates. If we go to our payments, and under our payments in our Stripe dashboard, we can see a $55 succeeded payment. We can even open it up to see more information about a customer, to see the ending of the card they used, the checkout summary, and everything is here. If you were to ship these products, you would be able to do that based on this information. So this is great. Amazing job. We have actually carried out a complete test payment. Looking great. And if you want to send an email about a successful payment to your paying customer, you can go to Settings right here, scroll down to Business Settings, and then Emails. Email customers about successful payments, and that's going to be it. Just make sure to save it right here. It is highly likely that these payments won't be set for test payments, but if you turn this on, once you actually start accepting real payments, they will get an email. But just the fact that we can see our succeeded payment right here is enough for me. This is looking great. Now, what do you say that we create a great looking payment succeeded page? Let me show you how this looks like on our finished site. We can buy some speakers and headphones, and we can pay with Stripe. In here, you can see how it looks like for multiple products. We can enter our email. And in this case, I chose 2 different shipping methods. You can do that as well. I showed you how easy it is to create a new shipping method. We can enter our fake card data right here. There we go. And for name, I'm going to use JavaScript Mastery. And let's use some fake address right here. Test. Let's do 0000. And the city is going to be test. And we can pay it. Let's not save this. And payment succeeded. Thank you for your purchase with a lot of confetti right here. So let's implement this new successful page right away. That's going to be our next task. Let's go back to our own page and let's simply collapse it right here. To do that, we can create a new page inside of the pages folder. So let's right click, click new file, and let's call it success.js. Inside of here, we can also run RAFCE. We're going to call this success. And let's first import all of the components that we're going to have to use. Let's fix the typos first, of course. Success with double C and double S. We want to import React, use state, and use effect hooks. We also need to import the link component, which is coming from next/link. We're going to also import an icon called BS bag check fill. And that is coming from react-icons/BS. We're going to also have to use the use router hook, which is coming from next/router. Finally, we're going to also use the state context here. So we can say use state context. And that is coming from /context/state context. That's all that we need. So first things first. In here, we can immediately get some properties from our state context. We are going to get set cart items. We need this because we'll reset the cart items to an empty array. Set total price. We're going to also reset this to 0 and then set total quantities as well, like this, because that's also going to be reset to 0. And we get all of these by using that state context. I hope that by now you can notice the advantage that we got by using this specialized context state. We can always just tap into it from all of our components and they all share the same state. We're going to also create a new state in this component right here. So use state. We can use the use state snippet and we're going to call it order and set order. And at the start, it's going to be set to null. Finally, let's create the JSX for our success page. We're going to have a new class name right here. That class name is going to be success-wrapper. Then inside of there, we're going to have a new div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to success. Inside of there, we're going to have a p tag, and this p tag is going to have a class name equal to icon. And of course, it's going to render the BS bag check fill, which is going to be a self-closing icon component. We can already go to this page by simply going to success. So localhost 3000/success. Let's try to open it up. There we go. And success. There we go. You can see that we have this bag right here. Then below our p tag, we're gonna simply create an h2. Inside of this h2, we can say thank you for your order. Great. And now that I think about it, we won't even be needing this order right here. And we also won't use the use router. So we can get rid of those things immediately. Great. Below our thank you for your purchase, we're going to have a p tag right here. And that p tag is going to have a class name equal to email-msg, as in message. So we can say check your email inbox for the receipt. There we go. And below that, we're going to add a description to our successful order. And that's going to be a p tag that's going to have a class name equal to description. And there we can say, if you have any questions, please email. And then we can render an anchor tag right here that's going to have a class name equal to email. And an href is going to be equal to mail to, and then you can enter your name right here. I'm going to do orders@example.com. And you can simply copy that email address and put it inside of the anchor tag as well. Now, if we save this, they'll be able to click here if they have any questions. Finally, below this p tag, we're going to add a link. And that link is going to have an href to simply /. We want to render a button inside of it. And that button is going to have a type equal to button. We can give it a fixed width of around 300 pixels. And finally, we're going to give it a class name equal to btn. And it's simply going to say continue shopping. There we go. We have our button, we have our confirmation. Everything is here besides one thing. We also want to clear all of our states. We need to make sure that the previous order is completely done. So to do that, we're going to use a use effect. And as soon as somebody comes to this page, meaning on load, meaning this dependency array is going to be empty, that means that this function is going to execute as soon as the successful page is loaded. There, we want to, first of all, clear the local storage. So local storage.clear. This is something that we're going to implement later on. So far, we are not yet saving anything into local storage, but just so we don't forget, let's clear it here in any case. Then we're going to also set the cart items to be equal to an empty array. We will also set the total price to be set to 0. We need to set the total quantities to be 0 as well. And we get an error, as you can see right here, because set cart items doesn't seem to be existent. Let's see, set cart items. This is looking good to me. It is possible that we are not passing it though through our context. So if we go here and scroll all the way down, we need to pass set cart items. There we go. It looks like we're also not passing the set total price. So let's pass the set total price as well. And the same thing goes for the set total quantities. We're going to pass that as well. Great. But what do you say that we add that great looking confetti page as well? Well, that confetti is going to be another one of our components. Well, the code for that confetti is going to be in a new file. Inside of our lib, we're going to create a utils file, utils.js. Utils stands for utility functions. You call these in a few places in your application. You don't want to write the code everywhere, you just write it here and then call it from other places. So right here, we can import confetti from canvas-confetti. This is a great confetti package that I found online, and they provide you with the entirety of the code to achieve that confetti look. So let's go to our site and let's simply Google canvas confetti npm. If we go here, you're gonna notice that they have almost 250,000 weekly downloads. And what do we have to do? If you keep scrolling, you can see that you can easily create something, but we want to look for some pre-done examples. So let's scroll up. Let's go to demo. We have the basic canon right here. We have the random direction, the realistic look as well. I really like this one. Yeah, fireworks is going to be good. So let's simply copy this fireworks right here. Let's export const run fireworks like this. That's going to be an arrow function. There we go. And inside of there, we can pass our code. We're just going to make this about 5 seconds. I think that should be more than enough. And all of this code is something you don't have to worry about. We just have it here. We copied it from their library. So now if we go back to our success page, we can simply import the confetti from the top, import run fireworks, and this will be coming from /lib/utils. And we can simply call the run fireworks right here. There we go. So what do you say that we give it one final go? We go through the entirety of our application and see if everything works. First of all, it looks like we have some problems with our confetti. So let's go to our utils right here. Confetti from canvas confetti. This is looking good to me. Let's reload the page. And it looks like I misspelled confetti. My bad there. That's going to be one F and then 2 T's. Sorry about that. Hopefully you got it right. So once we have that, we should be able to reload the page. And we immediately can see that confetti. It should stop after about 5 seconds. But as I promised, let's give our application one final go. So let's say we want to buy some headphones. We can click shop now to buy the summer sale headphones right here. And we can add them to the cart. We're going to also figure out, hey, we might want to use some cool in-ear headphones as well. So let's add 2 pairs. Let's go to our cart and let's click Pay with Stripe. It's going to take a second. We'll see that redirecting pop up and we can immediately see our entire checkout with the correct amount. Let's go ahead and enter our email, enter the 424242 as the card information. Name on card is going to be JavaScript Mastery, and we are ready to pay. It's processing. Hopefully we got enough money. And we are not redirected to our success page. That's a bummer, right? So what we can do is we can see that we are redirected to success is equal to true. And if you remember correctly, Stripe had that success URL. So actually we have to redirect to just success or just cancel like this without any extra parameters like this. I think this is going to work. So let's just give it one final go. I'll try to be really quick. Add to cart, pay with Stripe. You can see it looks great on mobile as well. We input our demo card. We are really going hard on it, right? We enter our name and we pay it. And there we go. Thank you for your order. The success page is right here and we can continue shopping. This is looking great. If you remember correctly, I promised you that we're going to do a few things. And first of these things is to also fix the buy now button as right now it is not working. The buy now button is going to be much simpler because instead of adding something to the cart and then going to pay with Stripe, we're going to make it work immediately, just straight to the checkout. So that's going to be our next step. And we are slowly closing down on this great project, a fully functional e-commerce application with complete Stripe payment integration and with Sanity, the platform for structured data. Looking great. Stay excited until the end because we are really nailing this down. You're learning quite a lot and even better stuff is coming. Implementing that buy now functionality is going to be incredibly easy. Let's go ahead and collapse this. Let's go back to our code. And what we can do right here is go back to our slug file, the product details file. We can scroll up and go to our buy now button. On click, we can call our handle buy now function, and that function can be created right here. Const handle buy now. The only thing we have to do to make this look and function great is call that same onAdd function right here. OnAdd, and we're gonna pass the product we want to buy and the quantity we want to buy. And we're also going to set the show cart to be set to true. So as soon as we do that, we can go back. And now, if you simply click buy now, as you can see, we're gonna get an error. Set show cart is not defined. And that's happening because we are not getting it right here from the state context. So we can say set show cart. Now we have access to that. And if we reload the page and click buy now, you can see it adds it and you can immediately complete the purchase. So essentially, this is incredibly similar to add to cart. This one just adds it so you can continue shopping. But if you go ahead and click buy now, it is immediately going to add it right there and you can proceed with the purchase. With that said, you remember how we had some errors before. So let's open up the console and see if we still have some. We have one right here. On click is supposed to be a value, but it is a string. So let's fix this one right away. We can already see that our error is inside of a span element inside of product details. So that is our slug component right here. But I think we solved this. So if I reload the page, yep, now we only have one error. So that's going to be a span inside of product details. Let's go ahead and find it. On click is equal to, and then right here. So if you click on this specific number, there we don't need to have any on click properties, just like that. And now we have 0 errors, 0 warnings. Everything is working as it should. We can go ahead and inspect it. Go to the mobile view right here. Let's do iPhone 12. This is looking good as well. Everything is mobile responsive. Let's go to our speaker. Looking great as well. These elements scroll right here at the bottom. We can hover over specific elements to get new images. We can add it to the cart and the change appears right here. So everything is looking great. We have our final e-commerce store. Of course, you can make this completely your own. Go wild with the styles. Now that you know how the functionality works, styling it is easy. Find a great looking design for an e-commerce store online, accommodate it to your own product, and go wild. But the most important part is that you know how to handle the items using Sanity and you know how to handle payments using Stripe. With that said, the last step in our journey is deploying this great store to the web so that you can share it with your friends, potential employers, and most importantly, customers if you're planning to bring this store live. Deploying applications using Next.js is pretty straightforward. Let me show you how to do it. First of all, let's close all of our files to have a clean working environment. There we go. And we can also close all of our currently open pages right here. We just need the store and the Sanity managed project. There we go. For deployment with Next.js, we're going to use Vercel. Vercel combines the best developer experience with an obsessive focus on end user performance. So what we can do is just click Start Deploying right here, and then you can continue with GitHub. Once you log in, you'll be able to import your Git repository. But of course, to get our store live, we have to first push it to Git and GitHub. To do that, you can go to GitHub, create a new repository. Let's name it something like ecommerce_sanity_stripe. Again, feel free to use your own name right here. I'm going to make it public just in this case. And let's go ahead and create a repository. Once you have it, keep these instructions right here on the side. And on the left side, we're going to have our code editor. So let's open up our terminal, Control-C and then Y, and make sure that you are inside of this e-commerce folder. Let's run git init, git add dot, git commit -m, and then in here we can say first commit. Let's also change the branch to main. Let's also do git remote add origin. And finally, git push u origin master. In just a few seconds, you can reload your GitHub page and you'll be able to see that all of your code is right here. Now we can go back to Vercel, and immediately we have our e-commerce website right here. So let's import it. Right here, we can choose a Next.js framework, and we can add some environment variables. Right here, we can essentially copy everything we have in our env. So let's copy the next public sanity token. And right here, we can copy the actual key. Let's add it and repeat the process for all other variables. Next public stripe publishable key as well. And the value right here. Final one is next public stripe secret key. And also the value for that as well. And we are ready to deploy our project. So let's click deploy and let's wait about a minute as Vercel is going to do all the heavy lifting for us. And there we go. In just a few seconds, we can see our website deployed. We can click right here and we'll be re-navigated to our new deployed site. This is looking great. Let's go ahead and test it out. Let's go to the speaker right here and let's buy it. Pay with Stripe. We got redirected to our own custom Stripe checkout. Let's try with the fake card one more time. Again, 424242, name JavaScript mastery, and pay. It's processing, and immediately, thank you for your order, which means that it went through. If we open up our Stripe dashboard, you can see that we have our newest payment right here, and it is looking great. So this is it, the deployed store. Finally, let me show you how easily you can add new items or remove and even edit the current items using Sanity. You don't have to go back to the code. You can do everything straight from their interface. So if the price changes for these specific headphones, you can modify it really easily. Or if you want to change the images, the title, or anything else, it is incredibly simple. So what we can do is we can go back to our project. And in here, we can just manage the project details. But now, since the project is deployed, we also need to deploy the Sanity Studio. And that is also going to be incredibly simple. So let's go back to our code. Let's open up the terminal. Let's cd into Sanity e-commerce. And I think that even running the command sanity help is going to tell us what we need to do to deploy it. So as you can see, we have a lot of different commands right here, and there is a deploy command. Of course there is, to make it incredibly simple. So we can run sanity deploy, and this is immediately going to get the project info. For the host name, I'm going to type ecommerce-jsm, and Sanity is building it out. And there we go. In just under half a minute, we have success studio deployed to. And we can control click this link, connecting to Sanity, and there we go. You can share this link with people who own the store, with your fellow developers, copywriters, or really anyone who wants to edit the content. And you can do that right here. So if we wanted to add a new product, let's go right here. Let's add item. And let's add something interesting. For example, this smartwatch right here, which we haven't seen so far. There we go. We can say smartwatch. The slug is going to be automatically generated. The price is going to be 99 bucks. And we can say cool smartwatch. There we go. And let's publish it. Now, if we go back to our deployed site, go back to the home page and press Ctrl-Shift-R to do a reload while cleaning cache, you can see that our watch is going to appear right here instantly. You can see it, you can buy it, and everything is working perfectly. That is the power of integrated headless software, such as Stripe, but most importantly, Sanity. Everything is working perfectly. You can hand this over to your client, to the store owner, and everything will be fine. Great. So that part is now done. Our Sanity desk is deployed. And if we go right here and reload the page, you should be able to see, there we go. Our studio is now deployed. And when it comes to the usage, there is no way we're going to go past these limits. We've done 216 requests, and we can do 1 million. Same thing goes for all of these other metrics. We have plenty more to go. So working with Sanity is phenomenal. They even decided to sponsor this video to allow me to build such an amazing e-commerce application. Do you know the best way to showcase your skills to employers or potential clients? Is the CV going to cut it? In today's world, most clients are looking for digital presence. And if you don't already have one, now is the time to start. Presenting a well-digitalized, flexible portfolio will definitely make you stand out from the crowd. Hello there, and welcome to a project video where you'll build and deploy your own ultimate web development portfolio from scratch. The portfolio you'll build in this video is like no other portfolio page you've ever seen so far. You can change the content of this beautifully designed website within minutes, at any time, from anywhere. As your skills grow, this portfolio will grow with you. Usually, the process of creating a premium custom portfolio would take you weeks, if not months, to complete. Thankfully, I'm going to teach you how you can do this in just one video so that you can use all the extra time to build projects you're going to fill the portfolio with. I'll also teach you how you can make all of the content on this page completely modifiable through a modern content platform. As we always do, we're going to start from bare beginnings by creating an empty folder on our desktop. I'm going to name it JSM_portfolio, but feel free to use any name you like. After you have your empty folder, open up your code editor of choice. In this case, I'll be using Visual Studio Code, and I can simply drag and drop the folder into an empty Visual Studio Code window. Once we're in here, we can go to View and then Terminal. We can also run the clear command to have a clean working environment. In here, we'll be able to initialize our React application, but also our Sanity Studio. So in this case, before initializing our new React application, let's create an empty folder for our Sanity backend. We can right-click right here and create a new folder called backend_sanity. To start off and come to this page, you can click the link in the description. The Sanity CMS team was kind enough to provide you with double the free included monthly usage. That includes 200,000 API requests, 1 million API CDN requests, and 20 gigabytes of bandwidth. That's going to be more than enough for 99.9% of people, myself included. So what we can do is copy this or press right here, go back into our application, change the directory or CD into backend Sanity, and then we can simply paste what we copied. This is going to install Sanity CLI globally, and then we can press enter one more time, which is going to initialize our new Sanity project with the JavaScript mastery coupon code applied. So with that said, we are now inside of Sanity's command line interface, and we'll have to answer a few questions so that Sanity sets up the best project structure for us. The first thing we have to do is to log in. In this case, I'm going to log in using Google, so I'm simply going to press enter. There we go, login successful. Now we can simply close this tab and return to the terminal. The second thing we have to do is choose a project name. So in this case, I'm going to do JSM_portfolio. In your case, feel free to use whatever you'd like. In here, we can just press Y and then press enter to use the default dataset configuration. And for the project output path, we can simply press enter because the default configuration path has been already chosen. And finally, Sanity offers a lot of predefined templates so that you can quickly start with your project. You can choose a movie project, an e-commerce project, blog, or in our case, we're going to start with a clear project with no predefined schemas. I'm going to teach you how to do absolutely everything from scratch. Right now, Sanity's CLI is creating the default project files. Everything is being set up as we speak. Let's give it a minute and then we'll be right back. And the setup has been successful. Now we can run Sanity Docs to open up the documentation, Sanity Manage to open the project settings, Sanity Help to explore the manual, but most importantly, we can run Sanity Start to open up our studio. So let's go ahead and do just that. Sanity Start. Sanity Start just started. I went ahead and sped up the process for you, but most importantly, we can now go to localhost 3333. So let's go ahead and control click it. In here, we'll also have to log in. And this is our Sanity desk. Right now, we have an empty schema, meaning that we have to add new schemas to our project. So for now, we can stop this from running by pressing Ctrl C, and we can focus on checking out all the files and folders that were created for us by Sanity. Most importantly, the only thing we care about here is the schemas folder. And right now, we just have one schema.js file right here. To create our first real schema, we can right-click under schemas and create a new file. Let's go ahead and create a schema for our testimonials first. So testimonials.js. Inside of here, we can simply write plain JavaScript code. For example, export, default, and our entire schema is going to be just one object. Inside of our schema, we're going to have some properties. We need to have a name, which is going to be testimonials. Then we're going to have the title, which is going to be the same thing, but with a capital T. Then we have to have a type of that specific schema, and the type is going to be document. And finally, we need to specify an array of fields that our testimonials object is going to have. And the fields are going to be objects. The first object has to have a name, and the name in this case is actually going to be the name of the person leaving the testimonial. Then we're going to have a title. So we're following the same structure as we already have here. And that title is going to be name. And finally, the type of our name is going to be string. Now we can duplicate this object 3 more times. 1, 2, 3. And for the second one, we're going to say company. So name is actually going to be the company, title company with a capitalized C, and it's also going to be a string. Then we need to have the image URL of the person leaving the testimonial. And that's also going to be img URL like this. And finally, this is going to be of a type image. And when we have images, we also have to provide options, which is an object where we're going to have hotspot is equal to true. Now, so far, all of this seemed incredibly intuitive. We have object with names, titles, and types, and everything is as we're writing plain JavaScript. Now, this is the first time that you might think what this hotspot actually means. Well, the key is whenever you're using some kind of software, always look through the documentation. One Google search is going to lead you to docs presenting images, and then if you search for hotspot, you can immediately see what does that mean. That simply means that the user will be able to choose the crop while uploading the image. This is the feature that you would have to implement on your own if we weren't using Sanity. With that said, the final thing in our testimonial, which is going to be the feedback message, of course, feedback with a capital F, and that is also going to be a string. And we just wrote our first schema. We can go back into schema.js, and right here, we can import it by saying import testimonials, and that's going to be coming from /testimonials. And finally, we just have to add our schema in the array of types. Right here, we're just going to type testimonials. And that is it. Now we can go to view and then terminal, and let's run Sanity start one more time to see if something happened in our Sanity desk. We can control click the link. And as you can now see, this looks quite different. Now we actually have the content here, and you can see our first document, which is testimonials. Now we can click right here and click create, and you'll be able to create a new document instantly. In here, we have some references for our old social media project. That's a nice throwback, but that's not going to be helpful in this case, where we can simply use the name such as Michael. The company can be Google. I found an interesting person on Google, and we can simply drag and drop. There we go. Now, of course, you can click this pencil right here, and we can crop him out to make a perfect circle just like this. Well, it's not perfect, but it should be good enough. And finally, what is he going to say? Well, let's say, great job, would recommend. And we can click publish. As soon as we click publish, the document is live. What we've done just now is basically implemented an entire database. Think about that. We've created a schema and added the ability for users to add new content to that database. How crazy is that? Imagine if we were working on a MERN application, MongoDB, Express, React, and Node. Just imagine how much time would we have to spend just to come to this point where we're at right now. It would take hours to set everything up, but we've done it in a couple of minutes using Sanity. Now that you understand how adding schemas work, we can go back to our Visual Studio Code, and we can continue adding all of the other necessary schemas. Since the process for adding all of these schemas is going to be basically identical, I'm going to leave a link to the folder containing all of the files for all the necessary schemas. Then you can simply drag and drop, and just like that, all of the other schemas are going to get populated right in here. Everything from works, brands, abouts, experiences, everything is right here. And as you can see, this is nothing more than what you've seen so far. If we go back to our Sanity desk now, you can see that the schemas for the entirety of our content are right here, right now. There is our testimonial, and as we go through the application, it's going to be incredibly useful that we already have all of this coded out. With that said, our work on the backend is now fully done. Now we can start creating our front-end application, and then later on, we're going to connect the two. So let's press Ctrl C, clear it. To initialize our React application, we can run npx create-react-app, and we can simply call it frontend_react. This is going to initialize our entire React application in this folder. While this is initializing, I definitely want to say that it's been amazing using Sanity so far. It's really simple and efficient. In a matter of few minutes, we've created an entire database, and we can immediately start adding documents to that database as we go. So it's going to be incredibly fun connecting this to the React application that we're going to create right now. And that application is, as you've seen in the intro, the ultimate web development portfolio. So let's wait until our React application is initialized and then we'll dive right in. To start with our React.js application, we can first open up the front-end React folder and see what we have in there. The most important in here is the source folder, where the entirety of our React application is going to be in. As you can see, we have a lot of files here with already some predefined code, but we won't be using any of that. So what I like to do is right-click the source and then completely delete it. Then you can right-click the front-end React and create a new folder, also called src. Inside of there, we can create a file that every single React application needs to have, and that is the index.js file. Inside of here, we can import React from React, and this is also the only file where we're going to import React DOM from React-DOM. This is going to help us connect with our HTML file. We are also going to import the app component, which we don't already have, but we can just write this here for the future. So from /app, and then we can also import the /index.css, which we also don't already have, but we're soon going to create it. And finally, we can say React DOM.render, and we can render our app right here, and then say document.getElementById, and we need to get a div with an ID of root. Let me explain what does this line actually do. If we go into the public folder and then index.html, inside of here, you can see that we have some meta tags, but I'm going to space it out properly. We have some comments, some links, but most importantly, we just have a body with a single div. And that div has an ID of root. So in this case, we're going to put our entire React application right here inside of this div with an ID of root. And that is exactly what we've done right here. We connected our app straight to the div with an ID of root. With that said, of course, now we need to create our app.js. So right here, create a new file, app.js, inside of the source folder. Our app is going to be a simple React functional component, so we can run RAFCE. This is going to instantly create a simple React functional component. If this didn't autofill for you, you can go to extensions and then search for ES7 snippets, and then we should see ES7 plus React Redux React Native snippets. You can install it, and then once you type RAFCE, you should get your component right here. We'll be using this a few times across this entire application, but if this doesn't work for you for any reason, you can of course type it out by hand. Inside of our app later on, we're going to import all of our other components, but for now, let's just leave it empty like this. And I always like to end everything with semicolons, so we're going to add them right here. Now we have our app, but we're missing the second piece of the puzzle, which is the index.css. So let's create a new file right here called index.css. This CSS file is going to contain just some basic setup. So down in the description, you'll be able to find a link for this entire CSS file, which is less than 20 lines. And as you can see, it only has a font import and the setup of some basic colors. That's about it. So again, just find it below, copy and paste it into index.css. Once you've done that, we have to install all the necessary dependencies needed to run our React application. So in this case, we can go to View and then Terminal. Right here, you can clear it if it's not clear already. To install all of the necessary dependencies we're going to use throughout this project, we first need to cd or change the directory into frontend React. There, we can run npm install, and then we can start listing out all the dependencies that we need for our project. The first one is going to be add sanity /client. Then we're going to need add sanity /image-url. Then we're going to need framer-motion for the animations, as well as node-sass for our SCSS files. We're going to also use react-icons for all the icons that you'll be able to see on the page, and I think that should be it. If we're missing something, we can easily install it later on. This process should take about a minute, so I'll be right back. And there we go, all of the packages have been installed and you can see them inside of our package.json inside of the frontend React. So now if we go back to our index, you can see that we have this app, we have this index, and everything seems to be ready to go. Instead of having this as a div, let's just change this to h1 so that we can see it more clearly once we run our application. And to run it, the only thing you have to do is press npm start and then press enter. This is going to open up the application on localhost 3000. And there we go. If we've done everything correctly so far, we can see an h1 that simply says app. But now is the time that we implement the entire file and folder structure for our project so it's easier for us to develop it as we go along. So first of all, we're going to create a few folders inside of the source. The first folder we can create is of course going to be the components folder. This is going to be for all of our smaller components. Then we're going to have the assets folder, and that's going to be for all of our images, which you'll be able to download from this video later on. Then we're going to have a constants folder, and this is going to be for imports of all of the files that we're going to constantly use. Then we're going to need our container file, and this is going to be for all of our bigger containers, meaning components containing multiple components inside of themselves. And these are the most important folders that we need to have. But of course, the files are what actually matters. So let's go ahead and create some containers first. Each one of our containers is going to be another folder, and it's going to say the name of our component or a container. So the first one can be about, and then inside of there, we're going to create the about.jsx file as well as about.scss file. Then we can create a new folder inside of the container, which is going to be our footer. Inside of the footer, we're going to repeat the process, footer.jsx as well as footer.scss. We're going to also need a header. So let's add a header component or a container, and that's going to be header.jsx as well as header.scss. And of course, I'm going to explain later on why we're using SCSS and not CSS and why is it superior. Then we're going to have our skills section. Inside of the skills, we're going to, of course, have skills.jsx as well as skills.scss. Finally, we're going to need a testimonial, which is going to have a testimonial.jsx as well as testimonial.scss. And one last folder is going to be work to showcase all of our works, which is going to have work.jsx as well as work.scss. That's great. Now we have all of these components, and we can start by creating the basic boilerplate structure for all of them. So let's start from top to bottom, and let's simply write RAFCE and press enter. This is going to create the about section. While we're here, we can also import the /about.scss, and we can copy that because we're going to need that for all the other components. So now let's repeat the process. Let's go to footer, RAFCE, enter, and then simply paste this here and change it to footer.scss. I know this is a lot of manual work, but if we do this at the start, it's going to be so much easier to code the application later on. Now let's move to our header. Again, RAFCE, paste this here and change it to header. Let's repeat the process for skills, paste the styles here, change it to skills, and only 2 more times left to go. RAFCE for the testimonial, as well as testimonial.scss. And finally, work right here. We can again paste this line and change it to work. Now we're done with all of our containers, and we are ready to start importing them straight inside of our app. So if we go here, we could do something like this. Import, let's say about from /container/about. And then we can repeat this process for every single component. But as you can see, that would clutter our view inside of the app.jss. So one great React.js trick I can give you is to export all of these components straight from the container. So the only thing you have to do to make this happen is right-click container, click new file, and create an index.js file inside of it. There, we can simply say export, default as, and then the name of the component, for example, about, and then from /about/about. And we can repeat this process for as many components as we have. So the second one on our list is going to be footer. By the way, to highlight all of these things, I'm holding Alt and then double clicking the words. That way I can change everything at once. So we're going to repeat the process for header, for skills as well. Then we're going to do testimonial. And finally, that's going to be work. Great. Now, what this file allowed us to do is to go back into app, and now we can import components. Instead of as a default import, we can use curly braces right here, and then we can list all of our components one by one in one single line. That's going to be about, footer, header, skills, testimonial, and work. And all of that is coming from /container. This is much more readable. The only thing we can do right now is create a div right here. That div is going to have a class name equal to app. We're going to add it later on. But now in here, we can list all of our components one by one. That's going to be header as a self-closing component. Then we're going to have about. Below that, we're going to have work. Then we're going to have skills. Finally, testimonial. And at the end, of course, footer with our contact page. The only component we're missing is going to be our navigation bar. And that's for a reason. Our navigation bar is not going to be a container. Rather, it's going to be a simple component. So what we can do is go inside of the components, create a new folder called navbar. Inside of there, we can create a navbar.jsx file and also a navbar.scss file. Inside of there, we can repeat the process, rafce, and then import /navbar.scss. We can do the same situation inside of the components, create an index.js file where we can say export default as navbar from /navbar/navbar. Now, if we go back into the app, we can repeat the process by saying import navbar from /components. And we can list it right here, of course, at the top. Great. Now we have all of the components and containers that we're going to use throughout our application. So let's check it out in the browser. If we've done everything correctly, you should be able to zoom in by holding Control and then using a mouse wheel to see all of our components right here. Of course, this is looking awful right now. We just have a white empty page with all of the components, but each component is just a div containing the word, which is the name of that component. Of course, now our goal is to properly style and implement the logic for every single one of these sections, which are at the end of this video going to form a beautiful React portfolio. So I know this was a lot of manual work, but are you ready to start coding this out? We're of course going to start from top to bottom, implement the navbar, header, and then go to all the most exciting sections, which is the about and the portfolio section. Just one final thing we have to do before starting implementing our navbar is just implementing some general styles that we're going to use across our entire application. Remember this index.css? Well, we have to use these colors somewhere. And we also have to implement this basic app class name. So to do that, we can create a new file inside of the source called app.scss. And this is the last time that I'm going to provide you with some code, but this file simply contains the setup for all of the things we've done before, using the primary color inside of the app, specifying some classes with some background colors, primary backgrounds, and then setting up the container sizing and so on. Again, there isn't a lot of real logic here. It's mainly setting up classes that we're going to use later on. For example, instead of using these 3 lines every time we want to center something, we'll be just able to use this one single class. And the situation is the same with all of the other classes added here. They're just here to help us with the future development. So the link to this SCSS code is going to be down in the description as well, inside of a GitHub gist. Once that is done, we should be able to just import it inside of the app.js by saying import.app.scss. And now we are ready to start creating our portfolio. Before we do that, let's just open up the browser and see what changes did this app.css file do. There we go. You can see that the only thing that happened was applying some fonts and also this background color that you can see right here. With that said, we are ready to start with the first section and component of our portfolio, which is the navigation bar. Now that we're starting to code our components, it might be a good idea to put the browser and the editor side by side so that we can see the changes we code live. To do that, I'm going to collapse our Explorer and then open up the browser. And there we go. This is already looking better. We can see what we're doing just on the side. So let's start with our navigation bar. This is going to be an HTML5 semantic tag called nav. Inside of this nav, we're going to have a few components. More specifically, we're going to have a div, and this div is going to contain our logo. So right inside of it, we can add an image that's going to have a source equal to images.logo. Every image also needs to have an alt or an alternative tag, and that's going to simply say logo. Now, you might be wondering, where are these images coming from? As I've told you, I'm going to provide you with all the assets for this project. So down below in the description, you'll be able to find a zipped assets folder. You can simply unzip it and then paste it straight into the source folder. There we go. I copied mine. I'm going to delete the original and just rename this to assets. As soon as you do that, you can notice that you're going to have a lot of images, about 1, 2, 3, 4, and then images of brands, as well as some backgrounds. Everything is prepared for you. Now that we have those images, just so we don't have to import one by one each time, we're going to do a similar thing that we've done with the components using that one single index.js file. So inside of the constants, we can create an images.js file. Inside of there, we're going to simply import every single image and then export it. Again, the images.js file is going to be in a gist down below. As you can see, just importing every single image there is and then exporting it so that we can more easily import it in one line with a meaningful name. And of course, we can create one index.js file right here in the constants to export all of these images. That's going to look something like this: export default as images, and then that's going to be coming from /images. What this is going to allow us to do is to go back into navbar, and now simply we can say import images from // constants. And every time you have to use something from images, you'll always be able to import this same line. And then all of our files are going to be right in here in this images object. That's the exact reason why we're doing this. And again, I know that there is some code you have to write, but trust me, this is a pro tip that's going to help you with importing all of these images, because you don't have to worry about file names, and you also don't have to import all of them in a new line. Imagine, usually you would have to import every single file in a new line, but now all of the images are right here in this one images object. Isn't that great? Okay, so now we have our logo. You can see it right here, Mikhail, or Michael as we said. And right now we can continue with our navigation bar. Below this div, we're gonna have a UL, or an unordered list. This unordered list is going to loop through all of the elements that we need to have in our navigation bar. So we can open a dynamic block of code, create an array, and there start listing all of the elements, such as home, about. Then we're gonna also have work, skills, and finally contact. Once you have that array, we can call a dot map on it, create an instant return function like this, where we don't have a curly brace here, we just have a regular parenthesis. So for each one of our items, we're gonna get that item, meaning contact, skills, work, and so on, and we want to return something. More specifically, we want to return a list item. That list item has to have a key, which is going to be equal to a template string saying link dash and then item to make it unique. Inside of our li, we're going to have an empty div that we'll be able to style later on. And then, of course, we're going to have an anchor tag that's going to have an href equal to a template string of hash and then item. This is going to lead us straight to that section of the page. And inside of the anchor tag, we can simply render the item. Let's save it. And right now, you can see that this just created the links for all of our sections: home, about, contact, work, skills, and contact. Looks like we have contact 2 times, so this one is extra. There we go. So this is going to be our navigation bar for the desktop devices. But of course, this isn't looking like a nav bar so far. What we have to do is, of course, implement the styles. So our nav is going to have a class name equal to app underscore underscore navbar. And this underscore underscore is a part of BEM methodology. By doing a simple Google search, you'll be able to see that you can create clean CSS with BEM methodology. BEM is essentially a front-end naming method, so it isn't any kind of framework or library or stuff like that. It is simply a naming method that's going to help you know which elements are you styling. Block, element, modifier. I'm going to leave a link about this down in the description, so if you want to read more, you can definitely do that. Our div is also going to have a class name equal to app underscore underscore navbar dash logo, and then our UL is also going to have a class name equal to app underscore underscore navbar dash links. And of course, our individual link also has to have a class name, which is going to be equal to app underscore underscore flex. We discussed that. This is going to center the element. And then finally, p dash text, which is going to make it a paragraph text. And this is going to be it for now, but of course we have to implement the styles to be able to see the changes. So let's clean up our working environment by closing all of the files we're currently not using. You can hold Ctrl and then press W a few times, but make sure that you're in the Visual Studio Code window. There we go. We're going to close all of that and just open up the things that we need: front-end React, source, components, navbar, and we also need a navbar.scss. So let's start with styling the navbar. That's going to be .app underscore underscore navbar, and let's give it a width of 100%. Then let's also make it a display is equal to flex. justify dash content is equal to space between, and align dash items is equal to center. Okay, now we have our logo on the left side and all of our links on the right side. Let's also provide a bit of padding, like 1 rem on top and bottom and 2 rem on left and right. There we go. This is looking more like it right now. It would be also cool to provide a light background. So we can say background is equal to RGBA 255, 255, 255, which is going to be a plain white color, but we can provide opacity of 0.25. That's going to make it just a bit lighter, and it's going to appear like it's above the current background. One cool CSS property is the backdrop dash filter. In here, we can say blur of around 4 pixels, and it's hard to notice right now, but once we scroll later on, you'll be able to notice that there is kind of a blurry background around the navigation bar. And since this property is not available on all browsers, we have to copy it, paste it below, and then say dash WebKit dash backdrop dash filter, and then keep it at blur is 4. Let's also add a border of 1 pixel solid RGBA 255, 255, 255, and then 0.18. I found that color to work best for the border. It's barely noticeable. Our navigation bar is going to have a position equal to fixed so that it stays on top. And there we go. Now you can see the backdrop I was talking about. It's blurred behind. And we also want to provide a z index of 2 to make it appear above the content. There we go. Now let's style this logo a bit. And we can do that by saying .app _ navbar dash logo. Display is going to be flex. Justify dash content is going to be flex dash start. And align dash items is going to be center. That's going to space it up just a bit. But now check this out. This is going to be the magic of using SCSS. Instead of repeating this entire class and then targeting the image inside of it, to create a completely new style sheet right here below the current one, what you can do with SCSS is have nesting properties. So if we're already talking about this, why create a new class? We can simply take this image and say, target the image that's inside of the app navbar logo. That makes more sense because if you look at the JSX, there actually is an image tag inside of a div with a class name app navbar logo. So this just makes more sense and it saves some lines of code. Let's change the width to be 90 pixels and also the height to be something like, let's do 20. There we go. One crazy thing about this is that we can keep nesting however we want. And we can also add media queries straight for specific elements. Like right here, we can say media screen and min-width is 2000 pixels. So this is going to be for extra large devices. There, we want to increase the width and the height a bit. So we can copy this and change the width to be 180 pixels and height to be 40 pixels. Of course, this is only noticeable on extra large devices, but I just wanted to show you that we can add media queries straight inside of the elements or specific classes. Now let's move on to our links, which look quite ugly right now. That's going to be .app _ navbar dash links. There we can set the flex to be equal to 1, like this. That's going to make this div take up the rest of the space that logo doesn't take. Then we can make this container display flex, justify content center, and align dash items center. Now they're appearing in a row because as soon as you apply the display flex property, everything appears in a row. Then we want to apply the list style equal to none, but I think that's already applied because we use the p-text tag. Then we can target the individual li item inside of the app navbar links. Let's give them some margin, like 0 and then 1 rem. Okay, this is already looking just a bit better. Of course, the cursor needs to be pointer because the user needs to know that this is actually clickable. And we're going to change the flex dash direction to be equal to column. Now, remember, inside of this li, there is a div and there is an anchor tag. And using SCSS, we can specifically target this div that's inside of the li as well as the anchor tag that's inside of the li and apply specific styles to them. So this div is going to have a width of 5 pixels. It's also going to have a height of 5 pixels. It's going to have a background, which is transparent. And it's also going to have a border dash radius of 50%. Finally, let's apply a margin bottom of 5 pixels. As soon as we save that, you won't be able to notice the changes yet. But as we style the anchor tag, you'll be able to see the things that these changes made. So for our anchor tag, let's change the color to be equal to var and then dash dash gray dash color. So in here, we're actually using the CSS variables that we created right inside of our index.css. This is great for theme colors that you'll be reusing across your entire application. Then let's set the text decoration to be equal to none to remove that ugly underline. There we go. It's already starting to look more like it. Let's change the flex direction to be equal to column. Also, of course, text transform is going to be uppercase. Okay, that's looking more like it right now. And let's also add the font dash weight to 500, which is going to make it bolder. In this case, let's also apply a transition. And transition is going to be all 0.3 seconds and ease in out. This transition will be visible once we add the hover. And take a look at this. Instead of writing a new class, a and then hover like this, you can immediately just put a $sign here, which means that this is referring to the element we're inside of, and then hover. So now you know that this hover is referring to this anchor tag right here. Inside of this hover, we want to change the color of the anchor tag to var dash dash secondary dash color. Now, if we save that, you can see that our color slowly transitions into blue. It's a quick transition, doesn't take a few seconds, but rather just 0.3 seconds to get to full blue color. Great. Now we also want to add a hover to our li, so you know what to do. Right here, we have to find where our li is, and it's ending right here. So we can say and hover. Inside of this hover, we're gonna want to target the div and change the background color to be equal to var dash dash secondary dash color. So if we save that, you can notice that now we have this dot, and that is what that div was for. You can see width 5 pixels, height 5 pixels, and then border radius 50 to make it in a circle. So now this is looking great. Once you actually hover over it, you get that dot indicating that you want to go to that section. And if we look at the finished application and hover over these, you can see that we've achieved the desired state regarding our navigation bar. But what happens on mobile devices? We cannot fit all of these properties, so we have to turn this into a hamburger menu. Once you click over it, then everything pops up from the right side. That is going to be our next task, so we have to go back into our nav bar, and below it, we have to implement the mobile navigation bar. Right below our UL, we're going to create a div element right here that's going to have a class name equal to app underscore underscore navbar dash menu. And in there, first of all, we just want to have one icon. So let's go ahead and import the icons at the top. We're going to need two different icons. So we can say import hi menu alt 4 as well as the hi-x. And these are coming from react-icons/hi. We're going to also use framer motion here. So let's import in curly braces as well, motion, which is coming from framer-motion. Now we can scroll down, and just at the top right here, we can use our first icon, which is a self-closing tag of hi menu alt 4. And we're going to add an onClick property on it, where we're going to have a callback function. And once somebody clicks it, we're going to toggle the state. So set toggle is set to false. Of course, this set toggle doesn't exist yet. So just at the top, we can create a new state. There is a cool shortcut. You just start typing use state, and then you can click this use state snippet right here, which is going to create it for you. Now, without moving your cursor, just start typing the name, toggle, press tab, and then you can immediately set the default value. The last thing we can do is simply import use state from React. Now in here, I miswrote this is going to be true because we want to open our menu. And then just below that, we can create a dynamic code block where we can say if toggle is true. In that case, we want to render our mobile navigation bar. And we can put this in one line like this. Now our navigation is going to be a div, but a special div, a motion.div. So this is how you use Framer motion. You just type motion and then the element you want to use. We're going to put this in multiple lines because we want to add some properties to it. More specifically, while in view, then that's going to be an object that's going to have x property equal to 300 and then 0, meaning it's going to take 300 pixels. And we also want to add a transition, and that transition is going to have a duration, which is going to be 0.85 seconds, and also ease is going to be ease out as a string. Of course, if you want to learn more about all of the properties that you can use while using Framer motion, you can check the framermotion.com site, and in here you can see the overview as well as all of the components and animations that you can use. So if you want to learn more on how to create animations using Framer motion, definitely make sure to check out their documentation. But for this video, I'm going to explain every single line that we write. If you'd like me to create a more detailed video on Framer motion and animations in React, just feel free to like this video and let me know in the comments. I might do a project that's solely teaching you animations. With that said, we can go back to our app and we can add something inside of that div. Right here, we of course have to have our X icon. So that's going to be hi X, and it's going to have an onClick, which we can basically copy from here. The only difference is that it's not going to be set to true, but rather we want to close it. So it's going to be set to false. And then inside of there, we can simply copy our entire menu list right here, paste it just below our icon. And let's see if we have to change something. Our li is not going to have these properties at all. The only thing it's going to have is going to be the key, but it's not going to be link anymore. We just want to show the item. So we want to differentiate these links from the links above. In this case, we don't have to have this div, and the anchor tag is going to still be the same, but we also want to close our navigation bar if the item is clicked. So on this anchor tag, we can also add an onClick to close it once we click on a specific link. Let me show you what I mean. If we open up our navigation bar and go to contact, we want to close our navigation because we want to see the actual section we're going to. Great. So that part is now done. Of course, we are yet to implement the styles for this. So let's see how is it going to look right now. So right now, if we collapse it, nothing is going to happen. So let's go to our styles, and we want to add something to the app navbar links. So you can click right here. That's going to point you to the end of this specific style. And right here, still inside of it, we want to add a media query. That's going to be add media screen, and we can set the max width to be equal to something like 900 pixels. So for devices wider than 900 pixels, we want to set a display is equal to none because we want to trigger a specific menu. And there we go. Now, of course, below this entire app navbar links, we can target .app__navbar -menu. And in here, we can set the width to be 35 pixels. Height is going to be 35 pixels. Border radius is going to be 50%. And position is going to be relative. Nothing is happening yet, but let's add a few more styles. Display is going to be set to flex. Justify -content is going to be center, as well as the align -items is going to be center. Finally, we want to change the background color to be var --secondary color. Okay, there we go. We're working on this button right here. And now let's target the SVG inside of that button. In here, we can immediately target the SVG element. Let's give it a width of something like 70%. Let's give it a height of 70% as well. And the color can be var --, and then that's going to be white -color. There we go. This is already looking more like it. Now we want to target a div that's below this SVG. So we can say div. Position is going to be fixed. And if we save this, nothing is going to happen yet. We can slowly see it if we one time click on this specific element, but it quickly disappears. So let's keep adding more things to it until we can see it for the entire time. The top is going to be 0 because we want this menu bar to appear at the top. The bottom is going to be 0 as well. Right is going to be set to 0, and then Z index is going to be set to 5. Let's also give it padding is equal to 1 rem. Width is going to be set to 80%, not 100. So let's change this to 80. There we go. Now we can see what we're working on. We have our home, about, work, skills, and contact. Height is going to be set to 100 VH, not percent VH, which stands for vertical height. And now everything comes down to the bottom. But a quick display flex is going to fix that. Then we have to add the justify -content is going to be flex -end. Align -items is going to be flex -end as well. And flex -direction is going to be set to column. Now we can add the background. In this case, background is going to be URL /assets/bg white.png. We cannot see it yet, but I think it just covered the text. Then we also want to add the background -color equal to var --white -color. We also want to use the background -size, which is going to be cover. And finally, background -repeat is going to be set to repeat. Let's save it, reload the page. And if we click it, now we can see that we have this nice sidebar that pops up, but we have our content at the bottom right, which doesn't look good just yet. But we're going to fix that really soon. Let's add a box shadow on top. So that's going to be box -shadow 0, 0, and then 20 pixels. And the color is going to be RGBA. I found the numbers 168, 168, and then 168. And then the opacity 0.15 to work the best. So if we save this, you can see this light shadow appear right here. Now we're still styling this div right here. If you think about it, that div is going to be the motion div we're talking about, but we also have an SVG inside of it, which is going to be the close icon. So now let's style the close icon. Remember, we're still inside of the div, but now inside of the SVG as well. I think we can mostly copy what we had from the old SVG, paste it here, but the width and the height are not going to be 70%, they're going to be 35 pixels. And most importantly, the color is not going to be white, it's going to be secondary. Now we can see this big close icon. Let's also add a bit of margin, 0.5 rem and 1 rem on left and right. Finally, and most importantly, we want to style our list. So right here, we can target the UL. Let's give it a list style to be equal to none to remove those bullet points. That didn't seem to do it yet, but we can easily remove them on the list item as well. So we're going to keep it for now. Then, of course, we want to change the margin to be 0 and padding to be 0. And also, let's change the height to be 100% as well as the width to 100%. So now our UL list is taking the entirety of this space. Let's make it a display is equal to flex. Justify dash content is equal to flex dash start. Align dash items is equal to flex dash start. And finally, flex dash direction is set to column. I'm gonna reload the page. Click this button right here. And all of our content is still on the bottom right. Finally, let's transition to changing the LI right here. Let's set the margin to be equal to 1 rem on every single item. And it looks like to me that these styles are not getting applied. So what I'm going to do is go back in here and look into here. It looks like we're missing this UL right here. And that's the reason why the styles haven't been applying. So what we need to do is simply copy this entire UL and wrap our LIs with it. That was a rookie mistake on my end. So let's simply wrap everything with a UL. And in this case, we don't need our class name. Let's save it. And there we go. This is looking so much better. I was wondering why the styles haven't been applying, but that is now fixed. Inside of our LI, we're going to have an A element, which is an anchor tag. So we can simply set the color of that anchor tag to be var, and then that's going to be gray color. So right here, gray, there we go. Of course, we want to remove that ugly text decoration, which is going to be set to none. Font dash size is going to be set to 1 rem. Text dash transform is going to be set to uppercase. There we go. And font dash weight is going to be set to 500. Again, we can copy the transition we had above. So let's find our transition. There we go, as well as the hover. We can go down and paste that transition right here inside of our anchor element alongside the hover. Let's save it. And now this is going to slowly turn into blue. Great. These are the best transitions and animations when you can barely notice them, but they are there and they improve the quality of your software. Now we want to go all the way out to this div. Let's see, where is it ending? So it's ending right here on this purple tag in my case. And we want to add a media query right above it. So there's going to be a media query, media screen, and we also want to add min width in this case. So let's change this to min width, which is going to be set to 900 pixels. There, we simply want to set the display to be equal to none. This way, if we expand this over 900 pixels, this is going to completely disappear. And of course, we have to repeat the procedure with our entire menu, app navbar menu, so we can simply copy this and paste it here as well. That's going to remove that icon. Now we have just the menu for the desktop devices. And if we do this, a new menu is going to appear. That is beautiful. And with that, we're done with the styles for our mobile menu. Now let's expand this to the full browser size, full HD, and it's looking glorious. It's looking great. We have our name, our logo on the top left, and also we have our links in the middle. Now, if we right click and click inspect, right now I'm testing on iPhone 12 Pro. You can see that this is looking great as well. Our menu blurs everything that's been needed. This is going to be moved down later on. And we have this nice hamburger menu that when you click it, shows a great mobile menu with this clean background with the circles. Looking great. and we are ready to start coding our main hero section. Let's get started right away by collapsing this a bit, closing our navigation bar, and then collapsing everything, going to front end, source, app, and then you can simply control click header. This is going to be the section that we're going to implement next. So let's close this as well and prepare everything for our next section. To start with our header here, we can first import motion from framer-motion because we're going to animate it. And then we also want to import some images. So right here, we can say import images, which is going to be coming from // constants. Our header CSS is already imported. So we can start with the div wrapping our entire header or a hero component, however you want to call it. In here, our div is going to have a class name equal to app__header and also app__flex. Inside of there, we're going to have an animated motion.div. And that div is going to have a few animation properties, such as while in view, there we want to give it an X property, which is equal to -100 and 0, meaning that it's going to animate from the minus value. You're going to see it in action really soon. And then we also want to change the opacity of the animation. So it's going to animate from 0 to 1, meaning from fully invisible to fully visible. Just below that, we're going to have our transition, which is going to be equal to duration of 0.5 seconds. And finally, the class name is going to be set to app__header-info. Inside of our motion div, we're going to have a normal div. And this div is going to have a class name equal to app__header-badge. Inside of there, we can have one more div, which is going to have a class name equal to badge-cmp and also app__flex. Inside of there, we're going to have a friendly span, which is simply going to have a wave emoji. So we can simply Google for wave emoji. And right here, you can slowly copy it and paste it right into here. There we go. Below that friendly wave emoji, we can have a div that's going to have a style, an inline style, equal to margin left is 20. And inside of there, we can have our p tag for paragraph that's simply going to say, hello, I am. Let's also give it a class name equal to p-text. And just below that, we can have an h1 element that's going to have a class name equal to head-text, and it can say your name. So let's stay consistent and use Mikhail right here. Of course, you can definitely put your own name right here. That's the whole reason why you're doing this. And we can still see that that is happening, but our header is still below our navigation bar. Of course, we're going to fix this as soon as we add styles. But for now, just so we can see what we're doing, you can go to app and simply comment out the navigation bar. And there we go. Now you can see your name here. And if you reload, you can see that it animates from -1 pixels. See that from the left to the right. And the opacity also changes from 0 to 1, but it is incredibly quick, 0.5 seconds. If you increase this to like 5 and reload, you can notice how slowly it moves 100 pixels and changes the opacity. Framer motion is really powerful and quite intuitive. Now below, not this div, but rather this entire badge div, we're going to have one more div. This div is going to have a class name equal to badge tag-cmp and also app__flex. There we want to have two different paragraphs, so we can copy this one and paste it 2 times. They're both going to be p-text, but in here we can say what are we doing. Let's say that you are a web developer And also right here, you can say freelancer. Or maybe you do UI UX design as well, so you can put that here, or whatever else explains what you best do. There we go. Of course, it's not looking great at the moment because we haven't added any styles. Now, below this motion div, we're going to create two more motion divs. So motion.div, and we can already copy it and leave some space for the next one. Inside of this second motion div, we're gonna also add some properties here, and we can copy these three that we already have. There we go, paste them right here. Of course, they're not going to be the same. For the second one, we just want to change the opacity. It can also be the duration of 0.5 seconds, and we can also specify a new property, delay children. So we're gonna delay the display of children for 0.5 seconds. So first, this div is going to happen, and only then are the elements inside of it going to start showing up. And the class name is not going to be header info, it's going to be header img. So inside of there, we just want to have one img tag, and it's going to have a source equal to images.profile. And alt tag is going to be profile-bg. There we go. Our huge Mikhail is right here. And now you can notice that this is going to look a bit empty. There's just a gray background all around our Michael. But what we can do is we can add a new background right there. And that background is going to be a motion.img. So this is the first time that we're animating an image instead of a div, but you can definitely do that. You can animate any element you'd like. And right here, we also need to have these three properties, but in this case, we're not going to change the opacity. Rather, we're going to change the scale. The duration is going to be 1 second, and the ease can be set to ease in out. This simply signifies how the animation is going to play out. Is it going to be faster at the start, or is it going to be faster at the end? Of course, we need to provide all other basic image properties like source, images.circle, and also we can provide the alt tag, which is going to be profile-_circle. And finally, class name is going to be overlay_circle. We can delete this class name from before right here. If you reload the page and scroll down, you can see this big circle appear. Of course, with styling, we're going to make that circle appear behind Michael. So the last thing we have to do is implement the last motion div. This motion image is going to be a self-closing tag. You can also do that using Framer Motion. So we don't need this, and we can space this out properly. Great. So our last motion div is going to have variants. And in here, we can provide different variants on how we want to scale different elements inside of this div. This variant is going to have a few properties, so we can name it something like scale variance, and then we can declare it at the top above our component. Const scale variance is equal to an object where while in view, then we can provide specific properties, and that's going to be an object. Of course, in here, we don't have an equal sign. That's going to be a colon. We want to change the scale from 0 to 1. We also want to change the opacity from 0 to 1. We also want to add transition, which is going to be an object that's going to have a duration equal to 1. And the ease is going to be set to ease in out, like that. We added quite a lot of properties to make this animation even better. Now we can copy scale variance and put it right here under variant. We also want to have while in view, and that is going to be equal to scale variance dot while in view. Finally, we need a class name, which is going to be simply app__header dash circles. And what are we going to put inside of this div? Well, remember those little floating bubbles appearing behind Michael that have images of different technologies? Well, that's exactly what we're doing. So we can open a dynamic block of code, have an array, images.flutter, images.redux, and images.sass. Then we can simply call the .map, get an individual circle, as well as the index, and then we can instantly return something. And that something that we're going to return is going to be a div that's going to have a class name equal to circle dash cmp app underscore underscore flex. And it's going to have a key, of course, because we're mapping over elements, that's going to say circle dash and then index. And inside of there, we can render an image that's going to have a source equal to circle and an alt, which is going to be equal to, let's simply say circle. There we go. Let's save it. Now let's see if we can see some circles around here. Nope, they just quickly flash and then they're gone. So of course, we'll have to modify this with styles. But that's good because now we implemented the entirety of our header and now we can focus on adding the styles. To open up the styles, just go to header and then header.scss. Inside of here, since we're working on a main section that we want to be able to scroll to, we're going to give it an ID of home, and that's how we're going to style it. Of course, our header right now doesn't have that ID, so let's provide ID equal to home. Inside of our home, we want to have the position is equal to relative. Then we want to give it a background as well, not a background color, just a background that's going to be a URL. And that's going to be assets / bgimg.png. That just added another circle right here, but it's going to look so much better once we actually add all the styles. And if we expand this, we can barely see these big icons right here. Don't worry about all of this mess, these circles, icons, and our happy Michael, because we are going to style all of this right away. So let's get to it. Let's change the background dash size to be equal to cover. And this is something that you're going to always do whenever you're using an image as a background. Then we want to set the background dash repeat to repeat, as well as background dash position to be equal to center. Then we want to disable the padding to do .app _ wrapper. Padding is going to be set to 0. And also later on, we're going to add a copyright. So right now we can immediately set a display is equal to none right here. Now let's start styling our app header. So just below this home, we're going to do the .app _ header, and we're going to set the flex to be equal to 1. Then we want to change the width to be equal to 100%, as well as the height to be equal to 100%, because we want our main section to take the entirety of the page. Then finally, flex dash direction is going to be set to row. We want to set this explicitly here because we can change it later on depending if we're on mobile or desktop device. Let's provide some paddings like 6 rem, 2 rem, and then 0. There we go. That provided some space for the navigation bar. So I think we should be able to bring it back right now. There we go. This is already looking like something. Well, who am I lying? It's still looking really, really bad. But let's continue. So right here, we're going to add some media queries because this is not going to look good on all devices right out of the box. Add media, screen, and min-width 2000 pixels. So this is going to be for incredibly large devices. Padding top is going to be 8 rem. Now we can duplicate this 2 more times. And for the second one, we're going to have max width. So if the maximum width is up to 1200 pixels, in that case, we want to change the flex dash direction to be equal to column. That means for mobile and tablet devices, as you can see right here. But if we expand to desktop, then this goes in a row. Great. So let's go back. And the last one is going to be purely for mobile devices, where max width is going to be 400 pixels. And there, we just want to reset the padding. So padding is going to be 6 rem, 1 rem, and 2 rem. So if we collapse this, you can see that it's looking kinda okay on mobile, but that's going to be fixed really soon. So now we can focus on the header info, which is this part right here. So that's going to be .app__header -info. We can set the flex to be equal to 0.65 because we want this to take about 65% of the screen. Then display is going to be set to flex. Flex-direction is going to be set to column. Justify-content is going to be set to flex-start. Align-items is going to be set to flex-start as well. And finally, height is going to be set to 100%. Add media, screen, and in this case, we want to have max width of 2000. So this is for extra large devices. There, we're gonna put the width of 100% as well and set the margin-right to be equal to 0 rem. There we go. Now we can see that this comes right here. Now we want to change the header badge. So let's go down, .app__header -badge. Let's give it a width of 100%. Let's make display equal to flex, justify-content to flex-end, as well as the align-items to flex-end. And finally, we want to make it flex-direction is equal to column. There we go. Now we want to change the badges. So specifically, we can say .badge-cmp and then comma .tag-cmp. So we're changing both of these tags at the same time, padding 1 rem on top and bottom and 2 rem on left and right. There we go. Let's also give it a border. So border is going to be var -white -color. Okay, we cannot see it yet. Let's scroll down. Nope, nothing to see here. But just a few more properties and we'll be able to see the changes. Border-radius is going to be 15 pixels. Flex-direction is going to be set to row. Width is going to be set to auto. And finally, box shadow, which is going to give it that floating effect, is going to be set to 0, 0, 20 pixels. And then the color is going to be RGBA 0, 0, 0, which is black, and then 0.1. There we go. Now we can see this kind of 3D illusion, and this element is popping up in the air. Now let's specifically target the tag, so we can copy this and paste it below. .tag-cmp, and let's change the flex-direction to be equal to column. There we go. Also, margin-top is going to be 3 rem. There we go. So this is already looking more like it. We can also change the paragraph inside of there to give it a width of 100%, as well as the text-transform of uppercase. And finally, text-align is going to be set to right. There we go. This is already looking much better. Now, below our tag, we can target the span element, give it a font-size of 2.5 rem. There we go. This just increased the size of our wavy icon. And we can also add a media query where media, screen, and in this case, that's going to be min width is 2000 pixels for extra large devices. In that case, we want to increase the font size to 5 rem to make it incredibly big. We can go outside of our span element and add one final media query, media, screen, and max width is going to be 1200 pixels. So if it's above the tablet and mobile size, then we want to justify content to flex start and also align-items to flex-start. There we go. So it's here right now. And as we expand it, you'll see it comes down here, but on tablet size, which is around here, it looks like this. Finally, we have to focus on this circle as well as these icons, which we're going to turn to circles as well. So if we scroll down, just below our last curly brace, we're going to add the .app__header dash circles. We're going to change the flex property to be 0.75. Let's also change the display to be equal to flex. Flex dash direction is going to be set to column. Justify dash content is going to be set to space evenly. Align dash items is going to be flex dash start. We can also change the height to be 100%, and margin dash left is going to be set to 1 rem. The reason why I'm not showing you any changes or saving this file is because this is still going to look bad until we style these individual images. And now is the time to do that. We can say div and give it a width of 100 pixels as well as the height of 100 pixels. Then we can also give it a border dash radius 50% to make it a circle. Also background is going to be set to var dash dash white dash color. And then finally that box shadow, which we can simply copy from above. There we go. Paste it right inside of here. And finally, we have to change the image tag to be width is 60%. And also height is going to be 60% as well. And there we go. We have these 3 nice circles with technologies you're proficient in. I personally don't know Flutter, so I would remove this, but seems like Michael knows it. Of course, you want to put your own best technologies right here. So if you are a phenomenal React developer or maybe React Native, whatever it is you're doing, definitely put it here. Now we want to make the circles just a bit different so that they're not boring. So we can go outside of this div and then say div nth child, and then we can say 1. So this is targeting the first child. We can give it a width of 100 pixels and a height of 100 pixels as well. Now we can duplicate this 2 more times, target the second child, and let's say that it's going to have a margin of 1.75 rem, and we're going to change the width to be equal to 150 pixels and height to 150 as well. As you can see, they're looking just a bit different now. And let's say you're not that good at Sass, we can simply decrease the width and height of this to 70 pixels. There we go. Of course, we want to change the nth child to be equal to 3. And now you became so much more creative because you don't have 3 of the same circles. You made them different sizes and actually positioned them differently. So right now, you basically become a web designer. Jokes aside, of course, let's make this mobile responsive as well. So we can add a media query with screen, and min-width is going to be 2000 pixels. In there, we can basically copy all of these 3 divs, paste them here, and then just make them a bit larger since we're working with really large devices. Let's do 400 for the first one. Let's do something like 170 for the second one, and we don't need this margin. And finally, let's do 200 for the third one. Now, if we increase this, not sure if we'll be able to notice it, but I think our circles just got a bit bigger. It's hard to say really. So let's move this here. And finally, we want to add one more media query, add media screen max-width 1200 pixels. In this case, we want to change the width to be equal to 100%, flex-direction to be set to row, flex-wrap to be set to wrap, margin-left to be set to 0, and finally change the div to have a margin of 1 rem. There we go. So now on smaller devices, these circles are going to appear, let's say in a column below our Michael, and on desktop, they're going to appear right next to him. Looking great. So let's keep doing our styles to make it even better. The last thing we want to change is going to be the app header image. So let's go back to header CSS, create that class right there, set a flex to be equal to 1, and the height to be equal to 100%. We also want to make it a display flex. Justify dash content is flex dash end. Align dash items is flex dash end as well. And position is going to be relative. This is going to move our Michael relatively to the left. And let's also change the image, the width to be equal to 100%. And object dash fit is going to be contain. It looks like to me that the only thing we have to contain about Michael is his great smile. So if we save this, yep, that definitely did it. Let's also change the Z index to 1. And now, of course, we have to position him properly. So let's just go below this image, dot overlay underscore circle. Position is going to be absolute. And here he is. This circle is covering him. So let's go ahead and set the left to be 0, right to be 0 as well, bottom is going to be 0, and Z dash index is going to be 0. Now Michael is coming in front of the circle really proudly. Finally, let's change the width of the circle to be 100% and also the height to be 90%. There we go, looking great. Finally, on mobile devices, we have to add a media query, media screen, and max width 1200 pixels. In there, we can set the margin to be 2 rem and then 0 on left and right. Right now, this is looking like a tablet size to me, and it's looking great. But if we expand it to its full HD glory, this is looking great. This looks like a really inviting hero section, and it looks like Michael knows what he's doing. He has his thumbs up, and he says, I know Flutter, I know Redux and Sass, and I am a web developer. Hire me. You can do the same after you finish this portfolio. So now let's go ahead and collapse this and go to our second section, which is going to be our About section. In here, you can really show what you're all about. So the About section is going to be next. To start coding out our About section, we can first import a few things that we're going to use across this file. So let's start with import motion, which is going to come from framer-motion. Then we're going to also need a few things from React, and these are going to be the most popular hooks: use state and use effect. There we go. That's going to be it for now, and then later on we're going to add a few more things here. But for now, let's start focusing on the JSX. Inside of here, we're going to return an empty React fragment, just like this. And then inside of there, we first want to have an h2. This h2 is going to have a class name equal to head-text. Inside of there, we can say something like, I know that, and then in here, we can create a span element. So I know that, let's space this out properly. There we go. I know that, and then inside of the span, we're gonna say good design, and then outside, we can say means, and then one more time inside of the span, good business. Okay, and we can put a lowercase t on that. Let's see how does that look like. Already looks really good, but of course we want to space it out a bit. So let's add a break tag after the first span right here, br. There we go. I know that good design means good business. That's looking good. If we expand this side just a bit, we can see that the text is still a bit too close together. So later on, we're going to provide some spacing in between the spans and the rest of the text. But for now, let's focus on our About section. So below this h2, we're going to create a div, and this div is going to have a class name equal to app__profiles. Inside of here, we want to dynamically loop over our About section. So what we can do is at the top, let's create a const something like abouts, which is going to be an array, and more specifically, an array of objects where each about is going to have a title, something like web development. Then we can have a description. Let's do something like, I am a good web developer. And then finally, we're going to have something like an image URL. But for now, we can leave that empty right here. So let's put it as an empty string. And then we're going to have a few of these. Let's say web development, web design, and we can also put UI, UX here. And the last one can be something like, let's do web animations. Or of course, you could have put front end, back end, full stack, or something like that. Of course, we have to provide commas at the end of each row. There we go. And now we can loop over our abouts. So right here, abouts.map, we're gonna get an individual about and also an index. And we want to instantly return something. And for each about, we're gonna return a motion.div. We can expand this as it's gonna have quite a few properties. For example, it's going to have a while in view, and it's going to have the opacity of 1. Then we can provide while hover. In that case, it's going to have a scale of 1.1 to make it just a bit bigger. We can also provide a transition, which is going to last, meaning duration, 0.5 seconds, and type is going to be tween. Of course, if you're not sure what does this mean, as whenever you're using any kind of library, just make sure to Google Framer Motion documentation tween. And now let's add a class name, which is going to be app__profile-item. And finally, we need to have a key, which is going to be equal to about.title plus index. Inside of there, we're going to render an image. So right here, we can say img, and then we're going to have a source. In this case, the source is going to be about.img URL. We also need to have an alt tag, which is going to be about.title. Below our image, we're going to have two more things. First of all, an h2 element with a class name equal to bold-text. It's also going to have an inline style equal to margin top 20 pixels. And there we can render about.title. And finally, we can duplicate this line, change this to a p tag, change the class name to p-text, and the style to margin top 10 pixels. And there we can render about.description. Let's save it. And as you can see, we have a few different sections that once you hover over them, they scale to 1.1 as indicated here. And right now we don't have any images as the image URL string is currently empty. But as we loop over the real items, that's going to change. Just to be able to properly test it out, let's find a demo image URL. At the top, we can import our images by saying import images, and that's going to be from //constants. And I think our image is under about 0. So let's do right here, images.about01. In here, we can copy that, 02, 03, and finally images 04. Now, if we save that, this is looking kind of funky. We of course have to modify the styles. So let's go ahead and do that right away. We can go to about.scss. First of all, we can target the .app__about. And there we can change the flex to be 1, change the width to be 100%, and change the flex direction to be set to column. That's going to make the text appear above. Then we can say .app__profiles. There we can again use display flex, but this time we're going to justify the content to be equal to center, and we're going to align the items to be flex-start. As you can see, now the items are going in a row, but this is still far from good. So let's add the flex-wrap to be equal to wrap, and finally margin-top is equal to 2rem to divide it from the title. Now we can start styling each individual about item by saying .app__profile -item. The width of the item is going to be 190 pixels. The display is going to be set to flex. Justify-content is going to be flex-start. Align-items is going to be flex-start as well. And flex-direction is going to be set to column. Finally, each item is going to be divided with a margin of 2rem. And finally, let's style these big ass images. So image width is 100%. And there we go. Already looking so much better. Let's also give them a constant height by saying the height is 170 pixels. Border-radius is going to be 15 pixels. And finally, object-fit is going to be set to cover. That way, images are not going to be skewed. And the last thing we have to do below this image is provide a media query. So media screen and min-width is going to be 2000 pixels. So this is again for extra large devices. There, we're going to increase the width to 370 pixels and also increase the margins to 2rem on top and bottom and 4rem on left and right. Finally, we can also change the height of the image. So let's copy this, paste it inside of the query, and the only thing we're going to change is going to be the height to 320 pixels. Now, if we expand this, you'll see that it looks great on all kinds of devices. There we go. Now, to quickly fix our text spacing right here, we can go back to our about, and we can put all of this in one line. Just like this. I know that, and then there's a space here between the span, and then means also a space here between the span. And that's going to provide the spacing. The reason it didn't work before is that these were all new lines. So the compiler doesn't really know where is the space here. It just cuts it off. But if we do it like this, it keeps track of all the spaces. Great. I know that good design means good business. But in here, if you are a developer, and we all are developers, you can say good development means good business. That word is just a bit too big, but on bigger devices, it shouldn't be any problem. But if you want to be sure that it works on all devices, good dev is going to be just fine. Or you can do something like good apps. That's also great. So what exactly are we good at? Web development, web design, UI, UX, web animations. In here, you can really do whatever you'd like. You can do front-end development. That's one thing that you're really good at. Then you could put back-end development, or you could do something like specific technologies. So let's do back-end. In here, we can do something like MERN stack, right? There we go. So this is something that you're completely free to change, both the titles as well as the descriptions. But now comes the main part of our application. This is the first time that we'll actually want to modify something from our portfolio. So if we expand this right now, you're going to notice that in here we have 4 different images, 4 different titles, as well as 4 different descriptions. Well, they're all the same now, but you'll want them to be different. So how can we actually modify this data using Sanity CMS? This is the moment you've been waiting for. We need to connect Sanity to our React application. And trust me, it's going to be fairly simple. Let's collapse this one more time. And just to have a clean working environment, I'm going to close all the files, collapse everything, and you'll want to go to Frontend React, Source, and create a new file inside of the source directory called client.js. This is going to be the place where we're going to connect our Sanity client with our React application. Let's start by importing Sanity client from @sanity/client, as well as importing image URL builder from Sanity image-URL. In here, we want to export const client is equal to Sanity client, which we just imported. And we want to call it as a function and provide in an object as a parameter. There, we're going to need a few things. We're going to need a project ID. Then we're going to need a data set. Let's leave that as an empty string for now. We're going to need the API version as well. We're going to also need use CDN is set to true. And finally, you're going to need a token. So you might be wondering, where are we going to get all of this info from? Well, don't you worry at all. Let's go ahead and open up our terminal. We can split it by using this button right here. We can cd into backend_sanity, and we can run the command sanity manage. This is going to open up the sanity management tool. And there we go. One question answered immediately. Project ID is right here, so we can just copy it. Then we're going to have our data set. So if we go here, you're going to notice that right now we are in production, so you can simply type production. Next, we're going to need the API version, and for that, just type 2022-0201. Use CDN is already set to true, and the last thing we need is going to be the token. And to find our token, we can go to our website, expand it a bit, go to API. Under course origins, we first need to add our localhost 3000 here, and let's allow credentials and click save. Then we need to add an API token. In this case, we can say just application token, and we're going to give it editor permissions and click save. Now we're going to get the API key for this token, and you can paste it right here. Of course, to keep all of this data safe, especially the token, we can create a new .env file right in the root of our frontend React. So new file, .env, and then you can create two new variables, React_app_sanity _project_ID. And then that's going to be the name of your Sanity project ID. And then we can repeat the process for React app sanity token. And that's going to be equal to this entire token right here. Let's paste it. And whenever you change the .env, you have to reload your application. So let's press Ctrl+C, Y, and then npm start one more time in our client side to run our application again, so that it can get populated with these new variables. The last thing you have to do is copy these variable names. And then in the client, instead of the project ID, now we're going to use process.env.react_app_sanity_project_ID, and here process.env.react_app_sanity_token. Great. Now we're successfully connected with the Sanity client. And what we have to do is say const builder is equal to image URL builder and call it and pass in the client. This is going to be useful for our images. And lastly, we have to say export const URL for source. And then we have to say builder.image and provide the source right here. This is just some code that we always write whenever you're working with images using Sanity. But with that said, that's it. That's the entire setup. Now we can use this Sanity client to fetch real data from the Sanity dashboard. Let's go back to our source and then container and about.jsx. Instead of this boring static data right here, we're going to use React and Sanity to fetch real dynamic data from a CMS. The way in which we can do that is just create a use state field. So let's start with use state snippet. Let's call it abouts and set abouts. And at the start, it's going to be set to an empty array. Then we're going to have a use effect. We can use that use effect snippet, remove everything from the middle, and remove everything from the dependency array, because we only want to run this use effect at the start once our component loads. Inside of here, we can write a query for fetching our about section. Const query is equal to a string, asterisk, and then an array sign. Inside of there, underscore type is double equal to abouts, wrapped in double quotes. Now that we have the query, we can import the client at the top by saying import URL for, as well as the client from // client. And finally, we can use client.fetch, pass in the query, and then that's going to return a promise. So we can use a .then. Inside of the .then, we're going to have our data. And the only thing we have to do is simply set abouts and populate it with data. Of course, we can also write this in one line because it's a simple one-liner, so it would be a shame not to. And there we go. Now we're populating the data with the real abouts. So let's remove the static data. And now we're mapping over the dynamic abouts coming from the CMS. So let's save it, reload the page, and scroll down. You're gonna notice that right now it is completely empty. But how can we populate it? It is as simple as going to the backend side of our application and running Sanity start. This is going to open up the Sanity Studio on localhost 3333. Inside of there, we can go to our abouts and we can create our first about. I'm going to copy the data that I had in the already deployed site. So the title is going to be a front-end developer. A description is going to be something about passion for building beautiful and functional websites. And of course, we have to drag and drop the image. So of course, this is the place where you would upload some kind of graphic that represents front-end developer or design or whatever other skill you use. In this case, we can go to our file tree, go to assets, right-click it, and click reveal in File Explorer. This is going to open up our assets. And then inside of here, I'm going to simply drag and drop the about one. And there we go. The last thing we have to do is just click publish. Now, if we go back to our React application and reload the page, you should be able to see a new card with all of the data appear right here. It looks like we have a minor image issue. So let's go back to the code. And right here, instead of the about.image URL, we have to use that Sanity provided function URL for about.image URL. Let's save it. And just like that, the image appeared. Isn't that crazy? Now we can go back to the Sanity Studio and we can just keep adding our skills. So let's create a new document. Let's do something like web designer. I am a web designer with passion for creating beautiful websites. Great. I'm going to pull the about to and click publish. And I wanted to speed the video up at this process so you don't have to watch me add new skills. But this process is incredibly quick. As you can see, we can just keep adding new skills, new portfolio items, new anything in a matter of seconds. And best of all is that you don't have to be a developer to be able to update your own site. So if you want to hand over this portfolio to a non-developer person, you'll be able to give this to them and they'll be able to upload their own content to it. Now, if we go back and reload the page, you can see these 4 cards right here appear instantly. Again, one of the major points here is that a non-developer or a non-technical person can also update the site without knowledge of all of these lines of code that we just wrote, right? So be that a portfolio or a landing page for a business, such as a pizza place or a coffee shop, they are gonna be nagging you constantly. Please change my hours. I don't work from 9 to 5 anymore. Make it 10 to 5, for example, and you would have to manually go ahead, change the hours in the code. But if you give them a website using a CMS, then they can change the content and the data themselves. So be smart, give them a CMS website so that you don't have to come back and re-edit everything constantly. With that said, we've just implemented the first initial section as well as the second section. Of course, right now you can see that something is just a bit off. The second section is not taking 100% of the height of the screen, and the first one is not doing that as well. So I'm gonna show you a trick and a really useful React development practice, which is the use of higher order components. So let's go ahead and do that right now. I'm gonna collapse this just a bit and have our clean working environment on the left side. We are ready to implement this so-called higher order component. Alongside fixing the heights of our sections, we also have to add these social media icons at the bottom left of each section. So if we go to our finished React application, you can notice that right here we have our social media icons, and the same situation is happening right here. Also the copyright right here and the scrolling icons. So we are not going to implement all of these components every time for every single section. To fix the problem of reusing components creatively and professionally, we're gonna use higher order components. So let's go back to our application and let's wrap all of our sections with a React higher order component. What we can do is go to Explorer, Frontend React, Source, and then create one last folder called Wrapper. Inside of our wrapper, we're gonna have one file called app.wrap.js. Inside of our app wrap, we're going to run rafce, and we're going to import a few things from our components. More specifically, navigation dots and social media. And that's gonna be coming from /components. Of course, we haven't yet created these two components, so now might be the best time to do it. Let's go to our components, and then right here in the root, we're going to create a new file called socialmedia.jsx. There, we can also run rafce, and we're first going to import a few icons that we're gonna use. BS Twitter and also BS Instagram. And these are coming from react-icons/BS. We can duplicate this line below, and we're gonna also import FA Facebook F, and that is coming from react-icons FA. Inside of here, we're gonna have a div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to app__social. Inside of there, I'm gonna create a div, and this div is going to wrap the first one of our icons, which is going to be Twitter. There we go. And now we can just duplicate this 2 more times. We can render Facebook for the second one, and we can render Instagram for the third one. And that's going to be all that there is for our social media.jsx. Now let's also do the navigation dots. So to do them, we can create a new component inside of the components folder called navigation dots.jsx. It's again going to be an rafce React arrow function export component. And inside of here, we're going to accept one prop, which is going to be active. This is going to tell us on which section are we currently. Inside of here, we're going to have a div that's going to have a class name equal to app underscore underscore navigation. And in here, we're going to have a similar thing that we had in the navigation bar. So let's go to navbar and let's go ahead and copy this dynamic thing inside of the toggle URL, only the LIs and the content where we're mapping over all of our links. So let's copy it, go back to navigation dots and paste it right here. Let's indent this properly. And now we're going to have to modify it just a bit. Home, about, work, skills. We are also missing testimonials, and finally, contact. There, we're going to get each individual item as well as the index. And now, instead of rendering the LI, we're simply going to render an anchor tag. This anchor tag is going to have a few properties, so let's expand them, each in its own line. There we go, just like this. And the href is going to remain the same. We also need to add a key, which is going to be item plus index to make it unique. We're going to also have a class name equal to app underscore underscore navigation dash dot. And finally, we're going to have an inline style, which is going to say if active is triple equal to the current item, then we want to have a background color equal to, that's going to be hash 313 BAC. Otherwise, we can simply have an empty object. So this is going to be it. And this anchor tag can be self-closing. We don't have to render anything inside of it. So let's simply close it. And that is going to be it for our navigation dots. Now we can go back and continue where we left off inside of our app wrap. Now we do have access to real navigation dots and social media components, and we can convert our app wrap into a higher order component. So our app wrap is going to accept a component with a capital C, ID name, as well as class names. And it's going to return yet another function, which is going to be HOC, higher order component. And then that component is going to return some content. It might be confusing now, but it's going to make more sense as we keep writing it. So inside of here, first of all, we're going to give an ID to this div, which is going to be equal to ID name that's going to get passed through the props. It's also going to have a class name equal to a template string of app underscore underscore container and then space class names, so we can provide class names dynamically. Inside of here, we're going to render our social media. And then below, we're going to have a div. This div is going to have a class name equal to app underscore underscore wrapper and then app underscore underscore flex. And then there, we're going to render our actual component, which is going to be a specific section. So what we're doing right now is taking this entire section that you can see on the right side and wrapping it with all of this code, giving it an ID so that we can scroll to it, giving it some class names, and giving it social media. So it's wrapped in here. We're going to also give it a copyright, so we can say div that's going to have class name equal to copyright, and it's going to have two paragraphs. A paragraph is going to have a class name equal to p-text, and it's going to say 2020 Michael. And we can duplicate it one more time and say something like all rights reserved. Not for you guys, you can use this portfolio however you'd like. And finally, below this div, not this one, but rather this one, we're going to render our navigation dots. And we also need to provide an active, which is going to be equal to ID name. We need to know on which section are we currently on. And that's it. We are exporting default our app wrap. But now let me show you how you can use it. Let's go inside of our header, which is the first component or a container that we've created. And at the top, let's import app wrap. Import app wrap. That's going to be from //wrapper. But I don't think we've properly exported it yet, as you can see. So we have to go back to wrapper and create an index.js file. Inside of that index.js file, we can do export in curly braces, default as app wrap, and then from /app wrap. We're doing this because later on we're going to have one more wrapper. So right now it looks like our issue is right here while we're trying to import the components into the app wrap, and that is because we haven't exported these two components yet. So inside of our components index.js, we can export default as, and then that's going to be navigation dots, but just one time because we don't have to go into the inner folder. And finally, that's going to be social media. There we go. Now we have everything we need. So let's go back to header. And you might be wondering, how do we use this app wrap? Where do we put it? How do we wrap our header with it? Take a look at this. Before we export our header, we're just going to do one thing. We're going to call our app wrap component and pass the header as the first property. And then we're going to pass home as the second one. With this, we no longer have to add the ID of home to this div right here. Rather, take a look what's happening. We are going into app wrap and we're passing in our entire header section as our component, and we're passing in the ID name. So now if we reload the page and expand it, you can notice that we have our slider on the right side and the social media icons on the left. How cool is that? But if we scroll down, you're gonna notice that the second section still doesn't look good. So imagine if we had to manually re-add all of these things. That wouldn't be good. So what we can simply do is go into our second component, which is going to be about. Right here, we can simply import our app wrap. So import app wrap from //wrapper. We don't need these images anymore. And now we can just repeat the process. Export default. We call the app wrap the about, and then pass in the about as the ID where we want to scroll to, and save it. Now, if we expand this, you're gonna notice that this section now takes the full height of the screen, has social media icons on the bottom left, and has the slider on the right. And we can actually slide with the animation from the first to the second section. Isn't this crazy? So, alongside this video where you just wanted to learn how to do a portfolio, I've also taught you how to use higher order components to wrap your smaller components that share similar functionalities. You're welcome. If you like that, definitely make sure to leave a like and comment down below that you've came the higher order components part of the video. I appreciate it. With that said, our first two major sections as well as the navigation bar are completely done. Now we're going to go to the next section, which is going to be your creative portfolio. Great. Let's collapse this just a bit, close all of the files, and open up only the creative portfolio. That's going to be container and finally work. There we go. We can also see that we have 4 more sections to do, so work or portfolio section is next. To start with our work section, we can first import all of the necessary dependencies. These are going to be use state as well as the use effect coming from React. Then we're going to import some icons, import AI fill I, as well as the AI fill GitHub. And these are coming from react-icons/AI. Right below that, we're gonna import motion one more time, which is coming from framer-motion. Then we're gonna also import app wrap, since now we have it, so we can do that instantly. And we're gonna import that from /wrapper. We can also import the URL for as well as the client from /client, because we now already have that as well. And then finally, we have our SCSS file. So now we can start coding out the works section, which is actually the creative portfolio. So right here, we don't need a div. We can just use a basic React fragment. And then inside of here, we're going to have an h2. This h2 is going to be similar to the one we've had in the about section. So we can go here and just copy this one, go back and then paste it. Instead of saying, I know that good apps mean good business, we can say something like my creative and then space span. Inside of there, we can say portfolio. And then outside of the span, we can simply say section. Of course, you don't need to add that section if you don't like to, but it's looking good. So right below this h2, we're going to have a div. And this div is going to have a class name equal to app__work-filter. There, we can loop over all of our categories. Right now, the categories are static, so let's create an array. UI, UX can be one category. We can have web app as the second one. Then we're going to have mobile app as the third one. And finally, let's do React.js as well as all. And we can map over it by saying .map. We're going to get each individual item as well as the index. And the question is, what do we want to return for each one of these items? And that is going to be a div. More specifically, a div that's going to have a key equal to index. It's also going to have an onClick property, which is going to call a callback function, handle work filter, and we want to pass in the item. Of course, this is a function that we haven't yet created. So right at the top, we can create the const handle work filter, which is going to accept the item. These are going to be those little pills that we can use to categorize our applications. Once we have the onClick, we can also add a class name, which is going to be a dynamic template string. app__work-filter-item space app__flex and then space p-text, and then finally dynamically, if active filter is triple equal to item, in that case we want to add item-active. Else we simply want to add an empty string. Now you might be wondering, what is this active filter? And that is going to be our state. So right at the top, we can say use state snippet, and that's going to be active filter. And at the start, it can be set to all. Great, we are out of our error and we can continue creating our div. Inside of this div, we simply want to show an item. And there we go, UI, UX, web, these are all the categories. Of course, it's not looking good right now because we haven't yet implemented the styles. Now, below this entire div, we're going to have a motion div, motion.div. That motion div is going to have the animate property equal to animate card. And that animate card is going to be yet another special state that we're going to change. So let's set the use state snippet to be equal to animate card, set animate card, and at the start, it's going to be set to an object containing the y property equal to 0 and opacity equal to 1. But later on, we're going to move these around so that the elements in our list change. Then let's also add a transition, which is going to be equal to duration of 0.5 seconds, as well as delay children to 0.5. And finally, let's also provide a class name, which is going to be equal to app__work-portfolio. There we go. Now, inside of here, we have to actually loop over our portfolio items. So it might be a good idea to fetch them first. And remember, the fetching is going to be done through Sanity because we're working with real data. So let's create a use effect right here. And that use effect is going to happen only at the start of our application or at the render of our component. And there we need to write a query. Const query is equal to a string, asterisk, square brackets, underscore type is equal to works. There we go. And finally, we have to say client.fetch query, and then then. Once we get the data, we want to set it. So what we can do is say set works is equal to data, and also set filter work is equal to data. There we go. And these are both going to be different states. So let's create those state fields. Use state works, which is going to be an empty array at the start, and also use state, that's going to be filter work. There we go. And that's also going to be empty at the start or an empty array. Great. So now we can actually map over that data right here. We can open a dynamic block of code and say filter work, not map, rather map. And then right here, we can get the work and the index. And for each one, we want to return a div. That div is going to have a class name equal to app__work-item and app__flex. And of course, the key is going to be index. Inside of there, we want to have one more div. This div is going to have a class name equal to app__work-img app__flex. And inside of there, we're going to have our image. So img, it's going to have a source or src equal to url4, and then we're going to pass in the work.img URL. And also alt tag is going to be work.name. Let's save this. And nothing should happen right away because we haven't yet populated our Sanity work section. So if we go right here to contents and then works, we can add our first work. So let's go ahead and create it. The title is going to be Modern UX UI Website. Description can be a modern UI UX portfolio website. In here, you can put the link to your project. In this case, we can already use this deployed one. And in here, you can put the link to your code. So that's going to be https://github.com and then something. In this case, let's just leave it empty. You can also provide the image. So let's just use a random image right here. And finally, you can add the tags. So in this case, let's add a tag of UI UX. And of course, you can add multiple tags. So we can also add the old tag. And let's click publish. So now if we go back to our application and reload the page, you can see that we have our first project right here, at least just the image. So let's continue adding all of the other project details. Below our image, we're going to have a motion div. So motion.div, we're going to expand it just a bit. So right here, we can say while hover, and then there we can provide the opacity to change from 0 to 1. Then we also want to apply a transition, which is going to have a duration equal to 0.25, and then the ease is going to be set to ease in out. And in this case, we don't want to delay children, we want to stagger children. This means that the elements are going to show one after another, and that's going to be by 0.5 seconds. Of course, we have to add a comma right here. Just below, we also need to add a class name equal to app__work dash hover app__flex. And inside of that motion div, we're going to have an anchor tag. So right here, an anchor, that anchor is going to have an href equal to work.project link. And the target is going to be set to _blank. And whenever you have _blank, it is preferred to have the rel equal to no referrer. There we go. So this anchor tag is going to wrap our first icon, which is going to be this eye right here. So let's create one more motion div inside of it, motion.div, and that motion div is going to have similar properties to this one. So we can copy them, paste them here, while hover is going to have a scale property, and it's going to scale from 1 to 0.9. It's going to become smaller, but we're going to scale it while in view, and that's going to scale from 0 to 1. There we go. Transition is just going to have a duration of 0.25 seconds. And then finally, the class name is just going to be app__flex. And inside of there, so simple, we're just going to add our AI fill eye icon. That's it. Let's go back and see if we can maybe spot it. There we go. It's barely visible on the right side. Finally, we can copy this entire anchor tag and duplicate it just below, because for the second time, this is going to point to the code link. Everything is going to remain the same, but now we're going to render the AI fill GitHub icon. There we go. So now we have two icons somewhere on the side here. And finally, below this anchor tag, below the motion div, and below one more div, we're going to have our final div that's going to contain the title and the description of our project. So that's going to be a div. It's going to have a class name equal to app__work dash content, and also app__flex so that we can center everything. There, we're going to have an h4 that's going to have a class name equal to bold dash text. And there we can render the work.title. Below that, we're going to also have a p tag. It's going to have a class name equal to p-text, and it's also going to have an inline style of margin top is equal to 10. And there we can render the work.description. There we go. If we save that, we can see our modern UI UX website and the description right here. Finally, we're going to also render the tags. So while still being inside of this div, we're going to add one div that's going to have a class name equal to app__work dash tag, and also app__flex. There, we simply want to render one p tag that's going to have a class name equal to p-text, and there we're simply going to say work.tags and render the first tag on the list. There we go. UI UX. Of course, this is looking awful right now, but remember, the end product is this, a nice list of appearing elements that all represent different projects in your portfolio. That's going to be it for the JSX, but let's not forget to wrap our work into app wrap. That's a funny name. And also we have to provide the second parameter, which is the ID work. There we go. So now we've coded most of the work section. Of course, we are yet to handle the filters, but let's first apply the styles so that it looks like something. Because right now, this seems like the first project I've ever done in HTML and CSS. The image is too big and the flex is broken. Okay, let's go ahead and collapse this. Open up the works.scss and let's get to it. We're going to first target the .app__works. That's our entire section, which is going to have a flex equal to 1 and also width is equal to 100%. And we are going to also have a flex direction equal to column so that our title appears on top. Then we're going to target the .app__works -filter. And right here, we're going to change the display to be equal to flex -direction to be equal to row, justify -content to be equal to flex-start, align -items to be equal to center, and flex-wrap to be equal to wrap. There we go. Now we have all of these elements. Let's also apply some margin, like margin 4 rem, 0, and then 2 rem. There we go. Of course, we have to make these look like bills, like right here. So we can do that by styling each one of these individually. So while still being inside of this class, we can say .app__work -filter -item. Let's give them padding of 0.5 rem and 1 rem. There we go, to space them up a bit. Let's also give them a border -radius of 0.5 rem. And most importantly, background -color is equal to FFF. There we go. Let's also change the color of the text to something like 000 with a hash at the start. There we go. And let's also change the font -weight to be equal to 800. We can also make them appear clickable by adding the cursor equal to pointer, as well as the transition, all, 0.3 seconds, and ease. We can also provide the margin equal to 0.5 rem on all sides. There we go. So now the transition is going to happen once we actually hover over the elements. So we can say $, hover, background -color is var -secondary -color. Okay, right here I use the $. Looks like I've been using some PHP lately, but this was supposed to be an end sign. So let's quickly fix that. And now this is going to animate slowly. But of course, we also have to change the color to be equal to FFF. There we go, looking so much better already. Let's also add a media query just below, at media screen, and that's going to be min-width is 2000 pixels. There, we want to just increase the padding a bit by saying padding 1 rem and also 2 rem, and also increase the border radius. So border radius is going to be 0.85 rem. There we go. Again, not visible here, but on larger devices, it's definitely visible. Now, outside of our app work filter item, right here, we can also target the .item -active and give it a background color equal to the same one that we're hovering. So right here, simply paste this here. There we go. So now we know that all is currently active and we can select a different one. Thankfully, now is the time that we're going to focus on our portfolio and decreasing the size of this image. So let's go down a bit and let's target the .app__work -portfolio. There, we can set the display to be equal to flex, flex-wrap to be equal to wrap, justify -content to be equal to center, and align -items to be equal to center as well. This is not going to trigger any changes because we're yet to decrease the width of this image. So now we can target the individual .app__work-item and give it a width of 270 pixels. There we go. Now we can see our slider right here. Let's also change the flex dash direction to be set to column. Give it a margin of 2 rem, padding of 1 rem, border dash radius of 0.5 rem, a background color equal to white, and color equal to black. Of course, the image is still taking over, but trust me, we're going to fix that really soon. Or you know what? Let's fix it immediately. It's really triggering me. So let's go to .app__work-img. Let's change the width to 100%. And let's change the height to be equal to 230 pixels. Then we're going to make the position be relative. And most importantly, we can change the img tag to have a width of 100% and also a height of 100%. So now it's properly fitted here. We can also give it a border dash radius of 0.5 rem, and object dash fit is going to be cover. There we go, looking so much better. Also on big devices, we want to increase the height a bit. So we can say add media, screen, and min dash width 2000 pixels. We want to take this height and increase it to 350 pixels. So now our image is proper and we can continue with our app work item. More specifically, we need to make it a cursor dash pointer. So now we're going to have a pointer. We can copy the transition from above, this one right here, and paste it below our cursor pointer. Finally, we want to add the hover effect. So we can say and hover box dash shadow is going to be 0, 0, 25 pixels, RGBA 0, 0, 0, 0.2. So now if we hover, you can notice the shadow appear right behind it. And finally, we just want to add 2 more media queries. This is the first one, so we can copy it. Place it just below our hover. The min width is going to be 2000 pixels. And in here, we're going to change the width to 470 pixels. Also padding to be 1.25 rem, and border dash radius is going to be 0.75 rem. And let's also add 1 media query for smaller devices where the max width is going to be only 300 pixels. There, we can simply say width is 100% and also margin is equal to 1 rem. There we go. So this is already looking so much better, as you can see right here. But now we also have to fix these icons. Right here, if you can see them, we have 2 icons that are right now to the right of the image instead of over the image. So let's implement that hover effect. Below our image, we can target .app__work-hover. Position is going to be set to absolute. That's already going to position it. The top is going to be set to 0. Left is going to be set to 0. Bottom 0, as well as the right 0 as well. And the width is going to be 100% if we fix this. And also the height is going to be 100%. Most importantly, the background dash color is going to be RGBA 000 0.5. So now if we hover, you can see this nice hover right here over the image. Let's also give it a border dash radius of 0.5 rem. Okay, already better. And also opacity 0, as well as the transition all 0.3 seconds ease. And now we have to target the div that's inside and finally the icons. So let's start with the div. That div is going to have a width of 50 pixels, a height of 50 pixels as well. It's going to have a border dash radius of 50% to make it a circle, as well as the background dash color of RGBA 0.5. Okay, we already have those circles right now. And let's change the color to be equal to white. So that's going to be hash FFF. Let's divide them a bit by giving them margin equal to 1. Font dash family is going to be set to var dash dash font dash base. And font weight is going to be set to 800. Of course, let's give them a cursor equal to pointer, as well as this transition that we're going to copy from here. Last thing is to target the SVGs directly, give them a width of 50%, the height of 50%, as well as change the color to be equal to var, and then that's going to be not font base, but rather white dash color. And there we go. These icons are looking amazing, and these animations look playful as well. Finally, the simpler thing of all of this is going to be the bottom content section for the title and the description. So let's just scroll down and target the .app__work dash content. Let's give it a bit of padding, like 0.5 rem. Also, let's set the width to be equal to 100%. Position to be set to relative, and flex dash direction to be set to column. There we go, already looking much better. We can target the H1 inside of this by giving it a margin top is equal to 1 rem, and also line dash height is equal to 1.5. The last thing we have to do is still inside of the app.work content, target the .app__work dash tag. Let's give it a position equal to absolute. Let's apply padding equal to 0.5 rem and 1 rem on left and right. Let's give it a border dash radius of 10 pixels, a background dash color of FFF, and a top value equal to -25 pixels. There we go. So now it looks like it's coming outside of this white piece, and it's telling us that this project is in the UI UX category. And it provides this clean look where when we hover, you can see that this box darkens, but this pill remains the same. So that's looking great. But of course, we don't want to have just one project, so let's add the second one. Let's go to our content, works, and quickly add another. Let's do something like a Gericht restaurant project. If you watch the JavaScript Master YouTube channel, then you know that this is another modern UI UX project. The project link is going to be, well, let's put it blank for now. Same for the code link. And let's upload a random image. The tag can be this time all, as well as the UI UX. There we go. And let's publish it. Let's also add one more project of a different category so that we know if that works. Let's go ahead and say React application, or let's see what categories do we have. Mobile app. Okay. So right here we can say cool mobile app. Description is going to be Tinder clone in React Native. Project link is going to be nothing, code link nothing. Let's pull up the project image and put the tags as mobile app as well as the all, and let's publish it. Now, if we go back to our application and reload the page, just like that, we can scroll to our third section, which is our creative portfolio, and we have our 3 projects with great titles and descriptions. Also, we can hover over them and we can see what this project really is about if we go to the deployed link or visit a GitHub repository. Again, you can dynamically add or remove projects from here. That's great. The last thing we haven't done with this section is implementing the filtering. Right now, this doesn't do anything. So let's go back to our works.jsx and let's fix the handle work filter. To make the handle work filter work, we'll have to set the active filter to be equal to item. We can also set the animate card to be equal to an array where y is set to 100 and opacity is set to 0. This is going to re-trigger the shuffle animation of the cards once we change the category. Let's add a set timeout right here. We can use this set timeout function. Timeout accepts a number in milliseconds, like 500. And there we can recall the set animate cards and reset it back to y is 0 and opacity is 1. So this is going to re-trigger the animation. Finally, in the set timeout, we can say if item is equal to all. In that case, we want to set filter work to be equal to works. And else, we want to set filter works to be equal to works.filter, where we get individual work, and we only want to keep it if work.tags.includes the item. Looks like I have a typo here, so set filter work. Let's go back, expand it, and let's go to React.js. There's nothing there. Mobile app, and there is our mobile application. And if we go to UI UX, there should be two applications, which you saw slide nicely from the bottom to the top. This is looking great. Should I even be amazed about the project I've created? That might not be normal, but I think we're all happy from time to time when we create a cool project. And I'm even happier because I'm sharing this project with you. One thing I am even more excited about, that soon enough, once I release the JavaScript Mastery Pro platform, I'll be able to share even better projects with you. This movie application is just one example where you can learn to code professionally and confidently. So this is coming soon enough. If you want to stay up to date with the release, there's going to be a newsletter link in the description, so make sure to sign up and wait for the updates. I just wanted to share that with you because I'm quite excited. So now we can go back to our application, take a look at all of the projects we've done, and we can start implementing the skills part of our page. So let's collapse this just a bit and go to our app, control click the skills, and we only have 3 more sections to do. Skills is going to be the next one. Inside of our skills, we're going to have some imports. And these imports are going to be almost the same as we had in the work. So let's go inside of our work and let's simply import all of these files right here. Let's go back to skills and then just paste them right here. Of course, we don't need this work.scss. So essentially, what we've just imported is going to be React, useState, useEffect. In this case, we won't need those icons, so we can remove that. We're going to use motion, and we're going to add one more dependency, import React tooltip, and that's going to be coming from React-tooltip. And if I'm not mistaken, I don't think we've installed React tooltip as a dependency. So let's open up our terminal by going to View and then Terminal. Stop it from running by pressing Ctrl+C and then Y, and then simply type npm install React-tooltip. This process took a few seconds, and we can immediately run our application by running npm start. And there we go. We're back. We're going to also use app wrap, url_for, sanity client, and then skills.scss. Now we can start implementing our skills. Right here, we're going to have a React fragment. So let's create it. We're going to have an h2 element that's going to have a class name equal to head-text. And there we can simply say something like skills and experience. Let's save it and let's scroll down. There we go, skills and experience. Now we can go below that h2 and we can create a div. This div is going to have a class name equal to app__skills dash container. And then inside of there, we're going to have a motion div. So motion.div. Of course, we have to add some properties into it. This div won't have any properties. So let's simply give it a class name equal to app__skills dash list. And now we want to map over all of our skills. So skills.map. But before we do that, we of course have to fetch all of our skills from our Sanity CMS. So we're going to repeat the same process we've done so far when fetching other things, such as portfolio items. We can go back here and we can copy this use effect to now fetch our skills. So let's go here and paste it. We're going to have our query where we're going to fetch experiences. So right here, instead of work, type experiences. And then just below, we also want to fetch our skills. So right here, let's type skills, and that's going to be query. And there, simply type skills. So in this case, we have two different queries. And what we have to do now is called client.fetchQuery. Then we get the data, and this is the data for the experiences. So what we can do is simply set experience. And right here, we're going to set the data. Now we can basically copy this thing, paste it below, but now we'll be fetching skills. So right here, we can say skills query, and then instead of set experience, we can set skills. There we go. And the last thing we have to do is of course create a use state field for experience and skills. So we can say use state. That's going to be experience, which is at the start going to be an empty array. And we can duplicate that. And right here, we can type skills as well as the set skills. So now we're fetching data that we can loop over. So let's start looping immediately. Right here, we can say skills.map. In here, in the callback function, we're going to get one individual skill every loop we go over. And then for each skill, we want to show a motion.div. This motion div is going to have some properties, nothing we've never seen so far. It's going to be while in view is equal to opacity from an array, where we're going to have from 0 to 1. Then we're going to also have a transition, which is going to have a duration of 0.5 seconds. We're going to also have a class name equal to app__skills dash item, and also app__flex. And finally, since we're looping over it, we can also provide a key as skill.name. In here, of course, we need to have a skill because we're looping over multiple skills, so we get an individual skill right here. Now, inside of our motion div, we're going to have one more normal div, and this div is going to have a class name equal to app__flex. And it's also going to have an inline style of background color is going to be equal to skill.bg color. So we can also dynamically change the color of the skill if we define that in Sanity Studio. And inside of there, we're going to render an image, a self-closing tag that's going to have a source URL for, remember, and then we're going to pass in skill.icon. And all of these properties on a skill like name, icon, and bg color, we're going to define ourselves in Sanity Studio. Or rather, we've already defined them when we were creating schemas. We also need to provide the alt tag, which is simply going to say skill.name. There we go. And finally, below this div that contains this image, we're going to have a p tag that's going to have a class name equal to p-text, and it's simply going to render skill.name. And with that, we should be close to done with our skills, but of course we cannot yet see how that looks like because we haven't entered anything into Sanity Studio. So one more time, you might already have it open, but I'm going to repeat the process: cd into backend Sanity and Sanity start. That's going to allow you to add more data to it. Once it loads, we can control click it, and now we can go under skills and create a new skill. In this case, we can say the skill is React. And again, if you go under assets, you should be able to find a lot of different icons, and React is right here. So you can right click and reveal in File Explorer. From here, we can find our React and simply drag and drop it. We can leave the BG color empty because if you don't already put one, we're going to choose a default color. So let's click publish. Of course, just to have a few more skills, we can go ahead and add just a few more, something like Figma. If you're a good designer, let's publish it. Again, take a look at how simple the process is. We can also add Flutter. Git is also an essential thing, so let's add Git right here. And what would a backend developer be without having Node.js skills? So let's also enter Node.js. There we go. This should be more than enough for now. So now if we go back and reload the page, you can see that we have our data ported straight from Sanity Studio. React, Node.js, Figma, Flutter, but of course now is the time to actually style all of these items. So in this case, before we actually go ahead and add our experiences here, let's go ahead and style just these icons. So we can go to our skills and we can start styling all the JSX that we already have. So let's start with .app __ skills. Flex is going to be set to 1 and width is going to be set to 100%. Also, flex-direction is going to be set to column. That way, the title is going to appear above. Then we can target .app __ skills -container. Let's give it a width of around 80% and also a margin -top of 3 rem. That's going to push it just a bit to the bottom. Then let's give it the property display is equal to flex, as well as the flex-direction is equal to row. Finally, we can also provide a media query. So right here, media screen, and we're going to say and max-width is 900 pixels. So this is for devices larger than tablets. There, we're going to make it a width of 100% and also flex-direction equal to column. So this is for mobile devices, larger mobiles, and even tablets up to 900 pixels. And most importantly, we need to target our .app __ skills -list. There, we can provide it a flex property equal to 1, display property equal to flex. Then we can give it a property of flex wrap is equal to wrap. We can also give it a property of justify -content is equal to flex-start, as well as align -items is also flex-start. Let's save it. And let's see what exactly are we styling. So this is going to be app, skills, and then list. So if we go back, right here, we have app, skills, list. But yeah, I was wondering why the styles haven't been applying. I missed an L right here. So as soon as we do that, you can notice that now we have some styling applied. But of course, it's still not looking good. So if we go back, we can also add a margin -right equal to 5 rem. And finally, we can copy this media query, apply it here as well. And there we can set the margin right to be equal to 0 if we are on mobile or tablet devices. And of course, on mobile or tablet, this is something that you're going to do really often, is justify content center and align -items center because there isn't a lot of horizontal space. And finally, we're styling each individual skill item by doing app __ skills -item. Let's first apply a flex dash direction equal to column. We're going to also apply a text dash align to be equal to center. Let's give it a margin equal to 1 rem to provide some space around each one. Let's give it a transition. So this transition is going to be the same one we've used so far, all 0.3 seconds, and ease in out. Now we can target the div that's inside of this item, give it a width of 90 pixels, as well as the height of 90 pixels as well. This is immediately going to collapse all of our divs. But of course, we also have to give them a border dash radius of 50%, as well as the background dash color equal to FFF. Now we're going to have these circles, but of course we have to target the image specifically. So IMG, and set the width to be equal to 50% and height 50% as well. And finally, we get these nice looking circle skills. Let's also provide some hover effect by doing a and right here, colon hover, and then on hover, we can apply the box shadow 0, 0, 25 pixels, and then the color can be FE, F4, F5. This is a really white color, and right now we can barely see it. It looks like it lights up once you hover over it. It's barely noticeable, but these things matter when you're creating websites. The more subtle the animation is, the better it is. You don't want to have some flashy animations. Let's also apply a media query. We can copy the one we've had so far. And that media query is going to go below our hover. There we want to say min width is going to be 2000 pixels. So this is going to be for extra large devices. And there we can simply change the width and the height to be 150 pixels instead of the basic 50. That's for large devices. And then for mobile devices, we can duplicate this one more time. And there we can simply turn this back to something like 70. There we go. So now if we expand this, there we go. Our skills are here. And if we make it a bit smaller, everything fits nicely. This is looking great. Finally, if we leave this div here and go below it, then we can target the paragraph. And that p tag can have a font weight of 500, as well as the margin dash top equal to 0.5 rem. If we save that, now this is going to be just a bit bolder so we can see it. And we can also provide a media query for that. So just outside of this p element, we can have a min width of 2000. And there we can say margin is 1 rem and 2 rem on left and right for extra large devices. Inside of it, we can also change the p tag just a bit by giving it a margin top 1 rem. I just figured that we need some extra space on the top if we're looking at this on extra large devices. And this is going to be it for our skills. How simple was it to implement all of this using Sanity and then code it out? Now, of course, we go to the second part of our skills and experience, which is of course the experience. So if we go back here to skills, we can now implement the JSX code for that. We can go below this entire motion div by creating a new motion div. So right here, motion.div. It's also going to have just a class name equal to app__skills -exp as in experience. There we can loop over all of the experiences. So that's going to look like this: experience, .works, and then .map. We want to map over each individual work, and we want to return a React fragment for it. Inside of this React fragment, we're going to have a motion.div. That motion div is of course going to have a few properties, and we can copy them from here because they're mostly going to be the same. So let's paste them here. Opacity is going to stay the same, transition as well. Class name is going to be a bit different. It's going to be app underscore underscore skills dash exp dash work. We can also give a data dash tip property to this motion div. And that data tip is useful whenever you have some tooltips. If you haven't created tooltips before, don't worry, you'll see how it looks like soon enough. Then we can say data-for and then say work.name. Of course, there's going to be an equal sign right here. And finally, we can provide a key, which is equal to work.name. Now, inside of there, we want to render an h4 element. So right here, let's say h4, and it's going to have a class name equal to bold dash text. And there we can simply render the work name. Great. Now below that, we're going to also have a paragraph. Let's create a p element right here. It's going to have a class name equal to p dash text. And there we can render the work dot company that we worked for. Great. So now that we have this div, we want to be able to hover over it and see more information about it. For that reason, we're going to create a React tooltip component. This is a dependency that we installed, and we can simply call it as a component, provide a few properties to it, and that's going to be it. First, we need the ID, and the ID is going to be equal to work.name. Then we need the effect, which is going to be simply a string of solid. We also need the arrow color, which is going to be set to FFF. And finally, we need a class name, which is going to be skills-tooltip. And inside of there, we can render our work.description, or just DSC for short. And that's going to be it. So now let's go back to Sanity, Content, Work Experience, and let's go ahead and add it. Right here, we can enter the name of our experience. So let's say front-end developer. We can say the company. Let's in this case put Google. And the description can be, I worked as a front-end developer at Google. Of course, try to be just a bit more creative. Let's publish it. Go back to our React application and reload the page. It looks like we have some kind of an error at the moment. So let's go ahead and go to inspect and go to console. Looks like the browser is not defined and we're having an error reading the property undefined of map. Okay, so that's under skills line 48. I always like to include these errors in because it can definitely be helpful. So now we're looking for experience.works, and this experience is coming from experiences. Now, if we go to our Sanity, we can notice that our experiences are here and not under work experience. So rather, let's go to experiences and enter the year that we worked somewhere. Right here, let's say that it was 2020. And there we can add the item at which company did we work at. Let's say the name is going to be front-end developer. The company is going to be Google, and description can be I've worked as a front-end developer. There we go. Let's go ahead and publish. Now you can add multiple experiences for the same year. So this is the exact reason why we created it like this. Let's go back and reload. And looks like the error is not going to be just inside of that map. Looks like we also have some other errors. So let's go step by step. It's always good whenever you're not sure if you're going to get some data back to add a question mark. So in here, we can add a question mark, both here as well as here. And there we go. That fixed the issue. So now if we close this and go back, we can see that we have our skills, but still we cannot find experiences. So what we can do is, of course, we can console log what we get back from our experience. Right here, console.log, and that is going to be data. We can open up the inspect element, go to console, info, reload the page, and we get an array with one element that has all of our experience. That experience is an object that has the works array inside of it, and there we have all of the information. So if we're looking at this correctly, that experience is set up here, and then we want to do experience dot works, and then we want to map over that array, and that looks good to me. So if we reload the page one more time, I really think we shouldn't have any problems. Let's go ahead and quit mobile view, go down, and I still cannot see it. It's actually fun that we've been coding this app for such a long time, and this is the first error that occurred. So that's actually really good. And I always like to include these errors in. So let's go ahead and figure out the error together. I'm going to show you how I would solve this in real time. And I'm also going to show you a cool trick. Have you ever wondered if you can add console logs inside of your JSX? And you can. You can simply add a console log right here inside of the JSX. That way, we're going to know how does the experience dot works looks right here before we console log it. Also, we can add a string saying here that we know that we are referring to this specific console log. Now, if we expand this, you can see this is really interesting. We do get it above, but here it is undefined. So that is definitely the issue we're having. So what is the reason that we have our data above, but we don't have it here? Well, if we go to our experience, we can see that we're populating it here, but it is an array. So we have to loop over all of our experiences as well, because the objects in this array represent years, and every single year can have multiple experiences. So to fix the issue, we can go back to our JSX, and instead of immediately looping over experience that works, what we can do is first loop over only over the experience. That way, we're going to get different years. Let me show you what I mean. For now, I'm going to comment out this entire JSX block of code and move it one line below so that we don't have an issue with the compiler. Now inside of here, we can actually render just the work dot, and let's see what do we have in the work. Let's do year. There we go. So now you can see that this work actually exists and it has a year 2020. Now we can go ahead and create one more year. So if we go to experiences and create a new year, 2021, and there we worked as a backend developer at, let's say, Facebook, or now it's Meta. So let's say Meta, and description can be, I worked with Node.js and VR. And let's go ahead and publish that. So now if we reload the page, you can notice 2020 and 2021. And inside of there, we also have a list of all of the works. So we need to have a nested map. Let's go ahead and fix that. We're going to keep this commented down below because we need to add one more div right here, a motion.div. And this motion div is going to have just two properties, class name equal to app__skills dash exp dash item. And it's also going to have a key equal to experience dot year to make it unique. There we can simply render out a div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to app__skills dash exp dash year. The only thing we're going to have there is going to be a paragraph that's going to have a class name equal to bold dash text, and it's going to render experience dot year. Of course, now we're talking about an experience and not work. So now if we save that, you can see we have 2020 and 2021. And just below that div, now is the time that we create another motion.div. That div is going to have a class name equal to app__skills dash exp dash works. And then finally inside of there, we can do our nested map. So we're first looping over the years and then we're looping over the experiences for each year. So we can say experience dot works dot map, and then we get each individual work. There we go. Now what we can do is uncomment this big block of code and put it back in its place inside of our second map. There we go. Hopefully this wasn't so weird and it still made sense. If you got lost at the time when we made this bug, definitely make sure to visit the source code. There's going to be an entire finished skills.jsx file, so you can simply copy and paste it and continue with the video. But I also hope that you were able to go through this bug with me and fix it together. And there we go. 2020 front-end developer, Google. 2021 backend developer at Meta. This is great. And take a look at this. If we hover, we get this nice tooltip. So now we have more information on hover. Of course, now is the time that we style this better. So let's jump straight into skills.scss and let's continue with the styling. To style our experiences, we can target the .app__skills-exp. Let's give it a flex equal to 1, as well as the display equal to flex. Justify-content can be flex-start, as well as align-items also flex-start. Flex-direction is going to be column because we want to show one experience on top of another. Finally, we can also add a media query with the max width of 900. I think we already had it somewhere right here. We can paste it below, and there we can simply apply a margin-top of 2 rem if we are on devices with the max width of 900 pixels. Then finally, we can target each individual experience item by saying .app__skills-exp-item. Let's give it a width of 100%. We can give it a display is equal to flex. Flex-direction is going to be set to row. Justify-content is going to be flex start, as well as the align-items is going to be flex start. Finally, margin can be 1 rem on top and bottom and 0 on left and right. Now we can style our works by saying .app__skills-exp-works. Let's give it a flex is equal to 1. And then we can target each individual work. .app__skills-exp-work. Let's set a display is equal to flex. There we go. You can notice that these now go in a row, but we're going to soon change it to display, or rather flex-direction is going to be column. There we go. I'm going to expand this right here so that we can see it at the same time. And then let's also give it a justify-content equal to flex start, as well as the align items equal to flex-start. Let's also give it a margin-bottom of 1 rem, and let's make it a cursor pointer so they know that they can hover. There we go. Let's target this H4 specifically and give it a font weight of 500. There we go. And let's now target the P specifically. Give it a font-weight of 400. Change the color to var-gray-color. And finally, add a margin-top of 5 pixels. There we go. This is still not looking good because we have to style these years. So let's go outside of all of our curly braces and say .app__skills-exp-year. Let's give it a margin-right of 3 rem. And finally, let's target the P tag inside of it. Give it a font weight of 800 to make it bold, as well as the color is equal to var not gray color but rather secondary color. Now it has that bluish color. And let's also do a media query for mobile devices. Add media, screen, and max dash width is going to be 450 pixels. That's only for mobile devices. Let's give it a margin dash right of 1 rem. Of course, we're missing screen here. So if we fix that, now you can see that we have some nice spacing here. And the last thing we have to style is going to be this tooltip. So what we can do about the tooltip, we can say .skills dash tooltip. And in here, let's increase the max dash width of the tooltip to 300 pixels. There we go. And you're going to notice that this style is not going to be applied. So if we do something like background and try to make a background color completely white, you're going to notice that it's not going to work. It's still black. And this is something that you're going to come across when you want to style specific dependencies or specific packages. It's not going to be as easy as you thought. So I figured out that we have to do something that's not really recommended, and that is adding importance to the end of every CSS line. I don't want you to type all of this out, and it's usually not a good practice, but in this case, it worked like a charm. So again, the skills.scss file is going to be down in the description alongside all the other files and the source code. So simply paste this, and then it's going to look like this. This is much better. Of course, right now we're looking at it on a really small device. So as soon as we expand it, you're going to notice this looks much better. But you can also notice that this section is taking 100% of the space. This one as well as this one. And this one, not so much. We forgot to wrap our component with the app wrap. So let's do that right away. App wrap, we wrap it, and then that's going to be skills. Let's save it. And instantly that comes in the middle of the screen. And now we have our skills on the left side as well as our experience on the right side. This is looking great. Let's try to add one more experience under 2020, for example. So if we go here, go under 2020 and add item. Let's say that you became a blockchain developer even before it became cool. And let's say you became a blockchain developer at something like, let's still do Meta. I think it was Facebook in 2021. And then that's going to be description. I develop in Solidity, which is a programming language for Ethereum. Let's publish. And if we reload the page, there we go. Blockchain developer at Facebook. And now we're done with the skills and experience section as well. Only 2 more sections to go, the testimonial and the footer, which acts as a contact form. Now, if we scroll, we can see that we have quite a lot of cool sections, but I have one problem with that. We don't have a lot of good animations, because once these things animate once, nothing is going to happen. So we can create another higher order component, but this time we're going to wrap every single section with a motion div. So when we scroll, these sections are going to animate. Let's go ahead and do that right away. We can go inside of our wrapper, and there we can create a new component called motion wrap.js. There we can import React from React, as well as import motion from motion, or rather framer motion. Then we can create a component. I can do an RAFCE, and this component is going to accept a component as its first parameter, and it's also going to accept class names as the second one, because we can change this dynamically. As the last function, it's also going to return a higher order component that's going to look like this. The only thing that we're going to return here is going to be a motion div. So right here, motion.div. That motion div is going to have the while in view property. And while it is in view, we're going to change the opacity from 0 to 1, but we can add one extra step, 0, 0, 1.
And then we can add the y-axis, which is going to be an array of 100, 50, and then 0. So it's slowly going to animate in. And the opacity is going to be 1 only at the last one. This whole transition is going to last duration 0.5 seconds. And finally, the class name is going to be dynamic. So a template string, class names, and then also app__flex. Of course, the most important thing is to render our component inside of it, because this is just a wrapper and we still want to show everything else. Now we can go to our second section, which is the about section right here. So let's find the component for the about, and we can first import our motion wrap right here. But of course, remember, we also have to export it. So going back to wrapper, in the index, we can simply say export default as motion wrap, and that is coming from /motion wrap. Now in the about, alongside wrapping our application with the app wrap, we can also wrap it with a motion wrap, and that's going to look like this. So first we have our app wrap, and then the actual component is also going to be wrapped in a motion wrap like this, and we're going to provide it an extra class name, app__about. Then we can say comma about and provide one final class, app__whitebg. That means that we want to give it a white background, because notice now we have white and then we have gray. It wouldn't be good otherwise if the entire website was just this grayish bluish color. So now we can copy this thing and then go to our work section. So let's go back to work right here, and let's simply paste what we copied. We of course have to import motion wrap, and we can do that by pressing Control space and clicking right here. If that didn't auto import it for you, feel free to manually import it at the top. And then right here, we just have to change this about to work. This here is going to be app__work. Right here, we can also set the ID of the section to work, and this is going to be primary BG. There we go. Let's save it. And as you can see, we have one issue here, and that issue is that in here we need an S. So this is going to be works. This is going to make everything work. Finally, we have to change the color of this section, and we can do that by going to skills. And one more time, we can paste what we copied, import the motion wrap right here, call skills. Same thing here, app__skills, write skills right here, and that's going to be white BG. So now we have this nice combination of a primary color, white primary color, and then white again. So we are really differentiating these sections and making each one stand out. Since this is now white, we really do need to add a background color to each one of these circles. So let's do just that. I'm going to go to JSM portfolio, and then we can go to skills. Let's go to Node.js, and then we can go to our index.css and find a nice color we want to use. For example, let's try with this blue one. Simply paste it here, click publish, go back to our application and reload. And there we go. This is a bit too strong of a color, so let's choose a lighter color, something like EDF2F8. We can copy it, paste it here, and click publish one more time. Now, if we go back and reload, you can notice that we have this nice gray circle. Let's go ahead and apply that color to all of our skills. Flutter as well, publish, and the same thing goes for Figma as well as React. This just shows you that it's incredibly easy to update things, not just add them using Sanity. So now if we go back, reload the page, you can see that we have these nice circles looking great. So now finally, we can move to the next section, which is going to be testimonial. Let's go right here. And now we already know that we're going to use most of the things that we've already used in the skills section, because we have to fetch some data from Sanity, such as skills and experiences. We also have to wrap our component. So let's go ahead and open up our Visual Studio Code to its entirety, and let's put our skills side by side with the testimonial, because there's definitely going to be some stuff that's going to be similar. So first of all, let's copy our motion, paste it there. We're going to also need to import some icons. So right here, we can say import HI chevron, and that's going to be left, as well as HI chevron, and that's going to be right as well, coming from react-icons/HI. We're going to also need the app wrap as well as the URL for and the client, so we can copy and paste those two lines as well. And I'm not sure if you've noticed so far, I always like to put one extra line between all of the external imports to divide them from the internal imports that are inside of our file system. We're going to also need to import the use state and use effect hooks, and we can copy the experience and the skills as well. But this time, it's not going to be experience and skills, rather it's going to be brands and set brands, as well as the testimonials and set testimonials. So we can put that here instead of the set skills. We also need to have a state for the index of the current testimonial we're currently viewing. So right here, that's going to be current index, as well as the set current, and that's going to be index. There we go. At the start, that's going to be set to 0. Next, we're going to have our use effect, and the use effect is going to be quite similar. So we can paste it right here. And instead of fetching experiences and skills, we can fetch testimonials and brands. There, instead of simply saying set experience, we're going to remove this console log, and we're going to say set testimonials. And for the bottom one, we can rename that to brands query. There, we're simply going to set brands. So now we're fetching all of the data from Sanity Studio. Of course, this is where our JSX is going to go, but we can also copy all of our higher order components. So right here, that's going to be testimonial, as well as the app_testimonial. The ID is going to be testimonial one more time. And in this case, we want to have a primary background color, so we can have primary BG. So now let's close our skills, put this side by side with the editor, and let's see how does it look like. Okay, just an empty page that has testimonial written right here. Of course, now is the time that we code it out. So let's go ahead and get started. First, we want to have an empty React fragment. Inside of there, we need to have a dynamic code block that's going to check if testimonials exist. And we can do that by saying if testimonials.length. If there is length, they definitely need to exist. So if they do exist, then we're going to render a React fragment. And inside of that React fragment, we're going to render a div. That div is going to have a class name equal to app__testimonial dash item, as well as the app__flex. Inside of there, we also need to have an img with a source URL for testimonials, and we need to get the current index of a specific testimonial. Right here, more specifically, we need to get the image URL, img URL of that specific testimonial. And for the alt name, we can simply use testimonial. There we go. So of course, this is not going to work now because we don't have our testimonials. But now might be a good time to add some in Sanity Studio. So if we go to our testimonials, let's go ahead and add one. The name is going to be Sarah. The company is going to be, let's say, Netflix. And right here, we need to enter Sarah's image, but it looks like Sarah is not in the assets. So this is a time where you would go on LinkedIn and you would take Sarah's photo. But in this case, let's say that Sarah is really good at CSS design, so we're going to use CSS logo for her head. And the feedback is going to be, Mikhail is an awesome developer. There we go. And publish. We already had one testimonial from before, from Michael from Google. And let's say our Michael is like HTML. Great job, would recommend. Let's publish that as well. Great. So now if we go back to our React application, reload the page and scroll down, you're going to notice that we have just a big CSS logo. So now how are we going to style that CSS logo? Well, of course, that's not just a logo. It's going to be the entire testimonial message. So let's add a div with a class name equal to app __ testimonial and dash content. Inside of there, let's add a p tag that's going to be of a class name equal to p dash text. And there we can also render testimonials and then current index. Of course, this time we don't want the image URL, rather we want .feedback that the person left. Mikhail is an awesome developer. Great. Now you can notice that many times we're using this long line right here, testimonials, current index, something. Whenever you notice that you're reusing something quite a lot, definitely make sure to copy it, get it out right here, and then say const, let's do test as in short for testimonial, and paste it here. Then now you can just use every time test something, and it's going to work the same as it worked right here. That's great. Below our p tag, we're going to have a div, and inside of that div, we're going to have an h4 with a class name equal to bold dash text, and there we're simply going to render test name. Okay, Sarah posted this, and we can duplicate this, change this to h5, change the class name to p dash text, and finally test.company, so that we know which company Sarah is from, and that is Netflix. Great. So this was our first div, and just below that, we're going to have one more div. This div is going to allow us to move across different testimonials. So it's going to have a class name equal to app __ testimonial dash btns, and also app __ flex. Inside of there, we're going to have a div. That div is going to have a class name app __ flex, and it's also going to have an on click. There, we're going to call a callback function, and then that callback function is going to call the handle click function, which we need to create. To that handle click function, we have to provide the number of the testimonial we want to see. And since this is going to be a back arrow, we can do current index -1. But what if we're already on the first index? Then we cannot go back. So what we can say, if the current index is == 0, then we're going to move to testimonials .length -1. So we're going to move to the last testimonial. And if we're not on the first one, that means that we can go back. So it's going to be current index -1. And then inside of there, we can simply render hi chevron, and this is going to be left. Now we can duplicate this div below. And right here, this is going to be just a bit different. We're going to check if the current index is == testimonials .length -1. So if we're currently on the last index, then we want to go to the first index. So that's going to be right here, 0. And if you're not on the last, we simply want to say current index +1. And of course, we have to create our handle click function. So just at the top, right here, we can say const handle click is going to be equal to it's going to accept an index, and we can say set current index is going to be equal to index. That's all that we have to do. And now we have those two icons and we can move around. Of course, this is going to be the right icon. There we go. So now we have our Michael from Google, great job, would recommend, and also our Sarah from Netflix. Now, below this entire testimonials.length, so below here, we're going to create one more div. And this div is going to have a class name equal to app__testimonials dash brands, and then app__flex. There, we want to loop over the brands. So brands.map, we get an individual brand, and then we want to return a motion.div for that specific brand. Our motion is going to have some framer motion properties, such as while in view, we want to change the opacity from 0 to 1. Then the transition is going to last the duration of 0.5 seconds, and the type is going to be set to tween. And finally, since we're mapping over, we can provide a key equal to brand._id. Inside of there, we simply want to render the brand image, so we can say img src URL for brand.img URL. And we can also provide the alt tag, which is going to be brand.name. I'm missing an extra curly brace here. And I think this is going to be it. So far, we haven't added our brands. So if we go here and add a new brand, let's go ahead and simply drag and drop the brand image. So in here, you can add the logos of the companies you worked for. So let's say we worked for New Balance. New Balance. Let's add a few more. Something like, let's do Skype. Let's also do Spotify. And let's also add Bolt. There we go. So now we have 4 different companies. Let's go back to our React application and reload the page. There we go. Huge logos are appearing right here. Of course, we have to style them to make them smaller. So now let's go back and let's focus on styling our testimonial page. We can do that by going to testimonial.scss. And since this is looking awful right now, we can immediately focus on styling this SVG image for the brand. That way, we don't have to look at those huge ass logos. Let's start with .app__testimonial-brands. Let's set the width to be 80%, as well as the flex-wrap set to wrap and the margin-top set to 2 rem. This is not going to change anything yet, but as we target the inner div, we can set the width of the inner div to 150 pixels. We can also give it a margin of 1.5 rem. Inside of this div, let's target our image and give it a width of 100%, like this. We can also set the height to be equal to auto, and the object fit can be set to cover. We can also apply a filter equal to gray scale and then 1. So this is going to make the logos appear dark at the start. But for some reason, looks like our styles are not getting applied. .app__testimonial-brands. So let's see if this is how we called it right here. Looks like I'm missing an I here and I have an extra S. So if we fix this, you can see that now our logos are looking sharp. Now, of course, they're not going to stay grayed out forever. Below this image, we can say and hover img, and then the filter is going to be grayscale 0. This is an amazing way to provide color on hover. Looking great. Below our hover, we can also apply a few media queries like add media, screen, and Min width is going to be 2000 pixels. So let's change this to min. There, we can increase the width of the image just a bit to 210 pixels and increase the margin to be equal to 2 rem. On the other hand, we'll have to make this a lot smaller for mobile devices, where the max width is going to be around 450 pixels. There, the width is going to be 120 pixels and margin is going to be 1 rem. Finally, we can copy this media query, go below this curly brace right here, and there we want to set the width to be equal to 100%, and this is going to be for devices of the max width up to 800. So if we are on tablet devices or larger mobile phones, then we want this section to take 100% of the screen. Of course, now we are yet to style our main part, which is the testimonial. Let's start by scrolling above, and just above our app testimonial brands, we can add .app__testimonial. Our flex is going to be set to 1, the width is going to be set to 100%, and the flex dash direction is going to be set to column. Now our testimonials are going to go on top. Then we can change the .app__testimonial and then dash item. Let's change the width to be 60%. We're going to set a min height of 320 pixels. This is going to make it so that once we move through different testimonials, the height doesn't change, no matter how much text there is. Let's also apply a background dash color of var dash dash white and then dash color. There we go. We need to make this a display equal to flex. Of course, add a semicolon here. And then we need to add a padding of 2 rem. A border dash radius of 15 pixels is going to help just a bit to round the corners. And let's add a box dash shadow 0, 0, 30 pixels, RGBA 0, 0, 0, and then 0.1. That's going to make it float in the air. Finally, let's add a transition. And our transition is going to be all 0.3 seconds, ease in, out. So finally, we can style this image by saying img, width is going to be 100%, and the height is going to be 100% as well. Border radius is going to be 50% to make it rounded. And object-fit is going to be cover. Then below this image, we want to apply some media queries. So let's say add media, screen, and min-width is 2000 pixels. There, we can set the min height to be a bit higher, like 450 pixels, as well as the image to have a width of 150 by height 150 pixels as well. This is for extra large devices. And finally, we need 2 more media queries. So add media, screen, and max-width. That's going to be 850 pixels for tablets and mobile devices. In there, we want to have a width set to 100% because for smaller devices, we want this testimonial to take the entirety of the screen. And finally, the last media query is going to say add media screen and max width 600 pixels. There, we simply want to change the flex dash direction to be column because there is no more horizontal space. So if you go below 600, you can see this comes below the icon. Great. So of course, our content still isn't styled. So what we can do is we can target the .app__testimonial dash content. We can set the flex to be equal to 1, the height to be equal to 100%. In here, I can remove this auto. Padding can be set to 0 on top and bottom and 2 rem on left and right. And we can text align left. Finally, we want to change the display to be equal to flex. flex dash direction to be set to column, justify dash content to be set to space dash around, and finally align dash items to be set to flex dash start. Okay, so now this is already look just a bit more like it, but it's still not even close to what we want to have at the end. Let's change our p tag by saying p, font dash size of 1.25 rem to make it a bit bigger. Let's also change the line dash height to something like 2 rem. We can change the color to be equal to var, and this is going to be black color. And we can also change the font dash family to be var and then dash dash font dash base. After that, we want to target our h4. Our h4 is going to have a font dash weight of 600. And the color is going to be equal to var and then dash dash secondary dash color. And let's also apply a bit of margin, more specifically margin dash top of 2 rem. There we go. Last things last, we have to apply our h5. So right here, our h5 is going to have a font weight of 400. It's going to have a color equal to var dash dash gray dash color. And the margin top is going to be set to 5 pixels. Now, this profile photo still seems quite too big for me. So let's see if we maybe mess something up with the image. And it looks like we did.
Hey there, sorry for interrupting your video. Editing Adrian is here. It seems like we are about to hit YouTube's 12-hour maximum video length mark, but no worries. You can continue watching this video exactly where you left off by clicking the portfolio link down in the description. Even better, after you're done with this project, there's still another 6-hour long project that didn't fit into this compilation. TikTok clone application will also be linked down in the description so you can watch it completely for free. If you came to this part of the video, let me know down in the comments. That's it for today, and I'll see you in the next one. Have a wonderful day.